Section 1 of the treasure chest of my bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zibris. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. A Song of Drake's Men. By Alfred Moss. The moon is up, the stars are bright, the wind is fresh and free. We're out to seek for gold tonight, across the silver sea. The world was growing grey and old. Break out the sails again, we're out to seek a realm of gold, beyond the Spanish Main. End of Section 1. Recording by Zibris.
Section 2 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Enchanted Island, by Howard Pyle. But it is not always the lucky one that carries away the plums. Sometimes he only shakes the tree, and the wise man pockets the fruit. Once upon a long, long time ago, and in a country far, far away, there lived two men in the same town, and both were named Salim. One was Salim the baker, and one was Salim the fisherman. Salim the baker was well off in the world, but Salim the fisherman was only so-so. Salim the baker always had plenty to eat and a warm corner in cold weather, but many and many a time Salim the fisherman's stomach went empty and his teeth went chattering. Once it happened that for time after time Salim the fisherman caught nothing but bad luck in his nets, and not so much as a single sprat, and he was very hungry. "Come," said he to himself, "those who have some should surely give to those who have none." And so he went to Salim the baker. "Let me have a loaf of bread," he said, "and I will pay you for it to-morrow." "Very well," said Salim the baker, "I will let you have a loaf if you will give me all that you catch in your nets to-morrow." "So be it," said Salim the fisherman, for need drives one to hard bargains sometimes, and therewith he got his loaf of bread. So the next day Salim the fisherman fished and fished and fished and fished, and still he caught no more than the day before, until just at sunset he cast his net for the last time for the day, and lo and behold, there was something heavy in it. So he dragged it ashore, and what should it be but a leaden box, sealed as tight as wax, and covered with all manner of strange letters and figures. "Here," said he, "is something to pay for my bread of yesterday at any rate." And as he was an honest man, off he marched with it to Salim the baker. They opened the box in the baker's shop, and within they found 2 rolls of yellow linen. In each of the rolls of linen was another little leaden box, and in one was a finger-ring of gold set with a red stone. In the other was a finger-ring of iron set with nothing at all. That was all the box held. Nevertheless, that was the greatest catch that ever any fisherman made in the world, for, though Salim the one or Salim the other knew no more of the matter than the cat under the stove, the gold ring was the ring of luck, and the iron ring was the ring of wisdom. Inside the gold ring were carved these letters: "Whosoever wears shall have all that which all men seek, for so it is with good luck in this world." Inside of the iron ring were written these words: "Whosoever wears me shall have all that which few men care for, and that is the way it is with wisdom in our town." "Well," said Salim the baker, and he slipped the gold ring of good luck on his finger, "I have driven a good bargain, and you have paid for your loaf of bread." "But what will you do with the other ring?" said Salim the fisherman. "Oh, you may have that," said Salim the baker. Well, that evening, as Salim the baker sat in front of his shop in the twilight, smoking a pipe of tobacco, the ring he wore began to work. Up came a little old man with a white beard, and he was dressed all in grey from top to toe, and he wore a black velvet cap, and he carried a long staff in his hand. He stopped in front of Salem the baker, and stood looking at him a long, long time. At last, "Is your name Salem?" said he. "Yes," said Salem the baker, "it is." "And do you wear a gold ring with a red stone on your finger?" "Yes," said Salem, "I do." "Then come with me," said the little old man, "and I will show you the wonder of the world." "Well," said Salem the baker, "that will be worth seeing, at any rate." So he emptied out his pipe of tobacco, and put on his hat, and followed the way the old man led. Up one street they went, and down another, and here and there through alleys and byways, where Salem had never been before. At last they came to where a high wall ran along the narrow street, with a garden behind it, and by, to an iron gate. The old man rapped upon the gate 3 times with his knuckles, and cried in a loud voice, "Open to Salem, who wears the ring of luck." Then instantly the gate swung open, and Salem the baker followed the old man into the garden. Bang! Shut the gate behind him, and there he was. There he was, and such a place he had never seen before. Such fruit, such flowers, such fountains, such summer houses. "This is nothing," said the old man. "This is only the beginning of wonder. Come with me." He led the way down a long pathway between the trees, and Salem followed. By, far away, they saw the light of torches, and when they came to what they saw, lo and behold, there was the seashore, and a boat with 24 oarsmen, each dressed in cloth of gold and silver, more splendidly than the prince. And there were 24 black slaves, carrying each a torch of spicewood, so that all the air was filled with sweet smells. The old man led the way, and Salem, following, entered the boat. And there was a seat for him, made soft with satin cushions embroidered with gold, and precious stones, and stuffed with down. And Salem wondered whether he was not dreaming. The oarsmen pushed off from the shore, and away they rowed. On they rowed, and on they rowed, for all that livelong night. At last morning broke, and then the sun rose. Salem saw such a sight as never mortal eyes beheld before or since. It was the wonder of wonders, a great city built on an island. The island was all one mountain, and on it, one above another, and another above that again, stood palaces that glistened like snow, and orchards of fruit, and gardens of flowers and green trees. And as the boat came nearer and nearer to the city, Salem could see that all around on the housetops and down to the water's edge were crowds and crowds of people. All were looking out towards the sea, and when they saw the boat and Salem in it, a great shout went up like the roaring of rushing waters. "It is the king! It is the king! It is Salem the king!" Then the boat landed, and there stood dozens and scores of great princes and nobles to welcome Salem when he came ashore. And there was a white horse waiting for him to ride, and its saddle and bridle were studded with diamonds and rubies and emeralds that sparkled and glistened like the stars in heaven, and Salem thought for sure he must be dreaming with his eyes open. But he was not dreaming, for it was all as true as that eggs are eggs. So up the hill he rode, and to the grandest and most splendid of all the splendid palaces, the princes and noblemen with him, and the crowd shouting as though to split their throats. And what a palace it was, as white as snow, and painted all inside with gold and blue. All around it were gardens blooming with fruit and flowers, and the like of it mortal man never saw in the world before. There they made a king of Salem, and put a golden crown on his head, and that is what the ring of good luck can do for a baker. But wait a bit, there was something queer about it all, and that is now to be told. All that day was feasting and drinking and merrymaking, and the twinging and twanging of music, and dancing of beautiful dancing girls, and such things as Salem had never heard tell of in all his life before. And when night came, they lit thousands and thousands of candles of perfumed wax, so that it was a hard matter to say when night began and day ended, only that the one smelled sweeter than the other. But at last it came midnight, and then suddenly, in an instant, all the lights went out, and everything was dark as pitch, not a spark, not a glimmer anywhere. And just as suddenly all the sound of music and dancing and merrymaking ceased, and everybody began to wail and cry until it was enough to wring one's heart to hear. Then, in the midst of all the wailing and crying, a door was flung open, and in came 6 tall and terrible black men, dressed all in black from top to toe, carrying each a flaming torch, and by the light of the torches King Salem saw that all, princes, noblemen, dancing girls, all lay on their faces on the floor. The 6 men took King Salem, who shuddered and shook with fear, by the arms, and marched him through the dark, gloomy entries and passageways, until they came at last to the very heart of the palace. There was a great high vaulted room, all of black marble, and in the middle of it was a pedestal with 7 steps, all of black marble, and on the pedestal stood a stone statue of a woman looking as natural as life, only that her eyes were shut. The statue was dressed like a queen. She wore a golden crown on her head, and upon her body hung golden robes, set with diamonds and emeralds and rubies and sapphires and pearls and all sorts of precious stones. As for the face of the statue, white paper and black ink could not tell you how beautiful it was. When Salem looked at it, it made his heart stand still in his breast. The 6 men brought Salem up in front of the statue, and then a voice came as though through the vaulted roof. "Salem, Salem, Salem," it said, "what art thou doing? Today is feasting and drinking and merry-making, but beware of tomorrow." As soon as these words were ended, the 6 black men marched King Salem back whence they had brought him. There they left him and passed out one by one as they had first come in, and the door shut to behind them. Then in an instant the lights flashed out again, the music began to play, and the people began to talk and laugh, and King Salem thought that maybe all that had just passed was only a bit of an ugly dream after all. So that is the way King Salem the baker began to reign, and that is the way he continued to reign. All day was feasting and drinking and making merry and music and laughing and talking, but every night at midnight the same thing happened. The lights went out, all the people began wailing and crying, and the 6 tall, terrible black men came with fantastic torches and marched King Salem away to the beautiful statue. And every night the same voice said, "Salem, Salem, Salem, what art thou doing? Today is feasting and drinking and merrymaking, but beware of tomorrow." So things went on for a 12-month, and at last came the end of the year. That day and night the merrymaking was merrier and wilder and madder than it had ever been before, but the great clock in the tower went on, tick tock, tick tock, and by it came midnight. Then, as it always happened before, the lights went out, and all was as black as ink. But this time there was no wailing and crying out, but everything was silent as death. The door opened slowly, and in came, not 6 black men as before, but 9 men as silent as death, dressed all in flaming red, and the torches they carried burned as red as blood. They took King Salem by the arms, just as the 6 men had done, and marched him through the same entries and passageways, and so came at last to the same vaulted room. There stood the statue, but now it was turned to flesh and blood, and the eyes were open and looking straight at Salem the baker. "Art thou Salem?" said she, and she pointed her finger straight at him. "Yes, I am Salem," said he. "And dost thou wear the gold ring with the red stone?" "Yes," said he, "I have it on my finger." "And dost thou wear the iron ring?" "No," said he, "I gave that to Salem the fisherman." The words had hardly left his lips when the statue gave a great cry and clapped her hands together. In an instant an echoing cry sounded all over the town, a shriek fit to split the ears. The next moment there came another sound, a sound like thunder, above and below and everywhere. The earth began to shake and rock, and the houses began to topple and fall, and the people began to scream and to yell and to shout, and the waters of the sea began to lash and to roar, and the wind began to bellow and howl. Then it was a good thing for King Salem that he wore Luck's ring, for, though all the beautiful snow-white palace about him and above him began to crumble to pieces like slaked lime, the sticks and the stones and the beams to fall this side of him and that, he crawled out from under it without a scratch or a bruise, like a rat out of a cellar. That is what Luck's ring did for him. But his troubles were not over yet, for, just as he came out from under all the ruin, the island began to sink down into the water, carrying everything along with it, that is, everything but him and one thing else. That one other thing was an empty boat, and King Salem climbed into it, and nothing else saved him from drowning. It was Luck's ring that did that for him also. The boat floated on until it came to another island that was just like the island he had just left, only that there was neither tree nor blade of grass, nor hide nor hair, nor living thing of any kind. Nevertheless, it was an island just like the other, of high mountain and nothing else. There Salem the baker went ashore, and there he would have starved to death only for Luck's ring. For one day a boat came sailing by, and when poor Salem shouted, those aboard heard him and came and took him off. How they all stared to see his golden crown, for he still wore it, and his robes of silk and satin, and the gold and jewels. Before they would consent to carry him away, they made him give up all the fine things he had. Then they took him home again, to the town whence he had first come, just as poor as when he had started. Back he went to his bake shop and his ovens, and the first thing he did was to take off his gold ring and put it on the shelf. "If that is the ring of good luck," said he, "I do not want to wear the like of it." That is the way with mortal man, for one has to have the ring of wisdom as well, to turn the ring of luck to good account. And now for Salem the fisherman. Well, thus it happened to him. For a while he carried the iron ring around in his pocket, just as so many of us do, without thinking to put it on. But one day he slipped it on his finger, and that is what we do not all of us do. After that he never took it off again, and the world went smoothly with him. He was not rich, but then he was not poor. He was not merry, neither was he sad. He always had enough, and was thankful for it, for I never yet knew wisdom to go begging or crying. So he went his way, and he fished his fish, and 12 months and a week or more passed by. Then one day he went past the baker shop, and there sat Salem the baker, smoking his pipe. "So, friend," said Salem the fisherman, "you are back again in the old place, I see." "Yes," said the other Salem. "A while ago I was a king, and now I am nothing but a baker again. As for that gold ring with the red stone, they may say it is Luck's ring if they choose, but when next I wear it I may be hanged." Thereupon he told Salem the fisherman the story of what had happened to him, with all its ins and outs, just as I have told you. "Well," said Salem the fisherman, "I should like to have a sight of that island myself. If you want the ring no longer, just let me have it, for maybe if I wear it something of the kind will happen to me." "You may have it," said Salem the baker. "Yonder it is, and you are welcome to it." So Salem the fisherman put on the ring, and then went his way about his own business. That night, as he came home carrying his nets over his shoulder, whom should he meet but the little old man in grey, with his white beard and the black cap on his head, and the long staff in his hand. "Is your name Salem?" said the little man, just as he had done to Salem the baker. "Yes," said Salem, "it is." "And do you wear a gold ring with a red stone?" said the little old man, just as he had said before. "Yes," said Salem, "I do." "Then come with me," said the little old man, "and I will show you the wonder of the world." Salem the fisherman remembered all that Salem the baker had told him, and he took no two thoughts as to what to do. Down he tumbled his nets, and away he went after the other as fast as his legs could carry him. Here they went, and there they went, up crooked streets and lanes, and down byways and alleyways, until at last they came to the same garden to which Salem the baker had been brought. Then the old man knocked at the gate 3 times, and cried out in a loud voice, "Open, open, open to Salem who wears the ring of luck." Then the gate opened, and in they went. Fine as it all was, Salem the fisherman cared to look neither to the right nor to the left, but straight after the old man he went, until at last they came to the seaside, and the boat, and the 24 oarsmen dressed like princes, and the black slaves with the perfumed torches. Here the old man entered the boat, and Salem after him, and away they sailed. To make a long story short, Everything happened to Salem the fisherman just as it had happened to Salem the baker. At dawn of day they came to the island and the city built on the mountain, and the palaces were just as white and beautiful, and the gardens and orchards just as fresh and blooming as though they had not all tumbled down and sunk under the water a week before, almost carrying poor Salem the baker with them. There were the people dressed in silks and satins and jewels just as Salem the baker had found them, and they shouted and hurrahed for Salem the fisherman just as they had shouted and hurrahed for the other. There were the princes and the nobles and the white horse, and Salem the fisherman got on his back and rode up to the dazzling snow-white palace, and they put a crown on his head and made a king of him, just as they had made a king of Salem the baker. That night at midnight it happened, just as it had happened before. Suddenly, as the hours struck, the lights all went out, and there was a moaning and a crying enough to make the heart curdle. Then the door flew open, and in came the 6 terrible black men with torches. They led Salem the fisherman through the damp and dismal entries and passageways until they came to the vaulted room of black marble, and there stood the beautiful statue on its black pedestal. Then came the voice from above, "Salem, Salem, Salem, what art thou doing? Today is feasting and drinking and merrymaking, but beware of tomorrow." But Salem the fisherman did not stand still and listen, as Salem the baker had done. He called out, "I hear the words, I am listening. I will be beware today for the sake of tomorrow." I do not know what I should have done had I been king of that island, and had I known that in a 12-month it would all come tumbling down about my ears and sink into the sea, and maybe carry me along with it. This is what Salem the fisherman did, but then he wore the iron ring of wisdom on his finger, and I never had that upon mine. First of all he called the wisest men of the island to him, and found from them just where the other desert island lay, upon which the boat with Salem the baker in it had drifted. Then, when he had learned where it was to be found, he sent armies and armies of men, and built on that island palaces and houses, and planted there orchards and gardens just like the palaces and the orchards and the gardens about him, only a great deal finer. Then he sent fleets and fleets of ships, and carried everything away from the island where he lived to that other island, all the men and the women and the children, all the flocks and herds and every living thing, all the fowls and the birds and everything that wore feathers, all the gold and the silver, and the jewels and the silks and the satins, and whatever was any good or of any use. And when all these things were done, there were still 2 days left until the end of the year. Upon the first of these 2 days he sent over the beautiful statue and had it set up in the very midst of the splendid new palace he had built. Upon the second day he went over himself, leaving behind him nothing but the dead mountain and the rocks and the empty houses. So came the end of the 12 months. So came midnight. Out went all the lights in the new palace, and everything was as silent as death and as black as ink. The door opened, and in came the 9 men in red, with torches burning as red as blood. They took Salem the fisherman by the arms, and led him to the beautiful statue, and there she was with her eyes open. "Are you Salem?" she said. "Yes, I am Salem," said he. "And do you wear the ring of wisdom?" said she. "Yes, I do," said he, and so he did. There was no roaring and thundering, there was no shaking and quaking, there was no toppling and tumbling, there was no splashing and dashing, for this island was solid rock, and there was not all enchantment and hollow inside and underneath like the other which he had left behind. The beautiful statue smiled until the place lit up as though the sun shone. Down she came from the pedestal where she stood and kissed Salem the fisherman on the lips. Then instantly the lights blazed everywhere, and the people shouted and cheered, and the music played. But neither Salem the fisherman nor the beautiful statue saw or heard anything. "I have done all this for you," said Salem the fisherman. "And I have been waiting for you 1,000 years," said the beautiful statue, only she was not a statue any longer. After that they were married, and Salem the fisherman and the enchanted statue became king and queen in real earnest. I think Salem the fisherman sent for Salem the baker and made him rich and happy. I hope he did. I am sure he did. So, after all, it is not always the lucky one who gathers the plums when wisdom is by to pick up what the other shakes down. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edmund. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The little man as big as your thumb with moustaches 7 miles long. A Russian tale. Far, far behind the blue sea, in the midst of the pleasant meadows, stood a lofty city, and in this city ruled Tsar Wisehead with his Tsaritsa. There they lived a long time, and to their great delight 2 daughters were born to them. The elder so lovely that they called her Loveliness That Shines, and the other no less beautiful, whom they named Jewel Without a Price. In his joy, the Tsar made merry and gladdened his heart. But when all feastings and junketings were over, he began to be greatly troubled how to train up his beloved daughters. He built for them a white marble palace with pinnacles of gold and mother of pearl that shone like fire in the sun. They were laid to sleep on eider-down bed covered with sable coverlets and fed only with golden spoons. 3 nurses took it in turn to drive away the flies when the little princesses slept, and they were bidden to take care that the lovely sun never peeped into the children's room, that the cold dew never fell on them, and the cold wind never touched them. Yet with all this care, great was the anxiety of the Tsar concerning his daughters. He built a high wall around their palace to protect them, and then he built a higher wall, and then he built one higher still. And withal he was still just as anxious as he had been in the beginning. So he placed beside the little ones 77 nurses to watch them indoors, and 77 nurses to watch them outdoors, and 77 guardians to guard the walls of the palace. Thus Tsar Wisehead with his Tsaritsa and his 2 daughters lived many years. The princesses began to grow up and become beautiful maidens, and still the Tsar was just as anxious concerning them as he had been in the beginning. One day he sat thinking and casting over in his mind whether he should build a wall higher than all other 3, when he suddenly heard a great noise and commotion. There was a scampering up and down and to and fro in the courtyard. The outdoor nurses were crying, the indoor nurses were howling, and the guardians were bawling with all their might. The Tsar immediately rushed out and asked, "What's the matter?" Then the 77 men attendants and the twice 77 women attendants all fell down on their knees before him. "We are guilty," they cried. "Look now, the Tsarevnas have been carried off by a whirlwind." A strange thing indeed had happened. The princesses had gone out to walk in the garden to pluck a few sweet peas and a red poppy or 2, when suddenly a black cloud rose up above them, whence it came nobody knew, and it blew right into the eyes of the nurses and guardians. Of what use then were all the walls? When the attendants came to themselves and began to rub their eyes, the princesses had been carried straight up in the air and were almost out of sight in the distance. Tsar Wisehead flared up with rage. "Off to the dungeons with all of you," he cried. "What? 77 indoor nurses, 77 outdoor nurses, 77 guardians, and you could not look after 2 Tsarevnas?" And now the Tsar was in sore affliction. He neither ate, nor drank, nor slept. Banquets at his court there were none, and the sound of the fiddle and the shawm were heard no more. Only sad grief sat beside him and sang her mournful dirge in his ear. But in time another child was born to the Tsar, and this time it was not a daughter but a son. Tsar Wisehead rejoiced greatly, and he called the boy Ivan. But he was wiser now than he had been before, so, though he gave the child wise teachers and valiant voivodes to surround him, he commended him to God, and built no high walls to protect him. And the Tsarevich Ivan began to grow and grow. He grew not by the day but by the hour, and what wondrous beauty, what a stately figure was his. One thing only weighed upon the heart of the Tsar. He saw nothing in the boy that he held for heroic valour or knightly skill. He did not tear off the heads of his comrades, nor break their arms and legs. He neither loved to play with lances of damask steel, nor swords of tempered metal. Good and beauteous was the Tsarevich Ivan. He amazed all men with his wit and wisdom, and his greatest delight was to play on the harp that needed no harper. Ivan played so well that men forgot all else but the music as they listened, and those who heard him danced for joy. But with all these, his son's gifts, the Tsar could not see that there was one among them that would enable him to hold his kingdom against an evil foe. So one day he called Ivan before him, and thus he spake, "My beloved son, good art thou and beauteous, and I am well content with thee. One thing only grieves me. I do not see in thee the valour of a warrior or the skill of a champion. Thou dost not love the clash of steel lances, and the tempered blade has no charm for thee. Look now, if evil foes should come upon us, what couldst thou do to defend us?" The Tsarevich Ivan listened to the words of the Tsar, his father, and thus he made answer, "Dear Tsar and father, both courage and strength are mine, yet do I trust rather in sagacity than in the clash of steel. Not by cudgels, but by wisdom will I prevail against the foe. Make trial of me this very day, make trial of my youthful valour. Look now, they tell me that I have 2 sisters whom the whirlwind carried away, and the rumour of them vanished as if it were covered with snow. Call together now all thy princes, thy heroes, thy stalwart voevods, and bid them do thee the service of finding the Tsarevnas. And if any one of them, with all their damask blades, their iron lances, their glowing darts, and their countless soldiery, shall offer himself to do thee this service, then give to him my tsardom, and bid me unto him a scullion to clean his pots and pans. But if they cannot render thee this service, then I will render it thee, and thou shalt see that my wits are keener than a damask blade, and stronger than a lance." The words of the Tsarevich pleased the Tsar. He called together his boyars, his voevods, his strong and mighty champions, and he said to them, "Is there any one of you, my strong and mighty champions, hero enough to go and seek my daughters? If so, to him will I give to choose which of my daughters he will to be his wife, and with her he shall have half my tsardom." The boyars, the voevods, and the champions looked one upon another, and hid one behind the other, but not one of them dared to speak. Then the Tsarevich bowed before his father, and said, "Dear father, if none will take it upon him to render thee this paltry little service, give me thy blessing on my journey. I will go, I will seek my sisters, nor have I need of any royal gift from thee to urge me forth." "Good," replied the Tsar. "My blessing go with thee. Depart in God's name on thy journey. Take what thou wilt of my treasures, silver and gold, and if thou requirest soldiers, take a good 100,000 horse and 100,000 foot." But the Tsarevich Ivan answered, "I need neither silver nor gold, neither horse nor foot, neither sword nor lance. I will take with me my sweet-sounding harp, and I will not leave my wits behind. Nothing else do I need. And thou, my sovereign Tsar, await me these 3 years. Then, if I come not again, choose thee my successor." So Ivan received again his father's blessing, commended himself to God, took his harp under his arm, and went straight on his way whither his eyes led him. He went and went near and far, high and low, and as he went he played songs upon his harp. When night fell, he laid him down on the silky grass beneath the vast roof of the heavenly dome bright with stars. And when the sun in all his glory chased away the darkness like a flock of birds, he rose again and wended his way along. At last one evening he came to an opening in a dense forest. All around were enormous oaks and pines lit up by the rays of the setting sun. And in the midst of these, within a railing, stood a little house. It was supported on hen's legs that walked about and kept twirling it round over the yard. And Ivan cried out, "Turn round, little house, turn round, I want to come inside. Let thy back to the forest be found, thy door to me open wide." The little house turned round. Ivan stepped in at the door, and there in the hut was sitting Baba Yaga, the bony one. "Fie, fie, fie, why hast thou come here where no Russian soul ever enters?" cried Baba Yaga. "Ask me no questions tonight, little granny," said Ivan. "Morning is wiser than evening. Give me food tonight." At these words Baba Yaga leapt up in the twinkling of an eye, heated her little stove, and prepared him food and drink. Then she made him a soft bed, and leaving him in the little house that went walking about on hen's legs, she passed the night out of doors. In the morning Ivan spake to her thus: "I go to seek my sisters, loveliness that shines, and jewel without a price. Tell me, my dear little granny, if thou knowest, what way must I go, and where will I find them?" "I know where they are," said Baba Yaga. "They are kept prisoner by the little man as big as your thumb, with moustaches 7 miles long, and a fierce little man he is. His strength is as the whirlwind. He can pull up an oak by the roots." "Nay," said Ivan, "be his strength thrice 10 times that of a man, God will not give over a Russian soul to fall before such a swine as that. Where may I find him?" "The way to his cave among the rocks is long and difficult," said Baba Yaga. "But if thou wilt follow the road before the door, thou wilt come at length to a little hut with a garden and a sheepfold that he pulled up and carried away at one swoop from a little peasant of the steppes. If thou canst contrive to meet him there, thou wilt be saved a long journey." So Ivan thanked Baba Yaga for her bread and salt, bade her farewell, and was off. He strode and he strode, striding with great strides. He travelled that day, and the next, and the third also, with nothing but the blue sky above his head and the broad wild steppes on every side. At length he came to a little hut with a tiny sheepfold and a tiny garden. He knocked at the door. There was no answer. He peeped in at the window. It was quite empty. So he lifted the latch and walked in. Then he sat himself down to think of some way to bring the little man to him. After short consideration, he took the kettle that hung in the fireplace, filled it full of green cabbages and what not from the garden, and set himself to make a savoury stew. When it was all well a-boiling, so the pleasant smell rose up the chimney and floated off in the air, he hung up his harp by the chimney bench to keep it out of harm's way, and sat down again to wait. Almost at once there came a rumbling and a thundering from without. The door was nearly torn off its hinges, and there stood the little man as big as your thumb, with moustaches 7 miles long. He looked at Ivan from beneath his beating brows, and shrieked with a terrible voice, "How dare you come into my hut as if you were its lord and master? How dare you make savoury stew out of my cabbages?" But Ivan looked at him calmly and said with a smile, "You ought to grow a little bigger before you shriek so." At that the little man fell into a fury. Seizing hold of both doorposts, he shook the whole house like a tempest. Then he flung himself violently on Ivan. But though his strength seemed thrice 10 times that of Ivan, Ivan was not afraid. Dodging well out of his reach, he seized the little man by the long moustaches and held on tight. Then he began to drag him around the hut and tumble him about. The little man, as big as your thumb, with moustaches 7 miles long, wriggled and writhed like a serpent. At length, with a terrible wrench, he jerked himself loose and was off, leaving the ends of his moustaches clutched tight in Ivan's fists. Ivan made after him swiftly, but whither, pray? All at once the little man flew up into the air like fluff and vanished. So Ivan knew no more than before where to search for his sisters. Henceforth, though he made many a savoury stew, the fragrance of which went up the chimney, the little man came no more. Then Ivan reflected and said to himself, "I will go to the river hard by, take a boat, and ferry people across. Of each who crosses I will take no money, but will ask that he tell me, if he knows, where I may find the little man as big as your thumb, with moustaches 7 miles long." So Ivan took his harp on his back, left the little hut, and went to the river. There he took a ferry boat, and for 1 whole year he ferried people back and forth, and he took no fare, but asked each one where the little man was to be found. Not one among thousands could tell him, but on the very last day of the year it befell that he had to ferry over 3 old pilgrims. Once across, the men got out on the bank and began to undo their purses. The first pulled out a handful of gold, the second a roll of pearls, and the third the most precious stones. "There, that is for thy ferrying, good youth," said the old men. But Ivan pushed from him all the gold and jewels. "Nay," he said, "I will take nothing from you. Tell me rather if you know where I may find the little man as big as your thumb, with moustaches 7 miles long." "Well for thee, good youth, that thou hast asked this of us," said the eldest of the pilgrims, "for thou hast but to wish thyself where the little man is, and we can grant thee thy wish." "Let me be at once where the little man keeps my sisters," cried Ivan, and before he could wink, he found himself in a deep chasm among the gloomy rocks by the sea, and near a dark yawning cavern before him the little man was sitting. "Ha! What brings you hither?" he screeched as he saw Ivan. "I have come for my sisters, the Tsarevnas, and you shall not escape me again," cried Ivan. But the little man laughed mockingly. Slipping into the cave in the great grey rocks, he came forth dragging with him the 2 lovely princesses. In a flash, while they stretched out their arms imploringly toward Ivan, he had them up the rock far out of Ivan's reach, and on the very edge of the cliff that overhung the sea. "I'll pitch them into the sea," he roared. Ivan used his wits in a twinkling. Seizing his harp, he drew his hands across its strings and struck up a lively tune. As soon as that tune fell on the little man's ears, whether he would or no, he found his arms akimbo, and suddenly fell a-dancing. He skipped up and down, he stamped with his feet, he danced, and he could not leave off dancing. So angry was he that he roared and shrieked, but he could not leave off dancing. At the sound of that music too, the fish came up out of the sea, whales and sturgeons and herring and carp, not to speak of crabs and lobsters, and they all began to dance on the shore. They circled and spun and leaped, they hopped and skipped and tripped, and they could not leave off dancing. So the lovely princesses fled to their brother, and Ivan, setting down his harp, bade it go on playing of itself while he put an arm about each of his sisters and led them safely away. And the harp went on harping without a harper, and the little man went on howling and dancing. And the whales and the sturgeons and the herrings and the carp, not to speak of the crabs and the lobsters, all danced in a circle about him. But Ivan delivered his sisters in safety to their father. The Tsar and the Tsaritsa received their daughters with joy, and henceforth they commended them to God, but built no more walls around them. As to Ivan, he said to his father, "Thou seest, O sovereign Tsar, that not with force and valour alone may one prevail, but as well with wit and wisdom." End of section 3. Recording by Edmund.
Section 4 of the treasure chest of my Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The treasure chest of my Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Squire's Bride, by Peter Christian Asbjornsen. Once upon a time there was a rich squire who owned a large farm, and had plenty of silver at the bottom of his chest, and money in the bank besides, and he felt there was something wanting, for he was a widower. One day the daughter of a neighbouring farmer was working for him in the hayfield. The squire saw her and liked her very much, and as she was the child of poor parents, he thought if he only hinted that he wanted her, she would be ready to marry him at once. So he told her he had been thinking of getting married again. "Ay, one may think of many things," said the girl, laughing. In her opinion, the old fellow ought to be thinking of something that behooved him better than getting married. "Well, you see, I thought that you should be my wife." "No, thank you all the same," said she. "That's not at all likely." The squire was not accustomed to be gainsaid, and the more she refused him, the more determined he was to get her. But as he made no progress in her favour, he sent for her father and told him that if he could arrange the matter with his daughter, he would forgive him the money he had lent him, and he would also give him the piece of land which lay close to his meadow into the bargain. "Yes, you may be sure I'll bring my daughter to her senses," said the father. "She's only a child, and she doesn't know what's best for her." But all his coaxing and talking did not help matters. She would not have the squire, she said, if he sat buried in gold up to his ears. The squire waited day after day, but at last he became so angry and impatient that he told the father if he expected him to stand by his promise, he would have to put his foot down and settle the matter now, for he would not wait any longer. The man knew no other way out of it but to let the squire get everything ready for the wedding, and when the parson and the wedding guests had arrived, the squire should send for the girl as if she was wanted for some work on the farm. When she arrived, she would have to be married right away, so that she would have no time to think it over. The squire thought this was well and good, and so he began brewing and baking and getting ready for the wedding in grand style. When the guests had arrived, the squire called one of his farm lads and told him to run down to his neighbor and ask him to send him what he had promised. "But if you are not back in a twinkling," he said, shaking his fist at him, "I'll—" He did not say more, for the lad ran off as if he had been shot at. "My master has sent me to ask for what you promised him," said the lad when he got to the neighbor, "but there is no time to be lost, for he is terribly busy today." "Yes, yes, run down into the meadow and take her with you. There she goes," answered the neighbor. The lad ran off, and when he came to the meadow he found the daughter there raking hay. "I am to fetch what your father has promised my master," said the lad. "Aha," thought she, "is that what they are up to?" "Ah, indeed," she said, "I suppose it's a little bay mare of ours. You'd better go and take her. She stands there tethered on the other side of the peas field," said the girl. The boy jumped on the back of the bay mare and rode home at full gallop. "Have you got her with you?" asked the squire. "She's down at the door," said the lad. "Take her up to the room my mother had," said the squire. "But, master, how can that be managed?" said the lad. "You must do as I tell you," said the squire. "If you cannot manage her alone, you must get the men to help you," for he thought the girl might turn obstreperous. When the lad saw his master's face, he knew there would be no use to gainsay him. So he went and got all the farm tenants who were there to help him. Some pulled at the head and the forelegs of the mare, and others pushed from behind, and at last they got her up the stairs and into the room. There lay all the wedding finery ready. "Now that's done, master," said the lad, "but it was a terrible job. It was the worst I've ever had here on the farm." "Never mind, you shall not have done it for nothing," said his master. "Now send the women up to dress her." "But I say, master," said the lad. "None of your talk," said the squire. "Tell them they must dress her, and mind and not forget either wreath or crown." The lad ran into the kitchen. "Look here, lasses," he said, "you must go upstairs and dress up the bay mare as bride. I expect the master wants to give the guests a laugh." The women dressed the bay mare in everything that was there, and then the lad went and told his master that now she was ready dressed, with wreath and crown and all. "Very well, bring her down," said the squire. "I will receive her myself at the door." There was a terrible clatter on the stairs, for that bride, you know, had no silken shoes on. When the door was opened and the squire's bride entered the parlour, you can imagine there was a good deal of tittering and grinning. And as for the squire, you may be sure he had had enough of that bride, and they say he never went courting again. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Magic Horse, The Arabian Nights. Throughout all Persia, the Nowruz, or Festival of the New Year, has always been celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings. Strangers are invited to appear at court, and liberal rewards are given by the Sultan to those who can produce the most wonderful inventions. On one of these feast days, after the most skilful inventors of the country had displayed their devices before the Sultan of Persia at Shiraz, there suddenly appeared at the foot of the throne, just as the assembly was breaking up, a Hindu with an artificial horse. The horse was richly bridled and saddled, and so wonderfully made that at first sight he looked like a living creature. The Hindu prostrated himself before the throne, and pointing to the horse said to the sultan, "Sire, of all wonders which you have this day seen, I assure you this horse is the most wonderful. Whenever I mount him, be it where it may, if I wish to transport myself to the most distant part of the world, I can do it in a very short time. This is a marvel which nobody ever heard of, and which I offer to display for your majesty, if you command me." The sultan, who was fond of everything that was curious, had indeed never beheld or heard of anything that came up to this, so he bade the Hindu perform what he had promised. The Hindu immediately put his foot into the stirrup, and mounted his horse with agility. When he had fixed himself in the saddle, he asked the sultan where he was pleased to send him. About 3 leagues from Shiraz there was a high mountain visible from the large square before the palace, where the sultan and his court and great concourse of people were then gathered. "Do you see that mountain?" said the sultan. "Ride your horse thither, and bring me a branch from the palm tree that grows at the bottom of the hill." The sultan had no sooner declared his will than the Hindu turned a peg which was in the hollow of the horse's neck, just by the pummel of the saddle. In an instant the horse rose off the ground and carried his rider into the air like lightning, rising to such a great height that the sultan and all the spectators were struck with admiration. In less than a quarter of an hour they saw him returning with the palm branch in his hand. Before he descended he took 2 or 3 turns in the air amid the acclamations of the people, then alighted on the spot whence he had set off. He dismounted and prostrated himself before the throne, laying the branch of the palm tree at the feet of the sultan. The sultan, who had viewed this unheard of sight with no less admiration than astonishment, conceived a great desire to have the horse, and said to the Hindu, "I will buy him of you." "Sire," replied the Hindu, "I beg of you not to be angry with me, but I cannot resign to you my horse except on receiving the hand of the princess your daughter as my wife." The courtiers could not forbear laughing aloud at this extravagant demand of the Hindu, but the Prince Firouz Schah, the sultan's eldest son and heir to the crown, could not hear it without indignation. "Sire," he said, "I hope you will not hesitate to refuse so insolent a demand, or allow this insignificant juggler to flatter himself for a moment with the idea of being allied to one of the most powerful monarchs in the world." "Son," replied the sultan, "putting my daughter the princess out of the question, I may still make another agreement with the Hindu. But before I bargain at all, I should be glad that you would examine the horse, try him yourself, and give me your opinion." On hearing this, the Hindu readily ran before the prince to help him mount and show him how to guide and manage the horse. But the prince mounted without the Hindu's assistance, and as soon as he had his feet in the stirrups, without waiting for the artist's advice, he turned the peg he had seen him use. Instantly the horse darted up in the air, quick as an arrow out of a bow. In a few moments neither horse nor prince was to be seen. The Hindu, alarmed at what had happened, prostrated himself before the throne and cried out, "Sire, your majesty yourself saw that the prince was so hasty he would not permit me to give him the necessary instructions how to govern my horse. He knows not how to turn the horse around and bring him back again. I beg you do not hold me accountable for what may happen to him." But the sultan, perceiving the danger into which his son's impatience had brought him, asked in a passion why the Hindu had not called out instructions to the prince the moment he saw him ascend. "Sire," answered the Hindu, "your majesty saw as well as I with what rapidity the horse flew away. Surprise deprived me of the use of my tongue. But," he added, "there is reason to hope that the prince, when he finds himself at a loss, will perceive another peg. As soon as he turns that, the horse will cease to rise and descend to the ground, when he may turn him to what place he pleases by guiding him with the bridle. Your head shall answer for my son's life if he does not return safe in 3 days' time," cried the sultan, and he ordered his officers to secure the Hindu and keep him close prisoner, after which he retired to his palace in great affliction. In the meantime, Prince Firouz Schah was carried through the air with prodigious swiftness, and in less than an hour's time he had got so high that he could not distinguish anything on the earth. Mountains and plains seemed confounded together. It was then he began to think of returning, and thought to do it by turning the same peg he had used before, only the contrary way, pulling the bridle at the same time. But when he found that the horse still continued to ascend, His alarm was great. He turned the peg several times one way and the other, but all in vain. It was then he saw his fault, and apprehended the great danger he was in from not having waited to learn how to guide the horse before he mounted. He examined the horse's head and neck with great attention, and at length perceived behind the right ear another peg, smaller than the first. He turned that peg, and immediately the horse began to descend in the same oblique manner as he had mounted, but not so swiftly. Night had overshadowed that part of the earth over which the prince was flying when he discovered the small peg, and as the horse descended, he by degrees lost sight of the sun till it grew quite dark, insomuch that instead of choosing what place he would go to, he was obliged to let the bridle lie upon the horse's neck and wait patiently till he alighted, though not without dread lest it should be in the desert, a river, or the sea. At last, after midnight, the horse reached the ground, and the prince dismounted, very faint and hungry. Having eaten nothing since the morning when he came out of the palace with his father to assist at the festival, he found himself to be on the terrace of a magnificent palace, surrounded with a balustrade of white marble breast high, and groping about, reached a staircase. None but Prince Firouz Schah would have ventured to go down those stairs, dark as they were and exposed to danger, but he said to himself, "I do not come to do anybody any harm, so whoever meets me and finds me unarmed will attempt nothing against me without hearing what I have to say for myself." After this reflection he went softly down the stairs and came to a landing place where he found a door opening into an apartment that had a light in it. The prince stopped, and listening, heard no other sound within than the snoring of some people who were fast asleep. He advanced a little into the room, and by the light of the lamp saw that those persons were black chamberlains with naked sabres laid by them, which was enough to inform him that this was the guard chamber of some queen or princess. Prince Firouz Schah advanced on tiptoe without waking the chamberlains, and drew aside the silken curtain that hung before an inner room. There he saw a magnificent chamber containing many beds, one alone being on a raised day, and the others on the floor. The princess slept in the first, and her women in the others. He crept softly towards the day, and there beheld a beauty so extraordinary that he was charmed at first sight. Gently he woke the princess. She opened her eyes, and seeing a handsome young man was in great surprise, yet showed no sign of fear. The prince bowed himself to the ground and said, "Beautiful princess, by the most extraordinary and wonderful adventure, you see at your feet a suppliant prince, son of the Sultan of Persia. Pray afford him your assistance and protection." The personage to whom Firouz Schah so happily addressed himself was the Princess of Bengal, eldest daughter of the Rajah of that kingdom, who had built this palace at a small distance from his capital, whither she went to enjoy the country. After she had heard the prince, she replied with kindness, "Prince, hospitality, humanity, and politeness are to be met within the kingdom of Bengal as well as in Persia. I grant you the protection you ask. You may depend on what I say." The Prince of Persia would have thanked the Princess of Bengal for her kindness, but she would not give him leave. "Notwithstanding my desire," said she, "to know by what miracle you have come hither from the capital of Persia in so short a time, and how you have been able to come to my apartment and escape the vigilance of my guards, as you must want some refreshment, I will postpone my curiosity and give orders to many women to regale you, and show you to a room where you may rest after your fatigue." The princess's women each took a wax candle, and after the prince had taken leave very respectfully, they went before him and conducted him into a handsome chamber, where they brought him all sorts of meats. When he had eaten, they left him to repose. In the meantime, the Princess of Bengal was so struck with the intelligence, politeness, and other good qualities which she had discovered in that short conversation with the prince, that she could not sleep. But when her women came into her room again, she asked them if they had taken care of him, and more particularly what they thought of him. The women answered, "We do not know what you may think of him, but for our part we think you would be very happy if the Rajah, your father, would marry you to so amiable a prince, for there is not a prince in all the kingdom of Bengal to compare with him, nor can we hear that any of the neighbouring princes are worthy of you." Nothing went forward for several days following this but concerts of music, accompanied with magnificent feasts in the garden, or hunting parties in the vicinity of the palace, which abounded with all sorts of game, stags and deer, and other beasts peculiar to the kingdom of Bengal. After the chase, the prince and princess met in some beautiful spot where a carpet was spread and cushions laid for their accommodation. There, resting themselves, they conversed on various subjects. For 2 whole months Prince Firouz Schah remained the guest of the Princess of Bengal, taking part in all the amusements she arranged for him. But after that time he declared seriously that he could not stay any longer, and begged her to give him leave to return to his father, repeating a promise he had made to her to return soon in a style worthy of her and of himself, to demand her in marriage of the Rajah. "And, princess," observed the Prince of Persia, "that you may not doubt the truth of my affection, I would presume, were I not afraid you would be offended at my request, to ask the favor of taking you along with me to visit my father the Sultan." The princess returned no answer to this address of the Prince of Persia, but her silence and downcast eyes were sufficient to inform him that she had no reluctance to accompany him into Persia. The next morning, therefore, a little before daybreak, they went upon the terrace of the palace. The prince turned the horse's head towards Persia, and the princess was no sooner up behind him, with her arms about his waist for better security, than he turned the peg, when the horse mounted into the air. In 2 hours' time the prince discovered the capital of Persia. The prince could not alight in the palace of his father, but directed his course towards a small kiosk at a little distance from the capital. He led the princess into a handsome apartment, where he told her that, to do her all honor, he would go and inform his father of their arrival, and return to her immediately. He ordered the attendants of the palace whom he summoned to provide the princess with whatever she had occasion for. Having then taken leave of the princess, he left the artificial horse and ordered a real one to be brought. This he mounted and set out for the palace. As he passed through the streets, he was received with acclamations by the people, who were overjoyed to see him again. The sultan, his father, was in the midst of his council when his son appeared before him. He received the prince with tears of joy, and embracing him, asked what had been his adventures. The question gave the prince an opportunity of describing what had happened to him, and the affection he and the Princess of Bengal entertained for each other, and how he had persuaded her to accompany him into Persia, and desired his father's consent to their marriage. After these words, the sultan embraced his son a second time and said, "Son, I not only consent to your marriage with the Princess of Bengal, but will go and meet her myself, thank her for the obligation I am under to her, bring her to my palace, and celebrate your wedding this day." The sultan now ordered that the Hindu should be fetched out of prison and brought before him, when he said, "Thanks be to God, my son is returned again. Go take your horse, and never let me see your face more." As the Hindu had learned that Prince Firouz Schah was returned with a princess whom he had left at the kiosk, he thought he would just be beforehand with the prince and the sultan and have the princess for himself. So, without losing any time, he went direct to the kiosk, and addressing himself to the captain of the guard, told him he came from the Prince of Persia to fetch the Princess of Bengal on the horse to the sultan, who waited in the great square of the palace to gratify the whole court and the city of Shiraz with that wonderful sight. The captain of the guard credited what the Hindu said, and presented him to the Prince of Bengal, who no sooner understood that he came from the Prince of Persia than she consented to what the prince, as she thought, desired of her. The Hindu, overjoyed at the ease with which he had accomplished his villainy, mounted his horse, took the princess before him, and turned the peg, whereat the horse mounted instantly into the air. At the same time the sultan, with his entire court, was on the way from his palace to the kiosk, and the Prince of Persia had ridden on before to prepare the princess to receive his father. To defy them both and revenge himself for the ill treatment he had received, the Hindu appeared directly over their heads with his prize. When the Sultan of Persia saw the Hindu, he stopped. His surprise and affliction were keen. He loaded him with 1,000 imprecations, as did also all his courtiers, but the Hindu, little moved by their curses, continued his way, while the sultan went back to his palace in rage and vexation. But what was Prince Firouz Schah's grief to see the Hindu carry away the princess whom he loved so dearly. At so unexpected a sight he was thunderstruck, and before he could make up his mind what to do, the horse was out of sight. He continued his way therefore to the kiosk where he had left the princess, When he arrived, the captain of the guard, who had learned how he had been deceived, threw himself at the prince's feet, and, with tears in his eyes, accused himself of the crime which he had unintentionally committed. "Rise up," said the prince to him. "I do not impute the loss of my princess to you, but to my own want of precaution. But lose no more time. Fetch me a dervish's robe at once, and take care that you do not give the least hint it is for me." Not far from this place there stood a convent of dervishes, the superior of which was the particular friend of the captain of the guard. From him the captain readily obtained a complete dervish's habit, and carried it to Prince Firouz Schah. The prince immediately put it on, and being so disguised, left the palace, uncertain which way to go, but resolved never to return until he had found out his princess. Meantime the Hindu, mounted on his enchanted horse with the princess before him, arrived early that evening at the capital of the kingdom of Cashmere. Being hungry, he alighted in an open part of the wood, and left the princess on a grassy spot, close to a rivulet of fresh water, while he went to seek for food. During the Hindu's absence, the princess, knowing that she was in the power of a base deceiver, whose violence she dreaded, thought of getting away from him and seeking a sanctuary, but the Hindu discovered her and dragged her back with great violence. The princess made stout resistance, and her cries and shrieks soon drew to the spot the Sultan of Cashmere and his attendants who chanced to be passing. The Sultan, addressing himself to the Hindu, demanded who he was and wherefore he ill-treated the lady. The Hindu, with great impudence, replied that she was his wife, and what had anyone to do with his quarrel with her? The princess, who knew neither the rank nor the quality of the person who came so seasonably to her relief, exclaimed, "Sir, whoever you are, whom heaven has sent to my assistance, have compassion on a princess, and give no credit to that impostor. He is a wicked magician who has stolen me away from the Prince of Persia, to whom I was going to be married, and has brought me hither on the enchanted horse you behold there." The Princess of Bengal had no occasion to say more. Her beauty, majestic air, and tears declared that she spoke the truth. Justly enraged at the insolence of the Hindu, the Sultan ordered his guards to surround him and strike off his head, which sentence was immediately executed. The Sultan then conducted the princess to his palace, where he lodged her in the most magnificent apartment, and commanded a great number of women slaves to attend her. Princess of Bengal's joy was inexpressible at finding herself delivered from the Hindu, of whom she could not think without horror. She flattered herself that the Sultan of Cashmere would complete his generosity by sending her back to the Prince of Persia, where she should have told him her story and asked that favor of him. But she was much deceived in these hopes, for her deliverer had resolved to marry her himself the next day, and to that end had issued a proclamation commanding the general rejoicing of the inhabitants of the capital. At the break of day drums were beaten, trumpets sounded, and the whole palace echoed with music and joy. When the Sultan of Cashmere came to wait upon the Princess of Bengal, he informed her that all those rejoicing were in honor of their wedding, and at the same time desired her to agree to the marriage. This declaration threw her into such a state of agitation that rather than break the promise she had made to Prince Firouz Schah by consenting to marry the Sultan of Cashmere, she resolved to feign madness. She began to utter the most extravagant expressions before the Sultan, and ever rose off her seat as if to fly at him, insomuch that the Sultan was very much surprised and greatly afflicted that he should have made his proposal so unseasonably. When he found that her frenzy rather increased than abated, he left her with her women, charging them never to leave her alone, but to take great care of her. He sent often that day to inquire how she did, but received no other answer than that she was rather worse than better. So the Sultan was induced to send for all the physicians about his court to ask if they could cure her. When he saw that they could not, he called in the most celebrated and experienced physicians of the city, who had no better success. He then sent for the most famous in the kingdom, and to neighbouring courts, but all with no effect. During this interval, Firouz Schah, disguised in the habit of a dervish, had travelled through a great many provinces and towns. Full of grief, and having endured much fatigue, not knowing which way to direct his course, he made diligent inquiry after his lost princess at every place he came to. At last, passing through a city of Hindustan, he heard the people talk much of a princess of Bengal, who had become mad on the day of her intended marriage to the Sultan of Cashmere. Supposing that there could exist no other princess of Bengal, he had hastened toward the kingdom of Cashmere, and upon his arrival at the capital took up his lodging at a khan, where the same day he was informed of the story of the princess and the fate of the Hindu magician. The prince was convinced he had at last found the beloved object whom he had sought so long. Being informed of all particulars, he provided himself with a physician's habit and went boldly to the palace, announcing to the chief of the officers his wish to be allowed to undertake the cure of the princess. Some time had elapsed since any physician had offered himself, and the Sultan of Cashmere had begun to lose all hope of ever seeing the princess restored to herself. Therefore he lost no time in ordering the officer to introduce the new physician. The sultan then told the prince that the Princess of Bengal could not bear the sight of a physician without falling into the most violent transports. Accordingly, he conducted the prince into a closet whence he might see her without being observed. There Firouz Schah beheld his lovely princess looking very melancholy, and singing an air in which she deplored the unhappy fate which had deprived her, perhaps forever, of the prince whom she loved so tenderly. The prince was much affected by the melancholy condition in which he found his beloved princess, but he at once comprehended that her madness was but a pretence. When he came away, he told the sultan that he had discovered the nature of her ailment, but added that, in spite of the manner in which she took on at sight of a physician, he must speak to her in private. The sultan ordered the princess's door to be opened, and Firouz Schah went in. As soon as the princess saw him, she resorted to her old practice of violence on meeting physicians, but he made directly towards her, and when he was nigh enough for her to hear, and no one else, he said in a low voice, "Princess, I am not a physician, but the Prince of Persia." The princess, who knew the sound of his voice and recognized his features, notwithstanding he had let his beard grow long, became calm at once, and a secret joy and pleasure overspread her face. Firouz Schah then told her, as briefly as possible, his own adventures, and she informed him of all that had happened to her, how she had feigned to be mad, because she saw no other way to preserve herself for a prince to whom she had given her heart and faith. The Prince of Persia then asked if she knew what had become of the horse, to which she answered that she did not, but she supposed after the account she had given to the sultan of it, he would preserve it as a curiosity. The Sultan of Cashmere was overjoyed when the Prince of Persia stated to him how calmly the princess had received him, and what effort his first visit had had toward her recovery. In order to introduce the subject of the horse, the prince then inquired of the sultan how the princess had come into the kingdom of Cashmere thus alone, when her own country was so far distant. The sultan at once informed him, adding that he had ordered the horse to be kept safe, though he knew not how to use it. "Sire," replied Firouz Schah, "the information which your majesty has given me affords me a means of restoring the princess. As she was brought hither on this horse, and the horse is enchanted, she hath contracted somewhat of the enchantment, which can be dissipated only by a certain incense I know of. If your majesty would entertain yourself, your court, and the people of your capital with the most surprising sight that ever you beheld, let the horse be brought tomorrow into the great square before the palace, and leave the rest to me. I promise to show you and all that assembly in a few moments the Princess of Bengal completely recovered." The sultan would have undertaken much more difficult things to have secured his marriage with the princess. Moreover, he was greatly encouraged by the improvement already made, so the next day the enchanted horse was by his order taken out of the treasury and placed in the great square before the palace. A report was spread through the town that there was something extraordinary to be seen, and crowds of people flocked thither from all parts, insomuch that the sultan's guards were placed about to prevent disorder, and to keep space enough round the horse. The Sultan of Cashmere, surrounded by all his nobles and ministers of state, was placed in a gallery erected on purpose. The Princess of Bengal, attended by a number of women whom the sultan had assigned to her, went up to the enchanted horse, and the women helped her to mount. When she was fixed in the saddle, and had the bridle in her hand, the Prince of Persia placed round the horse at a proper distance many vessels full of lighted charcoal, which he had ordered to be brought, and going round them with a solemn pace, cast in handfuls of incense. Then, with downcast eyes and his hands upon his breast, he ran 3 times about the horse, making as if he pronounced some mystical words. The moment the pot sent forth a dark cloud of smoke, accompanied with a pleasant smell, which so surrounded the princess that neither she nor the horse was to be discerned. The prince, watching his opportunity, jumped nimbly up behind her, and reaching his hand to the peg, turned it. Just as the horse rose with them into the air, he pronounced these words, which the sultan heard distinctly: "Sultan of Cashmere, when you would marry a princess who implores your protection, learn first to obtain her consent." Thus the prince delivered the Princess of Bengal, and carried her the same day to the capital of Persia, where he alighted in the midst of the palace before the window of the sultan his father. The sultan deferred the marriage only so long as was required to make preparations to render the ceremony magnificent. After the days appointed for the rejoicing were over, the Sultan of Persia at once sent an ambassador to the Rajah of Bengal to give him an account of what had happened and ask his approval of the marriage. This the Rajah of Bengal took as an honor and was pleased to grant with satisfaction. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace Garrett. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Recollections of the Arabian Nights, by Alfred Tennyson. When the breeze of a joyful dawn blew free, in the silken sail of infancy, the tide of time flowed back with me, the forward flowing tide of time, and many a sheeny summer morn adown the Tigris I was borne, by Baghdad's shrines of fretted gold, high walled gardens green and old. True Mussulman was I and sworn, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al-Rasheed. A night my shallop, rustling through the low and bloomed foliage drove, the fragrant glistening deeps and clove the citron shadows in the blue. By garden porches on the brim, the costly doors flung open wide, gold glittering through the lamplight dim, and broidered sofas on each side. In sooth it was a goodly time, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al-Rasheed. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Francis Brown. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Story of the Talking Bird. There were once two brothers named Bahman and Perviz, who lived in Persia in the closest and most pleasant friendship with their only sister Parizade. They had never known their father, the Sultan Khusru Shah, nor he them, for they had been stolen away from the palace one after another when they were but a day old. Now on the occasion when the Sultan had asked to see his first babe, two wicked aunts, who lived in the palace and had spite against their sister, the Sultaness, told him that the Sultaness had in the cradle but a puppy, which she was trying to pass off as a child. On the second occasion that she had a cat, and on the third a log of wood, and no real infant at all. Which ridiculous tale the Sultan was foolish enough to believe, conceiving finally such indignation against the Sultaness that he ordered her to be imprisoned in a shed with iron bars to the windows near one of the great mosques. But the truth of the matter was that the aunts had stolen the real babes, substituting for each in turn a dog, a cat, and a log of wood. They placed the children each in a basket and sent them, one after another, adrift down the canal. It so happened that, just after the first babe was sent adrift, the keeper of the Sultan's gardens, a powerful but kind-hearted officer, who lived on the canal's bank, some way below the palace, was walking along the path, and saw something floating in the water. He called to his gardener, who came with his rake, reached out toward the floating object, and drew it to land. To their great surprise, they found it to be a basket containing a beautiful little boy. The keeper, to his sorrow, had no children of his own, so he immediately determined to adopt this foundling, and picked up the basket, carried the babe to his wife, who received the child with great joy and named him Bahman. The following year the keeper, while walking on the canal banks, saw another floating basket containing another babe, whom he and his wife adopted in exactly the same way, and named Perviz. The third year there appeared a basket containing the little princess, whom they called Parizade, and brought up with the boys. The keeper and his wife grew so extremely fond of these children that they determined not to make any inquiries into the mystery of their origin, nor to tell them that they were not really their own. All of them were so quick and clever and good that the keeper had them taught by the very best masters, and although the sister was the youngest, she was soon proficient in all learning, in writing, running, bending the bow, and darting the javelin as her brothers, whom indeed she oftentimes outdid in the race or other contest of agility. The keeper was so overjoyed to find his adopted children so accomplished in body and mind, and so well justifying the care and expense he had bestowed upon them, that he determined to build them a country house at some distance from the city, and to furnish it most magnificently. He then asked permission of the sultan to be released from his service, as he wished to end his days in peace and tranquillity. The sultan granted this request with the more pleasure because he was satisfied with his long services, and the keeper retired with the two princes and the princess to the country retreat he had built. His wife had now been dead some years, and the keeper himself had not lived above 6 months with his charges before he too suddenly died, without ever giving the princes and princess any account of the manner in which he had found them. The Princes Bahman and Perviz and the Princess Parizade, who knew no other father and loved the keeper as such, paid his memory all the honors with love and filial gratitude required of them. Content with the plentiful fortune he had left them, they left together in perfect union, free from any ambition for places of honor and dignity at court. One day, when the two princesses were hunting, and the Princess Parizade stayed at home, an old woman came to the gate and desired leave to come in and say her prayers, it being then the hour. The servants asked the princess's permission, who ordered them to show her into the oratory. The old woman went into the oratory, and when she came out, two of the princess's women invited her to see the residence, which civility she accepted, following them from one apartment to another, and observing the nice arrangement of everything. Afterward she was soon brought before the princess in the great hall. As soon as the princess saw the old woman, she said to her, "My good mother, come near and sit down by me. I am overjoyed at the opportunity of profiting for a few moments by the conversation of such a wise woman as you." "Madam," said the good woman, "I ought not to have such respect shown me, but since you command me, I will obey." When she had sat down, before they entered into any conversation, one of the princess's women brought a little low table of mother of pearl and ebony, with a china dish full of cakes and a great many others full of fruits and seasoned and sweetmeats. While they were eating, the princess asked the good woman a great many questions, all of which she answered with modesty. At last the princess asked her what she thought of the house. "Madam," answered the devout woman, "I should certainly have very bad taste to disapprove of anything in it, since it is furnished with remarkably good judgment. Yet, if you will give me leave to speak my mind freely, I will say that this house would be incomparable if it had 3 things which are lacking in it." "My good mother," replied the princess, "I implore you to tell me what are those things. I will spare no trouble to get them." "Madam," replied the devout woman, "the first of these things is a talking bird called Bulbul Khazar, which is so singular a creature that it can draw around it all the singing birds of the neighborhood. The second is a singing tree, the leaves of which form a harmonious concert of different voices and never cease. The third is the golden water, a single drop of which being poured into a vessel increases so as to fill the vessel immediately, and rises up in the middle like a fountain which continually plays, yet the basin never overflows." "Ah, my good mother," cried the princess, "how much I'm obliged to you! I never before heard that there were such curious and wonderful things in the world, but as I am sure you know where they are, do me the favor to tell me." "Madam," replied the good woman, "I should be unworthy of the hospitality you have shown me if I should refuse to satisfy your curiosity on this point. And I'm glad to tell you that these rarities are all to be met within the same spot on the confines of this kingdom towards India. The road lies before your house, and whoever sinned needs but follow it for 20 days, and on the 20th let him ask the first person he meets where the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water are, and he will be informed." After saying this, she rose from her seat, took her leave, and went away. The Princess Parizades' thoughts were so taken up with the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, that she never perceived the old woman's departure till she wanted to ask her some further questions. However, she would not send after her visitor, but endeavored to remember all the directions she had given. It seemed to her that she could only be satisfied now if she could get these things into her possession, yet she feared there would be plenty of difficulties and dangers on the way. She was lost in these thoughts when her brother returned from hunting, who, when they gathered in the great hall, instead of finding her lively and gay as she was wont to be, were amazed to see her pensively hanging her head, as if something troubled her.
"Sister," said Prince Bahman, "what is become of all your mirth and gaiety? Has some misfortune befallen you? Tell us, that we may know how to act and give you some relief."
The Princess Parizade remained for some time without speaking, but at last she lifted her eyes to her brothers and said, "We always thought this house which our late father built for us was so complete that it needed nothing. But this day I have learned that it lacks 3 things in order to render it the most perfect country seat in the world. These 3 things are the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water." Then she told them all about the visit of the religious woman. "You," she added, "may not think this is a matter of great importance, but I am persuaded that these rarities are absolutely necessary, and I shall not be happy without them. Therefore, whether you value them or not, I desire you to consider what person you may think proper for me to send on this expedition."
"Sister," replied Prince Bahman, "whatever concerns you concerns us also. It is enough that you have an earnest desire for the things you mention, but even if it were otherwise, we should be anxious to go and search for them on our own account. Only tell me where the place is, and I will set out tomorrow." "Brother," said Prince Perviz, "it is not fitting that you, who are head of the family, should be absent so long. I beg you will abandon your design and let me undertake it." "I am sure of your will, good brother," replied Prince Bahman, "but I have resolved on it and will do it. You stay home with our sister, and I need not recommend her to your care."
He spent the remainder of that day in making preparation for his journey, and in learning from the princess the directions the devout woman had left her, that he might not miss his way. Early the next day Prince Bahman mounted his horse, and Prince Perviz and the Princess Parizade embraced him and wished him a pleasant journey. But in the midst of their farewells, it suddenly came over the princess into what dangers and difficulties she was letting her brother go forth. Whereupon she cried out to him, "Ah, brother, I had quite forgotten the difficulties that may lie in the way. Alight, I beseech you, and give up this journey. I would rather never possess the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, than run the risk of losing you."
"Sister," replied Prince Bahman, "my resolution is fixed, and you must allow me to execute it. Nevertheless, as events are uncertain and I may fail, all I can do is to leave you this knife."
At that he drew a knife out of his pocket, and presenting it to his sister, said, "Take this knife, sister, and sometimes pull it out of its sheath. While you see it clean as now, it shall be a sign that I am alive, But if you find it stained with blood, then you may believe me dead, and favor me with your prayers." The Princess Parizade could obtain nothing more from Prince Bahman. He bade farewell to her and Prince Perviz for the last time, and rode away, well mounted, armed, and equipped. When he got into the road, he never turned to the right nor to the left, but went straight forward towards India. On the 20th day, he perceived by the roadside a hideous old man, who sat under a tree at some small distance from a thatched house, which was his retreat from the weather. His eyebrows were as white as snow, and so was the hair of his head. His whiskers covered his mouth, and his beard and hair reached down to his feet. The nails of his hands and feet were extremely long, and a flat, broad hat like an umbrella covered his head. He had no clothes, but only a mat thrown round his body. This old man was a dervish who had for many years retired from the world, and so neglected himself that at last he had become what we have described. Prince Bahman stopped when he came near the dervish, for here was the person he had met on the 20th day. "God prolong your days, good father, and grant you the fulfillment of your desires," said he. The dervish returned the prince's salutation, but so unintelligibly that he could not understand one word he said. Prince Bahman perceived that the reason for this was that the dervish's whiskers hung over his mouth. Being unwilling to go any further without the instruction he wanted, he pulled out a pair of scissors, and having tied his horse to a tree, said, "Good dervish, I want to have a talk with you, but your whiskers prevent my understanding what you say. If you consent, I will cut off a part of them, for they disfigure you so much that you look more like a bear than a man." The dervish did not oppose the prince, but let him do it, and when the prince had cut off as much hair as he thought fit, he said, "Good dervish, you look now like a man." The kind behavior of Prince Bahman made the dervish smile. "I am greatly obliged to you," said he, "and am ready to show my gratitude by doing anything in my power for you." "Good dervish," said Prince Bahman, "I have come a long way, and am in search of the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water. I beg you to tell me where they may be found, so that I may not lose my labor after so long a journey." While the prince was speaking, he observed that the dervish changed countenance, looked very serious, and remained silent. At last he said, "I know the way you ask, but the friendship which I feel for you keeps me in suspense as to whether I should tell you what you desire." "What can hinder you?" asked the prince. "The danger to which you are going to expose yourself is greater than you believe. A great many brave gentlemen have passed by here and asked me the same question. Though I used all my power to persuade them to desist, they would not believe me. At last I was compelled to show them the way, and I have never seen one come back again. I assure you that they have all perished. Therefore, if you have any regard for your life, take my advice. Go no further, but return home." But Prince Bahman persisted in his resolution. "Whatever the danger," said he, "nothing shall make me change my mind. If anyone attacks me, I am well armed and as brave as any." "But they who will attack you are not to be seen," replied the dervish, "and they are a great many of them. How will you defend yourself against foes you cannot see?" "It is no matter," answered the prince. "All you say shall not persuade me to do anything contrary to my duty. Since you know the way, I beg you once more to tell me." When the dervish found that he was absolutely bent on pursuing his journey, he put his hand into a bag that lay by him, and pulled out a bowl which he gave to him. "Since I cannot prevail on you to take my advice," said he, "take this bowl. When you are on horseback, throw it before you and follow it to the foot of the mountain, where it will stop. As soon as it stops, alight and leave your horse with the bridle thrown over his neck. He will stand in the same place till you return. As you go up the hill, you will see right and left a great quantity of large black stones, and will hear on all sides of you a confusion of voices, which will say 1,000 irritating things to discourage you and prevent your climbing to the top of the hill. But take care and do not be afraid. And above all things, do not turn your head to look behind you, for at that instant you will be turned into a black stone like those you see, which are all so many gentlemen who have failed. If you escape the danger which I give you at a slight description, and get to the top of the mountain, you will see a cage, and in that cage is the bird you seek. Ask him where are the singing tree and the golden water, and he will tell you. I have nothing more to say.
I am very much obliged to you, said Prince Bahman. I will endeavor to follow your instructions and not to look behind as I go up, and I hope to come and thank you further when I have got what I am in search of. After these words, to which the dervish made no answer, he mounted his horse, took leave of the dervish with a low bow, and threw the bowl before him. The bowl rolled away with such swiftness that Prince Bahman was obliged to spur his horse and follow it without losing sight of it. When it came to the foot of the mountain, it stopped. The prince alighted and threw the bridle on the horse's neck. Having surveyed the mountain and seen the black stones, the prince began to climb it, but had not gone 4 steps when he heard the voices mentioned by the dervish, though he could see nobody. Some said, "Where is that fool going? What does he want? Don't let him pass." Others, "Stop him, catch him, kill him." And others with voices like thunder, "Thief, assassin, murderer." While some, in a gibing tone, cried, "No, no, don't hurt him, let the pretty fellow pass. The cage and the bird are kept for him." Notwithstanding all those troublesome voices, Prince Bahman mounted with courage and resolution for some time, but the voices increased with so loud a din, both in front and behind, that at last he was seized with fear. His legs trembled under him, he staggered, and presently, finding that his strength failed, he forgot the dervish's advice, turned about to run down the hill, and was at that instant turned into a black stone, as had happened to so many before him. His horse was likewise transformed. From the time of Prince Bahman's departure, the Princess Parizade always wore the knife and sheath in her girdle, and pulled it out several times a day to know how her brother was faring. For some time she had the consolation of seeing the knife clean and shining, but on the fatal day that Prince Bahman was changed into a stone, the princess perceived blood running down the point, and was so seized with horror and grief that she threw it down. "Ah, my brother," cried she, "why did I ever tell you of the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water? Of what importance was it to me to know whether the religious woman thought this house ugly or handsome, complete or not? I wish to heaven I had never seen her." The Prince Perviz was as much afflicted at what had occurred to Prince Bahman as the princess, but not to waste time in needless regret, he said, "Sister, our regret for our brother is in vain. It ought not to prevent us from pursuing our object. I offered to go on this journey. His example has no effect on my resolution. Tomorrow I will go myself." The princess did all she could to dissuade Prince Perviz, but all she could urge had no effect upon him. Before he went, that she might know what success he had, he left her a string of 100 pearls, telling her that if they would not run when she told them upon the string, but remained fixed, that would be a certain sign that he had met the same fate as his brother. Prince Perviz, on the 20th day from setting out, met with the dervish. After he had saluted him, he asked if he could tell him where he should find the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water. The dervish remonstrated as before, but he could not persuade the prince to give up his resolution. At last, therefore, he took a bowl out of his bag and gave it to the young man, with the same direction as he had given the Prince Bahman, warning him never to turn round at the voices, but to continue his way up the hill. Prince Perviz thanked the dervish, and when he had taken leave, he threw the bowl before his horse and followed it.
When the bowl came to the bottom of the hill, it stopped, and the prince got off his horse. He encouraged him and began to walk up with the resolution to reach the top. But before he had gone 6 steps, he heard a voice which seemed to be that of a man behind him, saying in an insulting tone, "Stay, rash youth, that I may punish you for your boldness." At this affront, the prince forgot the dervish's advice, and clapped his hand on his sword and drew it, and turned about to revenge himself. But scarcely had he time to see that nobody followed him, when he and his horse were changed into black stones. The day Prince Perviz was changed into stone, the Princess Parizade was pulling over as usual the pearls which he had left her, when all of a sudden she could not stir them, and had never doubted that the prince, her brother, was dead. As she had determined beforehand what to do in case it should happen, she lost no time in outward show of grief, but disguising herself in man's apparel, she mounted her horse the next morning, and took the road her brothers had taken before her. The princess, who was used to riding on horseback, supported the fatigue of so long a journey well, and she also met with the dervish on the 20th day. When she came near him, she alighted off her horse, and leading him by the bridle, she went and sat down by the dervish. "Good dervish," she said, "give me leave to rest by you, and do me the favor to tell me if there are somewhere hereabouts a talking bird, a singing tree, and golden water." "Madam," answered the dervish, "for by your voice I know you to be a woman disguised in man's apparel, I thank you for the honor you do me. I know very well the place where these things you speak of are to be found, but doubtless you have not been told of the difficulties and dangers which must be surmounted in order to obtain them. Take my advice, go no further, return, and do not urge me to contribute to your ruin." "Good father," said the princess, "I have come a long way, and should be sorry to return home without accomplishing my purpose. You talk of difficulties and dangers, but pray tell me wherein these consist, that I may consider and judge whether I can trust my courage and strength to undertake the journey." Then the dervish repeated to the Prince Parizade what he had said to the Prince Bahman and Perviz. When he had done, the princess replied, "I own the voices you speak of are capable of striking terror into the most undaunted, but as in all enterprises and dangers every one of may use contrivances, I desire to know if I may make use of one." "And what do you intend to do?" asked the dervish. "To stop my ears with cotton," said the princess, "that however loud and terrible the voices may be, they may make less impression upon me." "Madam," replied the dervish, "of all the persons who have addressed themselves to me to ask the way, I do not know that is anyone who has made use of the plan you propose. All I know is they all perished. If you persist, you can make the experiment, but I would advise you not to expose yourself to the danger." "My good father," replied the princess, "nothing prevents my persisting. I am sure I shall succeed." The dervish exhorted her again for the last time to consider well what she was doing, but finding her resolute, he gave her a bowl. After the princess had thanked the dervish and had taken leave of him, she mounted her horse, threw the bowl before her, and followed it till it stopped at the foot of the mountain. The princess alighted and stopped her ears with cotton wool. After she had well examined the way by which she was to get to the top, she began at a moderate pace and walked up with undaunted courage. She heard voices in spite of the cotton, and the higher she went the louder they seemed, but they could not make any impression on her. She heard a great many affronting speeches and jeering very disagreeable to a woman, which she only laughed at. "I mind not," said she to herself, "all that can be said were it even worse. I shall pursue my way." At last she got so high that she began to perceive the cage and the bird, which also tried to frighten her, crying in a thundering voice, notwithstanding the smallness of its size, "Retire, fool, and approach no nearer." The princess nevertheless redoubled her haste, and by effort gained the summit of the mountain. Running straight to the cage, she clapped her hands upon it and cried, Bird, I have you in spite of yourself, and you shall not escape me." While the Princess Parizade was pulling the cotton wool out of her ears, the bird said to her, "Heroic princess, I would rather be your slave than any other person's in the world, since you have obtained me so courageously. From this instant I swear entire submission to all your commands. The time will come when I shall do you a great service. I know who you are, though you do not know yourself, and someday I will tell you. As a proof of my sincerity now, tell me what you desire at this moment, and I will obey you." "Bird," said the princess, "I have been told that there is not far off the golden water. Before all these things, I ask you to tell me where it is." The bird showed her the place, which was close by, and she went and filled a little silver flagon, which she had brought with her. Then she returned to the bird and said, "Bird, this is not enough. I want also the singing tree." "Turn round," said the bird, "and you will see behind you a wood, where you will find this tree." The princess went into the wood, and by the harmonious sounds she heard, soon knew the tree among many others, but it was very large and high. She came back to the bird and said, "Bird, I have found the singing tree, but neither can I pull it up by the roots nor carry it." The bird said, "It is not necessary that you should take it up by the roots. Break off a branch and carry it to plant in your garden. It will grow as fine a tree as this you see." When the Princess Parizade had in her hand all three things which she had set out to obtain, she said to the bird, "Bird, all you have done for me as yet is not enough. My two brothers must be among the black stones, which I saw as I came up the hill. I wish to take them home with me." "Oh, what you now ask is more difficult than all the rest," said the bird. "Yet I will do it for you. Cast your eyes around and see if you do not find a little pitcher." "I see it already," said the princess. "Take it then," said he, "and as you go down the hill, spill a little bit of the water that is in it on every black stone, and that will be the way to find your brothers again." The Princess Parizade took up the pitcher and carried with her the cage and the bird and the flagon of golden water and the branch of the singing tree. As she went down the hill, she split a little of the water on every black stone, which was changed immediately into a man, and she did not miss one. All of the horses also resumed their former shape. She presently recognized Prince Bahman and Prince Perviz, and they ran to embrace her. Prince Bahman and Prince Perviz perceived how greatly they were indebted to the princess, their sister, as did all the other gentlemen who had collected round. "Gentlemen," said the princess, "I rejoice with you for the happiness which has come to you by my means. Let us, however, stay no longer where we have nothing to detain us, but mount our horses and return to our respective homes." When the princes and all the gentlemen had mounted their horses, the Princess Parizade waited for some of them to lead the way. The two princes waited for the gentlemen, and they again for the princess, who, finding that none of them would accept the honor, but that it was reserved for her, said, "Gentlemen, I do not deserve the honor you do me, and accept it only because you desire it." So she led the way, and the two princes and the gentlemen followed her all together. As soon as the princess reached her home, she placed the cage in the garden just by the hall, and the bird no sooner began to sing than he was surrounded by nightingales, chaffinches, larks, linnets, goldfinches, and a great many other birds of the country. As for the branch of the singing tree, it was no sooner set in the midst of the garden than it took root, and in short time became a large tree, the leaves of which gave as harmonious a concert as those of the tree from which it was gathered. For the golden water, a large basin of beautiful marble was made in the midst of the garden, and when it was finished, the princess poured into it all the water from the flagon. This increased and swelled so much that it soon reached up to the edges of the basin, and afterwards formed in the middle a fountain 20 feet high, which fell again into the basin without ever running over. Some days afterwards, when the Princes Bahman and Perviz had resumed their usual diversion of hunting, they chanced to meet the Sultan of Persia in so narrow a path that they could not turn away nor retreat without being seen. In their surprise they had only time to alight and prostrate themselves before the Sultan, who, seeing that they were well mounted and dressed as if they belonged to his court, had some curiosity to see their faces. He stopped and commanded them to rise. The princes rose up and stood before him with an easy and graceful air and respectful, modest countenances. The Sultan then asked them who they were and where they lived. The princes made him such polished and prudent answers that the Sultan was charmed with them and asked them at once to join him in the hunt. They therefore mounted their horses again and followed the Sultan. They had not gone very far before they saw a great many wild beasts together. Prince Bahman chose a lion and Prince Perviz a bear, and the young men pursued them with such vigor that the Sultan was surprised. They came up with their game and darted their javelins with so much skill that they pierced the one the lion and the other the bear through and through. At that the Sultan felt so kindly disposed towards the two that he invited them to pay him a visit, to which Prince Bahman replied, "Your Majesty does us an honor we do not deserve, and we beg you will excuse us." The Sultan, who was astonished that the princes should refuse this token of his favor, pressed them to tell him why they'd excused themselves. "Sire," said Prince Bahman, "we have a younger sister, with whom we live in such perfect union that we undertake nothing before we consult her, nor she without our advice." "I commend your brother's affection," answered the Sultan. "Consult your sister and give me your answer here tomorrow." The Princess Parizade was somewhat surprised at the news her brothers brought to her. "It was on my account, I know, that you refused the Sultan," said she, "and I am infinitely obliged to you for it. I perceive by this how strong is your love for me, since you would rather be guilty of incivility towards the Sultan than break the bond that unites us to one another. You judged rightly that if you had gone, you would, by degrees, have been led to me altogether to devote yourselves to him. Nevertheless, do you think it an easy matter to refuse the Sultan what he seems so eagerly to desire? Sultans will be obeyed, and it may be dangerous to oppose him. Before we decide on anything, let us consult the talking bird. He is wise and has promised to assist us." The Princess Parizade sent for the bird and asked him what they should do in their perplexity. The bird answered, "The princes, your brothers, must confirm to the Sultan's pleasure, and in their turn ask him to come and see your house." "But, bird," replied the princess, "my brothers and I love one another. Will not this step be injurious to our friendship?" "Not at all," replied the bird. "It will become stronger." Next morning the princes met the Sultan hunting, who asked them if they had spoken to their sister. Prince Bahman made answer, "Sire, your Majesty may dispose of us as you please. We are ready to obey you, for our sister has agreed." Presuming that the princes possessed minds equal to their courage and bravery, the Sultan longed with impatience to converse with them more at liberty, and made them ride to the palace on each side of him. When the Sultan entered his capital, the eyes of the people who stood in the crowds in the streets were fixed only upon the two princes, Bahman and Perviz, and they were anxious to know who they were. All agreed in wishing that the Sultan had been blessed with two princes, and said he might have had children just their age if he had been more fortunate. The first thing the Sultan did when he arrived was to show the princes over to his palace. Afterwards a magnificent repast was served. The Sultan was a clever and learned man, but in whatever way he turned the conversation, they showed so much judgment and discernment that he was struck with admiration. "Were these my own children," said he to himself, "and I had improved their talents by suitable education, they could not be better informed." Before they went out of the Sultan's presence that night, Prince Bahman said, "Sire, we may presume to request that your Majesty will do us and our sister the favor to pass by our house and rest and refresh yourself the first time you go hunting?" "Gentlemen," replied the Sultan, "you and your sister are already dear to me. I will call early tomorrow morning." When the Princes Bahman and Perviz went home, they gave the Princess Parizade an account of what had happened. "We must think at once of preparing a repast fit for his Majesty," said the Princess. "I will consult the Talking Bird. He will tell us perhaps what dishes the Sultan likes best." The Princes approved, and after they had retired, she consulted the bird alone. "Good mistress," replied the bird, "you have excellent cooks. Let them do the best they can, but above all, let them prepare a dish of cucumbers stuffed with pearls, which must be set before the Sultan in the first course." "Cucumbers with pearls!" cried the Princess in amazement. "Surely you know not what you say. It is an unheard of dish." "Mistress," said the bird, "do what I say and be not uneasy. Nothing but good will follow." As soon as the Princess got into the house, she called for the head cook, and after she had given him directions about the entertainment, she bade him prepare a dish of cucumbers stuffed with pearls. The chief cook, who had never heard of such a dish, started back and showed his thoughts by his looks. The Princess said, "I see you take me to be mad to order such a dish. Nevertheless, I give you these orders with the utmost sincerity." The next day the two princes went to escort the Sultan, and when the latter entered the courtyard and alighted in the portico, the Princess Parizade came and threw herself at his feet. The Sultan stooped to pick her up, and, struck with her good person and noble air, he said, "The brothers are worthy of a sister, and she of them. I am not surprised that the brothers would do nothing without their sister's consent." The Princess led the Sultan through the various rooms of the house, all of which he considered attentively and admired excessively. At last she opened the door which led into the garden, and the first object which presented itself to the Sultan's view was the golden fountain. Surprised at so rare a sight, he asked whence came the wonderful water, and where was its source, and by what art it was made to play so high. "Sire," replied the Princess, "this water has no communication with any spring. The basin is the one single stone, so that the water cannot come in at the sides or underneath. It all proceeded from one flagon which I emptied into the basin." Then the Princess led him to the spot where the harmonious tree was planted, and there the Sultan heard a concert that was different from all the concerts he had ever heard in his life. Stopping to see where the musicians were, he could discern nobody far or near. "My fair one," he said to the Princess, "where are the musicians? Are they underground or invisible in the air?" "Sire," answered the Princess, smiling, "it is not the musicians, but the tree your Majesty sees which makes this concert." The Sultan went near and was so charmed with the sweet harmony that he would never have been tired of hearing it. As he went towards the hall, he perceived a prodigious number of singing birds in the trees thereabouts, filling the air with their songs and warblings, and asked why there were so many and none on the other trees in the garden. "The reason, sire," answered the Princess, "is because they all accompany the song of the talking bird, which your Majesty may perceive in the cage, and if you listen you will hear that his notes are sweeter than those of all the other birds, even the nightingale." The Sultan went into the hall, and the Princess said to the bird, "My slave, here is the Sultan, pay your respects to him." The bird left off singing at that instant, and when all the other birds had ceased, one after another, he said, "The Sultan is welcome here. Heaven prosper him and prolong his life." As the meal was served by the sofa near the window where the bird was, the Sultan replied, "Bird, I thank you and am overjoyed to find in you the Sultan of birds." As soon as the Sultan saw the dish of cucumbers set before him, thinking they were stuffed in the ordinary manner, he reached out his hand and took one, but when he cut it, he was extremely surprised to find it stuffed with pearls. "What is this?" he cried in astonishment. "Why are these cucumbers stuffed with pearls? Pearls are not to be eaten." But the bird, interrupting, demanded of him, "Can your Majesty stop and question at such a small matter as cucumbers stuffed with pearls, when you accept it altogether without question the statement that the Sultaness your wife had passed off a dog, a cat, and a piece of wood as your children?"
Ah, replied the Sultan, I believed it because the two ants assured me of it.
The Sultaness's two sisters, replied the birds, were envious of her happiness in being preferred by your Majesty before them, and so they deceived you. If you question them, they will confess their crime. The two brothers and the sister whom you see before you are your own children, whom they sent adrift, and who were taken in and reared by the keeper of your gardens.
The speech of the birds illuminated the Sultan's understanding. Bird, cried he, I believe the truth of what you tell me. Come then, my children. Come, my daughter, let me embrace you. Then he rose up, and having embraced the two princes and the princess and mingled his tears with theirs, he said, I am persuaded that you are such children as will maintain the royal glory of the sultans of Persia, and I am deeply gratified to the keeper of my gardens for the care he has taken of you. After this he sat down and finished his meal, and when he had done, he said, My children, tomorrow I bring you to the Sultaness your mother, therefore prepare to receive her. Afterward the Sultan mounted his horse and returned in great haste to his capital. The first thing he did, as soon as he alighted and entered his palace, was to command the Grand Vizier to try the Sultaness's two sisters. They were taken from their homes separately, convicted and condemned to be executed, which sentence was carried out within the hour. In the meantime, the Sultan, followed by all the lords of the court, went to fetch the Sultaness out of the miserable confinement in which she had languished, and embracing her, he said with tears in his eyes, I come, madam, to ask your pardon for the injustice I have done you, and to make you the reparation I ought. I have begun by punishing the unnatural wretches by putting this abominable cheat upon me, and I hope you will look upon it as complete when I present to you two accomplished princes and a charming, lovely princess, our children. Come and resume your former rank and all the honors which are your due. And this was done and said before the great crowd of the people, who immediately spread the news through the town. Early the next morning the Sultan and Sultaness went with all their court to the house built by the keeper, where the Sultan presented the Prince Bahman and Perviz and the Princess Parizade to the Sultaness. These, madam, said he, are the two princes your sons and the princess your daughter. Embrace them with the same tenderness that I have done, since they are worthy both of you and me. The tears flowed plentifully down their cheeks at these tender embraces, especially the Sultaness's. So great was the comfort and joy of having two such princes for her sons, and such a princess for her daughter, on whose account she had endured affliction so long. The two princes and princess had prepared a magnificent repast for the Sultan and Sultaness and their court. As soon as that was over, the Sultan led the Sultaness into the garden and showed her the singing tree and the golden fountain. As for the bird, she had already seen and admired him in his cage. When there was nothing to detain the Sultan any longer, he took horse again, with Prince Bahman and Perviz on his right hand, and the Sultaness and the princess on his left, surrounded by all the officers of his court. He returned to his capital. Crowds of people came out to meet them, and with his acclamations of joy ushered them into the city, where all eyes were fixed not only on the Sultaness, but the two princes and the princess, but also the bird which the princess carried before her in his cage. He was singing the sweet notes that drew all the other birds after him, flying from tree to tree in the country, and from one housetop to another in the city. The princes Bahman and Perviz and the princess Parizade were at length brought to the palace, and nothing was heard or seen all that night for many days thereafter but illuminations and rejoicings both in the palace and in the utmost parts of the city. End of section 7. Recording by Francis Brown. francisbrown.me
Section 8 of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Three Sillies by Joseph Jacobs. Once upon a time there was a farmer and his wife who had one daughter, and she was courted by a gentleman. Every evening he used to come and see her, and stop to supper at the farmhouse, and the daughter used to be sent down into the cellar to draw the ale for supper. So one evening she had gone down to draw the ale, and she happened to look up at the ceiling while she was drawing, and she saw a mallet stuck in one of the beams. It must have been there a long, long time, but somehow or other she had never noticed it before, and she began a-thinking. And she thought it was very dangerous to have that mallet there, for she said to herself, suppose him and me was to be married, and we was to have a son, and he was to grow up to be a man, and come down into the cellar to draw the ale, like as I'm doing now, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him, what a dreadful thing it would be. And she put down the candle and the jug, sat herself down, and began a-crying. Well, they began to wonder upstairs how it was that she was so long drawing the ale, and her mother went down to see after her, and she found her sitting on the settle crying, and the ale running over the floor. "Why, whatever is the matter?" said her mother. "Oh, mother," says she, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose we was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down to the cellar to draw the ale, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, what a dreadful thing it would be!" said the mother, and she sat her down aside of the daughter and started a-crying too. Then after a bit the father began to wonder that they didn't come back, and he went down into the cellar to look after them himself, and there they two sat a-crying, and the ale running all over the floor. "Whatever is the matter?" said he. "Why," says the mother, "look at that horrid mallet. Just suppose if our daughter and her sweetheart was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the ale, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him. What a dreadful thing it would be!" "Dear, dear, dear, so it would," said the father, and he sat himself down aside of the other two, and started a-crying. Now the gentleman got tired of stopping up in the kitchen by himself, and at last he went down into the cellar too, to see what they were after. And there they three sat a-crying side by side, and the ale running all over the floor. And he ran straight and turned the tap, and then he said, "Whatever are you three doing, sitting there crying and letting the ale run all over the floor?" "Oh," says the father, "look at that horrid mallet. Suppose you and our daughter was to be married, and was to have a son, and he was to grow up, and was to come down into the cellar to draw the ale, and the mallet was to fall on his head and kill him." And then they all started a-crying worse than before. But the gentleman burst out a-laughing, and reached up and pulled out the mallet, and then he said, "I've travelled many miles, and I never met three such big sillies as you three before, and now I shall start out on my travels again, and when I can find three bigger sillies than you three, then I'll come back and marry your daughter." So he wished them good-bye, and started off on his travels, and left them all crying because a girl had lost her sweetheart. Well, he set out, and he travelled a long way, and at last he came to a woman's cottage that had some grass growing on the roof. And the woman was trying to get her cow to go up a ladder to the grass, and the poor thing durst not go. So the gentleman asked the woman what she was doing. "Why, look'ee," she said, "look at all that beautiful grass. I'm going to get the cow onto the roof to eat it. She'll be quite safe, for I shall tie a string round her neck and pass it down the chimney, and tie it to my wrist as I go about the house, so she can't fall off without my knowing it." "Ah, you poor silly," said the gentleman, "you should cut the grass and throw it down to the cow." But the woman thought it was easier to get the cow up the ladder than to get the grass down, so she pushed her and coaxed her, and got her up, and tied a string round her neck, and passed it down the chimney, and fastened it to her own wrist. And the gentleman went on his way, but he hadn't gone far, when the cow tumbled off the roof, and hung by the string tied around her neck, and it strangled her. and the weight of the cow, tied to her wrist, pulled the woman up the chimney, and she stuck fast halfway, and was smothered in the soot. Well, that was one big silly. And the gentleman went on, and he went to an inn to stop the night, and they were so full at the inn that they had to put him in a double-bedded room, and another traveller was to sleep in the other bed. The other man was a very pleasant fellow, and they got very friendly together, but in the morning, when they were both getting up, the gentleman was surprised to see the other hang his trousers on the knobs of the chest of drawers, and run across the room and try to jump into them. And he tried over and over again, and couldn't manage it, and the gentleman wondered whatever he was doing it for. At last he stopped and wiped his face with his handkerchief. "Oh dear," he says, "I do think trousers are the most awkwardest kind of clothes that ever were. I can't think who could have invented such things. It takes me the best part of an hour to get into mine every morning, and I get so hot. How do you manage yours?" So the gentleman burst out a-laughing, and showed him how to put them on, and he was very much obliged to him, and said he never should have thought of doing it that way. So that was another big silly. Then the gentleman went on his travels again, and he came to a village, and outside the village there was a pond, and round the pond was a crowd of people, and they had got rakes and brooms and pitchforks, reaching into the pond, and the gentleman asked what was the matter. "Why," they say, "matter enough. Moon's tumbled into the pond, and we can't rake her out anyhow." So the gentleman burst out a-laughing, and told them to look up into the sky. The moon was there, and it was only the shadow in the water. But they wouldn't listen to him, and abused him shamefully, and he got away as quick as he could. So there was a whole lot of sillies bigger than the 3 sillies at home. So the gentleman turned back home again and married the farmer's daughter, and if they didn't live happily ever after, that's nothing to do with you or me. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna Carey. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Seagull by Mary Howitt. Oh, the white seagull, the wild seagull, a joyful bird is he, as he lies like a cradled thing at rest in the arms of a sunny sea. The little waves rock to and fro, and the white gull lies asleep, as the fishers bark with breeze and tide goes merrily over the deep. The ship with her fair sails set goes by, and her people stand to note how the seagull sits on the rocking waves as if in an anchored boat. The sea is fresh, the sea is fair, and the sky calm overhead, and the seagull lies on the deep, deep sea like a king in his royal bed. End of section 9. Recording by Shauna Carey.
Section 10 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Little Gulliver by Louisa May Alcott. Up in the lighthouse lived Davy with old Dan the keeper. Most boys would have found it very lonely, but Davy had 3 friends, and was as happy as the day was long. One of Davy's friends was the great lamp, which was lighted at sunset and burnt all night to guide the ships into the harbour. To Dan it was only a lamp, but to the boy it seemed a living thing, and he loved and tended it faithfully. Every day he helped clear the big wick, polish the brasswork, and wash the glass lantern which protected the flame. Every evening he went up to see it lighted, and always fell asleep thinking, no matter how dark or wild the night, my good shine will save the ships that pass, and burn till morning. Davy's second friend was Nep the Newfoundland, who was washed ashore from a wreck, and had never left the island since. Nep was rough and big, but had such a loyal and loving heart that no one could look in his soft brown eyes and not trust him. He followed Davy's steps all day, slept at his feet all night, and more than once had saved his life when Davy fell among the rocks or got caught by the rising tide. But the dearest friend of all was Seagull. Davy found him with a broken wing, and nursed him carefully till he was well. Then he let him go, though he was very fond of little Gulliver, as he called him in fun. But the bird never forgot the boy, and came daily to talk with him, telling all manner of wild stories about his wanderings by land and sea, and whiling away many an hour that otherwise would have been very lonely. Old Dan was Davy's uncle, a grim, grey man, who said little, did his work faithfully, and was both father and mother to Davy, who had no parents, and no friends beyond the island. That was his world, and he led a quiet life among his playfellows, the winds and waves. He seldom went to the mainland, 3 miles away, for he was happier at home. He watched the sea anemones open below the water, found curious and pretty shells, and sometimes more valuable treasures washed up from some wreck. He saw little yellow crabs, ugly lobsters, and queer horseshoes with their stiff tails. Sometimes a whale or a shark swam by, and often sleek black seals came up to bask on the warm rocks. He gathered lively seaweeds of all kinds, from tiny red cobwebs to great scalloped leaves of kelp, longer than himself. He heard the waves dash and roar unceasingly, the winds howl or sigh over the island, and the gulls stream shrilly as they dipped and dived, or sailed away to follow the ships that came and went from all parts of the world. With Nep and Gulliver he roamed about his small kingdom, never tired of its wonders, or, if storms raged, he sat up in the tower safe and dry, watching the tumult of sea and sky. Often in long winter nights he lay awake, listening to the wind and rain that made the tower rock with their violence, but he never was afraid, for Nep nestled at his feet, Dan sat close by, and overhead the great lamp shone far out into the night, to cheer and guide all wanderers on the sea. Close by the tower hung the fog bell, which, being wound up, would ring all night warningly. One day Dan found that something among the chains was broken, and having vainly tried to mend it, he decided to go to the town and get what was needed. He went once a week usually, and left Davy behind, for in the daytime there was nothing to do, and the boy was not afraid to stay. A heavy fog is blowing up. We shall want the bell tonight, and I must be off at once. I shall be back before dark, of course, so take care of yourself, boy, said Dan. Away went the little boat, and the fog shut down over it, as if a misty wall had parted Davy from his uncle. As it was dull weather, he sat and read for an hour or two, then fell asleep and forgot everything, till Nep's cold nose on his hand waked him up. It was nearly dark, and hoping to find Dan had come, he ran down to the landing place, but no boat was there, and the fog was thicker than ever. Dan never had been gone so long before, and Davy was afraid something had happened to him. For a few minutes he was in great trouble. Then he cheered up and took courage. It is sunset by the clock, so I'll light the lamp, and if Dan is lost in the fog it will guide him home, said Davy. Up he went, and soon the great star shone out above the black-topped lighthouse, glimmering through the fog as if eager to be seen. Davy had his supper, but no Dan came. He waited hour after hour, and waited all in vain. The fog thickened, the lamp was hardly seen, and no bell rung to warn the ships of the dangerous rocks. Poor Davy could not sleep, but all night long wandered from the tower to the door, watching, calling, and wondering. But Dan did not come. At sunrise he put out the light, and having trimmed it for the next night, ate a little breakfast, and roved about the island, hoping to see some sign of Dan. The sun drew up the fog at last, and he could see the blue bay, the distant town, and a few fishing boats going out to sea. But nowhere was the island boat with grey old Dan in it. Davy's heart grew heavier and heavier as the day passed, and still no one came. In the afternoon Gulliver appeared. To him Davy told his trouble, and the 3 friends took counsel together. I'd gladly swim to town if I could, but it's impossible to do it, with wind and tide against me. I've howled all day, hoping someone would hear me, but no one does, and I'm discouraged, said Nep, with an anxious expression. I can do something for you, and I will with all my heart. I'll fly to town if I don't see him in the bay, and try to learn what has become of Dan. Then I'll come and tell you, and we will see what is to be done next. Cheer up, Davy dear. I'll bring you tidings if any can be had." With these cheerful words, away sailed Gulliver, leaving Nep and his master to watch and wait again. The wind blew hard, and the broken wing was not quite well yet, else Gulliver would have been able to steer clear of a boat that came swiftly by. A sudden gust drove the gull so violently against the sail that he dropped breathless into the boat, and a little girl caught him before he could recover himself. "Oh, what a lovely bird! See his black cap, his white breast, down-coloured wings, red legs and bill, and soft bright eyes. I wanted a gull, and I'll keep this one." Poor Gulliver struggled, pecked, and screamed, but little Dora held him fast, and shut him in a basket till they reached the shore. Then she put him in a lobster pot, a large wooden thing, something like a cage, and left him on the lawn, where he could catch glimpses of the sea, and watch the lighthouse tower as he sat alone in this dreadful prison. If Dora had known the truth, she would have let him go, and done her best to help him, but she could not understand his speech as Davy did, for very few people have the power of talking with birds, beasts, insects, and plants. To her, his prayers and cries were only harsh screams, and when he sat silent, with drooping head and ruffled feathers, she thought he was sleepy, but he was mourning for Davy, and wondering what his little friend would do. For 3 long days and nights he was a prisoner, and suffered much. The house was full of happy people, but no one took pity upon him. Ladies and gentlemen talked learnedly about him, boys poked and pulled him, little girls admired him, cats prowled about his cage, dogs barked at him, hens cackled over him, and a shrill canary jeered at him from the pretty pagoda in which it was hung, high above danger. In the evening there was music, and the poor bird's heart ached as the sweet sounds came to him, reminding him of the airier melodies he loved. Through the stillness of the night he heard the waves break on the shore, the wind came singing up from the sea, the moon shone kindly on him, and he saw the water fairies dancing on the sand. But for 3 days no one spoke a friendly word to him, and he pined away with a broken heart. On the 4th night, when all was quiet, little Gulliver saw a black shadow steal across the lawn, and heard a soft voice say, "Poor bird, I's gwine to let you go. Specks little missy'll scold drefful, but Moppet'll take the scolding for you. Here, dare, you is pert enough now, case you's in a hurry to go, but just wait till I gets de knots out of the string that ties de door, and away den you flies." "But Moppet, won't you be hurt for doing this? Why do you care so much for me? I can only thank you and fly away." As Gulliver spoke, he looked up at the little black face bent over him, and saw tears in the child's sad eyes, but she smiled at him and shook her fuzzy head as she whispered kindly, "I don't want no tanks, birdie. I loves to let you go, case you's a slave like I once was, and it's a drefful hard thing. I knows I got away, and I means you shall. I's watched you dreary all these days, and I tried to come for, but they didn't give me no chance." "Do you live here? I never saw you playing with the other children," said the gull, as Moppet's nimble fingers picked away at the knots. "Yes, I lives here and helps to cook. You didn't see me, case I never plays. The children don't like me." "Why not?" asked Gulliver, wondering. "I's black," said Moppet, with a sob. "But that's silly in them," cried the bird, who had never heard of such a thing. "Colour makes no difference. The peeps are grey, the seal's black, and the crab's yellow, but we don't care, and are all friends. Haven't you any friends to love you?" "Nobody in the world cares for me. The older children has folks to love and care for them, but Moppet's got no friends." And here the black eyes grew so dim with tears that the poor child couldn't see the last knot was out. Gulliver saw it, and pushing up the door, flew from his prison with a glad cry, and hopping into Moppet's hand, looked into the little dark face with such grateful confidence that it cleared at once, and the brightest smile it had worn for months broke over it as the bird nestled its soft head against her cheek, saying gently, "I'm your friend, I love you, and I never shall forget what you have done for me tonight. How can I thank you before I go?" For a minute Moppet could only hug the bird and cry, for these were the first kind words she had heard for a long time, and they went straight to her lonely little heart. "Oh, my dearie, I's paid by them words, and I don't want no thanks. Just love me, and come sometimes to see me if you can. It's so hard living in this here place. I don't think I'll bear it long. I wish I was a bird to do as I's a mind. I wish you could go and live with Davy on the island. He is so kind, so happy, and as free as the wind. Can't you get away, Moppet?" whispered Gulliver, longing to help this poor friendless little soul. He told her all his story, and they agreed that he should fly at once to the island and see if Dan was there. If not, he was to come back, and Moppet would try to get someone to help find him. When this was done, Davy and Dan were to take Moppet if they could, and make her happy on the island. Full of hope and joy, Gulliver said good-bye and spread his wings. But alas for the poor bird, he was too weak to fly. For 3 days he had hardly eaten anything, had found no salt water to bathe in, and had sat moping in the cage till his strength was gone. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" he cried, fluttering his feeble wings and running to and fro in despair. "Hush, birdie, I'll take care of you till you's fit to fly. I knows a nice quiet little cove down yonder, where no one goes, and there you can stay till you's better. I'll come and feed you, and you can paddle and rest and try your wings safe and free, honey." As Moppet spoke, she took Gulliver in her arms, and stole away in the dim light, over the hill, down to the lonely spot where nothing went but the winds and waves, the gulls, and little Moppet, when hard words and blows made heart and body ache. Here she left the bird, and with a loving good night crept home to her bed in the garret, feeling as rich as a queen, and much happier, for she had done a kind thing and made a friend. Next day a great storm came. The wind blew a hurricane, the rain poured, and the sea thundered on the coast. If he had been well, Gulliver wouldn't have minded at all, but being sad, he spent an anxious day sitting in a cranny of the rock, thinking of Davy and Moppet. It was so rough, even in the cove, that he could neither swim nor fly, and he could find no food but such trifles as he could pick up amongst the rocks. At nightfall the storm raged fiercer than ever, and he gave up seeing Moppet, for he was sure she wouldn't come through the pelting rain to feed him. So he put his head under his wing and tried to sleep, but he was so hungry and anxious no sleep came. What has happened to Davy on the island all this while? The lamp won't be lighted, the ships will be wrecked, and many people will suffer. Oh, Dan, Dan, if we could only find you, how happy we would be." As Gulliver spoke, a voice cried through the darkness, "Is you there, honey?" And Moppet came climbing over the rocks with a basket full of such bits as she could get. "Poor birdie, is you starving? Here, just go at this and enjoy yourself. There's fish and things I think you'd like. How is you now, dear?" "Better, Moppet, but it's so stormy, I can't get to Davy, and I worry about him," began Gulliver, pecking away at his supper. But he stopped suddenly, for a faint sound came up from below, as if someone called, "Help! Help!" "Hi! What's that?" said Moppet, listening. "Davy! Davy!" called the voice. "It's Dan! Hooray! We've found him!" And Gulliver dived off the rock so recklessly that he went splash into the water. But that didn't matter to him, and he paddled away like a little steamer, with all the engines in full blast. Down by the seaside, between 2 stones, lay Dan, so bruised he couldn't move, and so faint with hunger he could hardly speak. As soon as Gulliver called, Moppet scrambled down and fed the poor man with her scraps, brought him rainwater from a crevice near by, and bound up his wounded head with her little apron. Then Dan told them how his boat had been run down by a ship in the fog, how he was cast ashore in the lonely cove, how he had lain there, for no one heard his shouts, and he couldn't move, how the sound of Moppet's voice told him at last that help was near. How glad they all were then. Moppet danced for joy, Gulliver screamed and flapped his wings, and Dan smiled to think he should see Davy again. He couldn't understand Gulliver, but Moppet told him all the story, and when he heard it he was more troubled for the boy than for himself. "What will we do? He may try to come ashore. Is the lamp alight?" he cried. Gulliver flew up to the highest rock and looked out across the dark sea. Yes, there it was, the steady star shining through the storm and saying plainly, "All is well, thank heaven. If the lamp is burning, Davy is alive. Now how shall I get to him?" said Dan. "Never you fret, massa, Moppet'll see to that. You just lay still till I comes. There's folk in the house as'll tend to you, if I tells them who and where you is." Off she ran and soon came back with help. Dan was taken to the house and carefully tended. Moppet wasn't scolded for being out so late, and in the flurry no one thought of the gull. Next morning the cage was found blown over, and everyone fancied the bird had flown away. Dora was already tired of him, so he was soon forgotten by all but Moppet. In the morning it was clear, and Gulliver flew gladly to the tower, where Davy still watched and waited, with a pale face and a heavy heart, for the 3 days had been very hard to bear, and but for Nep and Shine he would have lost his courage entirely. Gulliver flew straight into his bosom, and sitting there told his adventures, while Davy laughed and cried, and Nep stood by wagging his tail for joy, while his eyes were full of sympathy. The three had a very happy hour together, and then came a boat to carry Davy ashore, while another keeper took charge of the light till Dan was well. Nobody ever knew the best part of the story but Moppet, Davy, and Gulliver. Other people didn't dream that the boy's pet gull had anything to do with the finding of the man, or the good fortune that came to Moppet. While Dan lay sick, she tended him like a loving little daughter, and when he was well, he took her for his own. He did not mind the black skin. He only saw the loneliness of the child, the tender heart, the innocent white soul, and he was as glad to be a friend to her as if she had been as blithe and pretty as Dora. It was a happy day when Dan and Davy, Moppet, Gulliver, and Nep sailed away to the island, for that was still to be their home, with stout young Ben to help. The sun was setting, and they floated through the waves as rosy as the rosy sky. A fresh wind filled the sail and ruffled Gulliver's white breast as he sat on the masthead crooning a cheery song to himself. Dan held the tiller, and Davy lay at his feet with Nep bolt upright beside him. But the happiest face of all was Moppet's. Kneeling at the bow, she leaned forward with her lips apart, her fuzzy hair blown back, and her eyes fixed on the island which was to be her home. Like a little black-figured head of hope, she leaned and looked as the boat flew on, bearing her away from the old life into the new. As the sun sank, out shone the lamp with sudden brightness, as if the island bade them welcome. Dan furled the sail, and drifting with the tide they floated in, till the waves broke softly on the shore, and left them safe at home. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Merman, by Alfred Tennyson. 1. Who would be a merman bold, sitting alone, singing alone, under the sea with a crown of gold, on a throne? 2. I would be a merman bold. I would sit and sing the whole of the day. I would fill the sea halls with a voice of power. But at night I would roam abroad and play with the mermaids in and out of rocks, dressing their hair with the white sea flower, and holding them back by their flowing locks, laughingly, laughingly. And then we would wander away, away, to the pale green sea grove, straight and high, chasing each other merrily. 3. There would be neither moon nor star, but the wave would make music above us afar, low thunder and light in magic night, neither moon nor star. We would call aloud in the dreamy dells, call to each other and whoop and cry, all night merrily, merrily. They would pelt me with starry spangles and shells, laughing and clapping their hands between, all night merrily, merrily. But I would throw to them back in mine turkis and agate and almondine, laughingly, laughingly. Oh, what a happy life were mine, under the hollow-hung ocean green! Soft are the moss-beds under the sea. We would live merrily, merrily. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. David Copperfield and little Emily. My good nurse Peggotty and I were sitting alone one evening, my mother being out, in company with Peggotty's darning and the little piece of candle with which she waxed her thread, and the little house with a thatched roof where the yard measure lived, and Peggotty's workbox with a view of St. Paul's Cathedral painted on the top. I had been reading aloud about crocodiles, when Peggotty, after looking at me several times and opening her mouth as if she were going to speak without doing it, said coaxingly, "Master Davy, how should you like to go along with me and spend a fortnight at my brother's at Yarmouth? Wouldn't that be a treat?" "Is your brother an agreeable man, Peggotty?" I inquired. "Oh, what an agreeable man he is!" cried Peggotty, holding up her hands. Then there's the sea, and the boats and ships, and the fishermen, and the beach, and Am to play with." Peggotty meant her nephew Ham, but she spoke of him as a morsel of English grammar. I was flushed by her summary of delights, and replied that it would indeed be a treat, but what would my mother say? "Why, then I'll as good as bet a guinea," said Peggotty, "that she'll let us go. I'll ask her, if you like, as soon as ever she comes home." "But what's she to do while we're away?" said I, putting my small elbows on the table. "She can't live by herself." "Oh, bless you," said Peggotty, looking at me again. "Don't you know? She's going to stay for a fortnight with Mrs. Grayper." Oh, if that was it, I was quite ready to go. I waited in the utmost impatience until my mother came home, to ascertain if we could get leave to carry out this great idea. Without being nearly so much surprised as I had expected, my mother entered into it readily. It was all arranged that night, and my board and lodging during the visit were to be paid for. The day soon came for our going. It was such an early day that it came soon, even to me, who was in a fever of expectation, and half afraid that an earthquake or a fiery mountain, or some other great convulsion of nature, might interpose to stop the expedition. We were to go in a carrier's cart, which departed in the morning after breakfast. I would have given any money to have been allowed to wrap myself up overnight, and sleep in my hat and boots. I am glad to recollect that when the carrier's cart was at the gate, and my mother stood there kissing me, a grateful fondness for her, and for the old place I had never turned my back upon before, made me cry. I am glad to know that my mother cried too, and that I felt her heart beat against mine. I am glad to recollect that when the carrier began to move, my mother ran out of the gate and called to him to stop, that she might kiss me once more. I am glad to dwell upon the earnestness and love with which she lifted up her face to mine, and did so. The carrier's horse was the laziest horse in the world, I should hope, and shuffled along with his head down, as if he liked to keep the people waiting to whom the packages were directed. I fancied, indeed, that he sometimes chuckled over this reflection, but the carrier said he was only troubled with a cough. The carrier had a way of keeping his head down like his horse, and of drooping sleepily forward as he drove, with one of his arms on each of his knees. I say drove, but it struck me that the cart would have gone to Yarmouth quite as well without him, for the horse did all that, and as to conversation, he had no idea of it but whistling. Peggotty had a basket of refreshment on her knee, which would have lasted us out handsomely, if we had been going to London by the same conveyance. We ate a good deal and slept a good deal. Peggotty always went to sleep with her chin upon the handle of the basket, her hold of which never relaxed, and I could not have believed, unless I had heard her do it, that one woman could have snored so much. We made so many turns up and down lanes, and were such a long time delivering a bedstead at a public house, and calling at other places, that I was quite tired and very glad when we saw Yarmouth. It looked rather spongy and soppy, I thought, as I carried my eye over the great dull waste that lay across the river, and I could not help wondering, if the world were really as round as my geography book said, how any part of it came to be so flat. As we drew a little nearer, and saw all the land round about lying a straight low line under the sky, I hinted to Peggotty that a mound or so might have improved it, but Peggotty said with greater emphasis than usual that we must take things as we found them, and that for her part she was proud to call herself a Yarmouth bloater. When we got into the street, which was strange enough to me, and smelt the fish and pitch and oakum and tar, and saw the sailors walking about, and the carts jingling up and down over the stones, I felt that I had done so busy a place an injustice, and said as much to Peggotty, who heard my expressions of delight with great satisfaction, and told me it was well known, I suppose to those who had the good fortune to be born bloaters, that Yarmouth was, upon the whole, the finest place in the universe. "Here's my Am!" screamed Peggotty, growed out of knowledge. He was waiting for us, in fact, at the public house, and asked me how I found myself like an old acquaintance. I did not feel at first that I knew him as well as he knew me, but our friendship was much advanced by his taking me on his back to carry me home. He was a huge strong fellow of 6 feet high, broad in proportion and round shouldered, but with a simpering boy's face and curly light hair, that gave him quite a sheepish look. He was dressed in a canvas jacket, and a pair of such very stiff trousers that they would have stood quite as well alone without any legs in them. Ham carrying me on his back, and a small box of ours under his arm, and Peggotty carrying another small box of ours, we turned down lanes littered with bits of chips and little hillocks of sand, and went past gasworks, rope walks, boat builders' yards, shipwrights' yards, shipbreakers' yards, caulkers' yards, riggers' lofts, smiths' forges, and a great many of such places, until we came out upon the dull waste I had already seen at a distance, when Ham said, "Yon's our house, Master Davy." I looked in all directions as far as I could stare over the wilderness, and away at the sea, and away at the river, but no house could I make out. There was a barge, or some other kind of old boat, not far off, high and dry on the ground, with an iron funnel sticking out of it for a chimney, and smoking very cosily, but nothing else in the way of a house that was visible to me. "That's not it," said I, "that ship-looking thing." "That's it, Master Davy," returned Ham. If it had been Aladdin's palace, roc's egg and all, I suppose I could not have been more charmed with the romantic idea of living in it. There was a delightful door cut in the side, and it was roofed in, and there were little windows in it. But the wonderful charm of it was, that it was a real boat, which had no doubt been upon the water hundreds of times, and which had never been intended to be lived in on dry land. That was the captivation of it to me. If it had ever been meant to be lived in, I might have thought it small, or inconvenient, or lonely; but never having been designed for any such use, it became a perfect dwelling. It was beautifully clean inside, and as tidy as possible. There was a table, and a Dutch clock, and a chest of drawers, and on the chest of drawers there was a tea tray, with a painting on it of a lady with a parasol, taking a walk with a military-looking child who was trundling a hoop. The tray was kept from tumbling down by a Bible, and the tray, if it had tumbled down, would have smashed a quantity of cups and saucers and a teapot that were grouped around the book. On the walls there were some common coloured pictures, framed and glazed, of Scripture subjects, Abraham in red going to sacrifice Isaac in blue, and Daniel in yellow cast into a den of green lions. Over the little mantel shelf was a picture of the Sarah Jane lugger built at Sunderland, with a real little wooden stern stuck on to it. There were some hooks in the beams of the ceiling, the use of which I did not understand then, and some lockers and boxes, which served for seats and filled out the shortage of chairs. All this I saw in the first glance after I crossed the threshold, and then Peggotty opened a little door and showed me my bedroom. It was the completest and most desirable bedroom ever seen, in the stern of the vessel. It had a little window where the rudder used to go through, a little looking-glass, just the right height for me, nailed against the wall, and framed with oyster shells, a little bed, which there was just room enough to get into, and a nosegay of seaweed in a blue mug on the table. The walls were whitewashed as white as milk, and the patchwork counterpane made my eyes quite ache with its brightness. One thing I particularly noticed in this delightful house was the smell of fish, which was so searching that when I took out my pocket handkerchief to wipe my nose, I found it smelt exactly as if it had wrapped up a lobster. On my telling Peggotty of this discovery, she informed me that her brother dealt in lobsters, crabs, and crawfish, and I afterwards found that a heap of these creatures, wonderfully jumbled up together, and never leaving off pinching whatever they laid hold of, were usually to be found in a little outhouse where the pots and kettles were kept. We were welcomed by a very civil woman in a white apron, whom I had seen curtsying at the door when I was on Ham's back and about a quarter of a mile off. Likewise by a most beautiful little girl, or I thought her so, with a necklace of blue beads on, who wouldn't let me kiss her when I offered to, but ran away and hid herself. By and by, when we had dined in a sumptuous manner of boiled dabs, melted butter, and potatoes, with a chop for me, a hairy man with a very good-natured face came home. As he called Peggotty lass, and gave her a hearty smack on the cheek, I had no doubt that he was her brother, and so he turned out, being presently introduced to me as Mr. Peggotty. "Glad to see you, sir," said Mr. Peggotty. "You'll find us rough, sir, but you'll find us ready." I thanked him and replied that I was sure I should be happy in such a delightful place. "How's your ma, sir?" said Mr. Peggotty. "Did you leave her pretty jolly?" I gave Mr. Peggotty to understand that she was as jolly as I could wish. "Well, sir, if you can make out here for a fortnight, 'long wi' her," nodding at his sister, "and Ham and little Em'ly, we shall be proud of your company." Having done the honours of his house in this hospitable manner, Mr. Peggotty went out to wash himself in a kettleful of hot water, remarking that cold would never get his muck off. He soon returned, greatly improved in appearance, but so ruddy that I couldn't help thinking his face had this in common with the lobsters, crabs, and crawfish, that it went into the hot water very black, and came out very red. After tea, when the door was shut, and all was made snug, the nights being cold and misty now, it seemed to me the most delicious retreat that ever could be imagined. To hear the wind getting up out at sea, to know that the fog was creeping over the desolate flat outside, and to look at the fire, and think that there was no house near but this one, and this one a boat, was like enchantment. Little Emily had overcome her shyness, and was sitting by my side upon the lowest and least of the lockers, which was just large enough for us two, and just fitted into the chimney corner. Mrs. Peggotty, with the white apron, was knitting on the opposite side of the fire. Peggotty, at her needlework, was as much at home with St. Paul's and the bit of wax candle as if they had never known any other roof. Ham was trying to recollect a scheme of telling fortunes with the dirty cards, and printing off fishy impressions of his thumb on all the cards he turned. Mr. Peggotty was smoking his pipe. I felt it was time for conversation. "Mr. Peggotty," says I. "Sir," says he, "did you give your son the name of Ham because you lived in a sort of ark?" Mr. Peggotty seemed to think this a deep idea, but answered, "No, sir, I never give him no name." "Who did give him that name then?" said I. "Why, sir, his father give it him," said Mr. Peggotty. "I thought you were his father." "My brother Joe was his father," said Mr. Peggotty. "Dead, Mr. Peggotty?" I hinted, after a respectful pause. "Drowned dead," said Mr. Peggotty. I was very much surprised that Mr. Peggotty was not Ham's father, and began to wonder whether I was mistaken about his relationship to anybody else there. I was so curious to know that I made up my mind to have it out with Mr. Peggotty. "Little Emily," I said, glancing at her, "she is your daughter, isn't she, Mr. Peggotty?" "No, sir, my brother-in-law Tom was her father." "I couldn't help it." "Dead, Mr. Peggotty?" I hinted, after another respectful silence. "Drowned dead," said Mr. Peggotty. "Haven't you any children, Mr. Peggotty?" "No, master," he answered, with a short laugh. "I'm a bachelor." "A bachelor?" I said, astonished. "Why, who's that?" Mr. Peggotty, pointing to the person in the apron who was knitting. "That's Mrs. Gummidge," said Mr. Peggotty. "Gummidge, Mr. Peggotty?" But at this point, my own peculiar Peggotty, made such impressive motions to me not to ask any further questions, that I could only sit and look at all the silent company until it was time to go to bed. Then, in the privacy of my own little cabin, she informed me that Ham and Emily were an orphan nephew and niece, whom my host had at different times adopted in their childhood when they were left destitute, and that Mrs. Gummidge was the widow of his partner in a boat, who had died very poor. "He was but a poor man himself," said Peggotty, "but as good as gold and as true as steel." The only subject, she informed me, on which he never showed a violent temper or swore an oath, was this generosity of his, and if it were ever referred to by any one of them, he struck the table a heavy blow with his right hand, had split it on one such occasion, and swore a dreadful oath that he would be gormed if he didn't cut and run away for good, if it was ever mentioned again. It appeared, in answer to my inquiries, that nobody had the least idea of the meaning of this terrible word, to be gormed, but that they all regarded it as the most solemn oath. I was very sensible of my entertainer's goodness, and listened to the women's going to bed in another little crib like mine at the opposite end of the boat, and to him and Ham hanging up 2 hammocks for themselves on the hooks I had noticed in the roof. As slumber gradually stole upon me, I heard the wind howling out at sea, and coming on across the flat so fiercely that I had a lazy apprehension of the great deep rising in the night. But I bethought myself that I was in a boat after all, and that a man like Mr. Peggotty was not a bad person to have on board if anything did happen. Nothing happened, however, worse than morning. Almost as soon as it shone upon the oyster shell frame of my mirror, I was out of bed, and out with little Emily, picking up stones upon the beach. "You're quite a sailor, I suppose?" I said to Emily. I don't know that I supposed anything of the kind, but I felt it an act of gallantry to say something. "No," replied Emily, shaking her head, "I'm afraid of the sea." "Afraid?" I said, with an air of boldness, and looking very big at the mighty ocean. "I ain't." "Ah, but it's cruel," said Emily. "I have seen it tear a boat as big as our house all to pieces." "I hope it wasn't the boat that father was drowned in," said Emily. "No, not that one. I never see that boat." "Nor him?" I asked her. Little Emily shook her head. not to remember. Here was a point of likeness in our two lives. I immediately went into an explanation how I had never seen my own father, and how my mother and I had always lived by ourselves in the happiest state imaginable, and always meant to live so. "But," said Emily, as she looked about for shells and pebbles, "your father was a gentleman, and your mother is a lady, and my father was a fisherman, and my mother was a fisherman's daughter, and my Uncle Dan is a fisherman." "Dan is Mr. Peggotty, is he?" said I. "He must be very good, I should think." "Good," said Emily. "If I was ever to be a lady, I'd give him a sky blue coat with diamond buttons, nankeen trousers, a red velvet waistcoat, a cocked hat, a large gold watch, a silver pipe, and a box of money." I said I had no doubt that Mr. Peggotty well deserved these treasures. I must acknowledge that I felt it difficult to picture him quite at his ease in the raiment proposed for him by his grateful little niece, and that I was particularly doubtful about the cocked hat, but I kept these sentiments to myself. "You would like to be a lady?" I said. Emily looked at me and laughed and nodded. "Yes, I should like it very much. We would all be gentlefolks together then, me and Uncle and Ham and Mrs. Gummidge, and we'd help the poor fishermen with money when they came to any hurt." This seemed to me to be a very satisfactory picture. I expressed my pleasure in it, and little Emily was emboldened to say shyly, "Don't you think you are afraid of the sea now?" It was quite enough to reassure me, but I have no doubt if I had seen a moderately large wave come tumbling in, I should have taken to my heels. However, I said, "No," and I added, "You don't seem to be either, though you say you are," for she was walking much too near the brink of a sort of old jetty or wooden causeway we had strolled upon, and I was afraid of her falling over. "I'm not afraid in this way," said little Emily, "but I wake when it blows, and tremble to think of Uncle Dan and Ham, and believe I hear them crying out for help. But I'm not afraid in this way, not a bit. Look here." She started from my side and ran along a jagged timber which protruded from the place we stood upon, and overhung the deep water at some height, without the least defence, springing forward to her destruction, as it appeared to me. I uttered a cry, but directly the light, bold, fluttering little figure turned and came back safe to me, and I soon laughed at my fears. We strolled a long way, and loaded ourselves with things that we thought curious, and put some stranded starfish carefully back into the water, then made our way home to Mr. Peggotty's dwelling. We stopped under the lee of the lobster outhouse to exchange an innocent kiss, and went into breakfast glowing with health and pleasure. "Like two young mavishes," Mr. Peggotty said. I knew this meant in our local dialect, like two young thrushes, and received it as a compliment. Of course I was in love with little Emily. My fancy raised up something round that blue-eyed mite of a child, which made a very angel of her. If any sunny forenoon she had spread a little pair of wings and flown away before my eyes, I don't think I should have regarded it as much more than I had had reason to expect. We used to walk about that dim old flat at Yarmouth in a loving manner, hours and hours. The days sported by us as if Time had not grown up himself yet, but were a child too, and always at play. We were the admiration of Mrs. Gummidge and Peggotty, who used to whisper of an evening when we sat lovingly on our little locker side by side. Lor, wasn't it beautiful? Mr. Peggotty smiled at us from behind his pipe, and Ham grinned all the evening and did nothing else. I soon found out that Mrs. Gummidge did not always make herself so agreeable as she might have been expected to do, in consideration of the kindness with which Mr. Peggotty had taken her in. Mrs. Gummidge's was rather a fretful disposition, and she whimpered more sometimes than was comfortable for other parties in so small an establishment. I was very sorry for her, but there were moments when it would have been more agreeable, I thought, if Mrs. Gummidge had had a convenient apartment of her own to retire to, and had stopped there until her spirits revived. Mr. Peggotty went occasionally to a public house called the Willing Mind. I discovered this by his being out on the second or third evening of our visit, and by Mrs. Gummidge's looking up at the Dutch clock between 8 and 9, and saying he was there, and that, what was more, she had known in the morning he would go there. Mrs. Gummidge had been in a low state all day, and had burst into tears in the forenoon when the fire smoked. "I am a lone, lorn creature," were Mrs. Gummidge's words, when that unpleasant occurrence took place, "and everything goes contrary with me." "Oh, it'll soon leave off," said Peggotty. "I again mean our Peggotty, and besides, it's not more disagreeable to you than to us." "I feel it more," said Mrs. Gummidge. It was a very cold day, with cutting blasts of wind. Mrs. Gummidge's peculiar corner of the fireside seemed to me to be the warmest and snuggest in the place, as her chair was certainly the easiest, but it didn't suit her that day at all. She was constantly complaining of the cold, and of its occasioning what she called the creeps in her back. At last she shed tears on that subject, and said again that she was a lone lorn creature, and everything went contrary with her. "It is certainly very cold," said Peggotty. "Everybody must feel it." "I feel it more than other people," said Mrs. Gummidge. So at dinner, when Mrs. Gummidge was always helped immediately after me, to whom the preference was given as a visitor of distinction, the fish was small and bony, and the potatoes were a little burnt. We all acknowledged that we felt this something of a disappointment, but Mrs. Gummidge said she felt it more than we did, and shed tears again. Accordingly, when Mr. Peggotty came home about 9 o'clock, this unfortunate Mrs. Gummidge was knitting in her corner in a very wretched and miserable condition. Peggotty had been working cheerfully, Ham had been patching up a great pair of water boots, and I, with little Emily by my side, had been reading to them. Mrs. Gummidge had never made any other remark than a forlorn sigh, and had never raised her eyes since tea. "Well, mates," said Mr. Peggotty, taking his seat, "and how are you?" We all said something or looked something to welcome him, except Mrs. Gummidge, who shook her head over her knitting. "What's amiss?" said Mr. Peggotty, with a clap of his hands. "Cheer up, old mother." Mr. Peggotty meant old girl. Mrs. Gummidge did not appear to be able to cheer up. She took out an old black silk handkerchief and wiped her eyes, but instead of putting it in her pocket, kept it out and wiped them again, and still kept it out ready for use. "What's amiss, dame?" said Mr. Peggotty. "Nothing," returned Mrs. Gummidge. "You've come from the Willing Mind, Dan." "Why, yes, I've took a short spell at the Willing Mind to-night," said Mr. Peggotty. "I'm sorry I should drive you there," said Mrs. Gummidge. "Drive? I don't want no driving," returned Mr. Peggotty, with an honest laugh. "I only go too ready." "Very ready," said Mrs. Gummidge, shaking her head and wiping her eyes. "Yes, yes, very ready. I am sorry it should be along of me that you so ready." "Along of you? It ain't along of you," said Mr. Peggotty. "Don't you believe a bit on it." "Yes, yes, it is," cried Mrs. Gummidge. "I know what I am. I know that I'm a lone lorn creature, and not only that everythink goes contrary with me, but that I go contrary with everybody. Yes, yes, I feel more than other people do, and I show it more. It's my misfortune." I really couldn't help thinking, as I sat taking in all this, that it was a misfortune for other members of that family besides Mrs. Gummidge. But Mr. Peggotty made no such retort, only answering with another entreaty to Mrs. Gummidge to cheer up. "I ain't what I could wish myself to be," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I am far from it. I know what I am. My troubles has made me contrary. I feel my troubles, and they make me contrary. I wish I didn't feel 'em, but I do. I wish I could be hardened to 'em, but I ain't. I make the house uncomfortable. I've made your sister so all day, and Master Davy." Here I was suddenly melted, and roared out, "No, you haven't, Mrs. Gummidge," in great mental distress. "It's far from right that I should do it," said Mrs. Gummidge. "It ain't a fit return. I'd better go into the poorhouse and die. I am a lone lorn creature, and had much better not make myself contrary here." Mrs. Gummidge retired with these words, and betook herself to bed. When she was gone, Mr. Peggotty, who had not exhibited a trace of any feeling but the profoundest sympathy, looked around upon us, and nodding his head, with a lively expression of pity still animating his face, said in a whisper, "She's been thinking of the old un." I did not quite understand what old one Mrs. Gummidge was supposed to have fixed her mind upon, until Peggotty, on seeing me to bed, explained that it was the late Mr. Gummidge, and that her brother always took that for a received truth on such occasions, and that it always had a moving effect upon him. Some time after he was in his hammock that night, I heard him myself repeat to Ham, "Poor thing, she's been thinking of the old un." And whenever Mrs. Gummidge was overcome in a similar manner during the remainder of our stay, which happened some few times, he always said the same thing in explanation of the circumstance, and always with the tenderest pity. So the fortnight slipped away, varied by nothing but the variation of the tide, which altered Mr. Peggotty's times of going out and coming in, and altered Ham's engagements also. When the latter was unemployed, he sometimes walked with us to show us the boats and ships, and once or twice he took us for a row. I never hear the name or read the name of Yarmouth, but I am reminded of a certain Sunday morning on the beach, the bells ringing for church, little Emily leaning on my shoulder, Ham lazily dropping stones into the water, and the sun away at sea, just breaking through the heavy mist, and showing us the ships like their own shadows. At last the day came for going home. I bore up against the separation from Mr. Peggotty and Mrs. Gummidge, but my sorrow at leaving little Emily was piercing. We went arm in arm to the public house where the carrier put up, and I promised on the road to write to her. I kept that promise afterwards in letters larger than those in which apartments are usually announced as being to let. We were greatly overcome at parting, and if I ever in my life I have had a void made in my heart, I had one made that day. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shauna Carey. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Sandpiper by Celia Thaxter. Across the narrow beach we flit, one little sandpiper and I, and fast I gather, bit by bit, the scattered driftwood bleached and dry. The wild waves reach their hands for it, the wild wind raves, the tide runs high, as up and down the beach we flit, one little sandpiper and I. Above our heads the sullen clouds scud black and swift across the sky. Like silent ghosts in misty shrouds, stand out the white lighthouses high. Almost as far as eye can reach, I see the close-reefed vessels fly. As fast we flit along the beach, one little sandpiper and I. I watch him as he skims along, uttering his sweet and mournful cry. He starts not at my fitful song, or flash of fluttering drapery. He has no thought of any wrong, he scans me with a fearless eye. Staunch friends are we, well tried and strong, the little sandpiper and I. Comrade, where wilt thou be to-night, when the lucid storm breaks furiously? My driftwood fire will burn so bright, to what warm shelter canst thou fly? I do not fear for thee, thou wroth the tempest rushes through the sky. For are we not God's children both, thou, little sandpiper, and I? End of section 13. Recording by Shauna Carey.
Section 14 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Switchyard by John Curtis Underwood. Out of the glimmer of arc lights and spaces of shade, far on the frontier the city has won from the dark. Rails in the moonlight in ribbons of silver are laid. Eyes that are watchful the loom of the switchyard shall mark. Ears that are keen to its music shall hark. Red, green, and gold are the signals that mark the design. Black is the ground where the work of the weaver is spread. Bright in the night is the glittering length of the line. Swiftly and strongly and surely the shuttles are sped, bringing and braiding and breaking the thread. Clicking of switches and resonant rolling of wheels mix in the midnight with stifled escape of steam. Down the long siding a shadowed shape silently steals. Sudden it checks, and the grind of the brakes is a scream, the sound of a rent in the stuff of the dream. End of section number 14. The Switchyard by John Curtis Underwood. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. sarahpartial.blogspot.com. New York.
Section 15 of the treasure chest of my Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tavarish. The treasure chest of my Bookhouse. Edited by Beaupre Miller. The Steamboat and the Locomotive. On the railway that ran through the city of Lig, there was once an English-made locomotive who was always discontented and grumbling. Nothing in the world was good enough for him, or at least nothing in the city of Lig. His coal was too hard or too soft, it was never just right. He hated to pull passenger trains because he had to go so fast, and he didn't like to pull freight trains because they were too heavy. He was always complaining that he was out of order, so that he might stay in the roundhouse and not work. He would shunt himself on sidings in hopes he might be forgotten. He was afraid to go over bridges for fear they would break down, and he hated tunnels because they were so dark and cold. He thought iron rails were too soft to get good hold on, and he said that steel rails were altogether too slippery. Sometimes he declared that he wouldn't run where there were not modern metal ties, and at other times he asserted that the old-fashioned wooden slippers made a much better roadbed. He quarreled with his tender, and he refused to be coupled up to one that he didn't fancy. He snorted and hissed at the semaphores and point signals, and he was a nuisance to the railway in more ways than can be told. But if he were bad, there was a young steamboat on the river who was worse. She was a very pretty craft, but that was no reason why she should insist on having a new set of paddle wheels every year. She was absurdly particular about her funnel, and if it were not painted the exact color that she fancied, she would declare that she would scuttle herself. She would roll and pitch with anger if they tried to back her. She would dig up the muddy bottom of the river with her paddles, and she gave a deal of trouble about steering. When these ill-natured creatures came together at the dock in the river, below the fortifications, they used to complain to each other till the cannon above them would cry, "Oh, I say!" and the bridge told them that they ought to be ashamed of themselves. One day, after the steamboat had been carrying a load of noisy excursionists up from the harbor, she found the locomotive on the pier in a very gloomy state of mind. "I am not going to stand this any longer," he said. "They've put me to hauling coal, and it's no work for a machine like me, especially when I can't burn any of it myself. I'm going to run away." "Well, that's a good idea. Suppose I go with you, and we'll set out together to seek our fortunes," said the steamer. They talked it all over, and finally decided to start that very night. The steamboat was to help the locomotive on the water, and the locomotive was to help the steamboat on the land. They were to share their wood and coal and water together and have a jolly good time as long as they could. At midnight the locomotive got on board the boat, and she steamed softly up the river. "This is fun," said the locomotive. "It's all right for you," said the boat, "but I must say you're heavier than I thought. Wait till it's your turn to give me a ride. I can't go much farther anyway, the water is getting shallow. There is a dam up above here, so I think we'd better go ashore now." She climbed up the bank with the locomotive's assistance, and he then hoisted her up on top of his cab and set out across the fields. She was a little boat, but she was heavy, and the locomotive puffed away with all his might through the grass, stopping to rest once in a while. So they went on for several days, turn and turn about, for they had to cross several lakes on the way. After a while they began to approach a line of hills, and the ground grew steeper and steeper till at last the locomotive could go no further with the steamboat on his back. So she got off and scrambled along for a few miles with her paddle wheels while the locomotive pushed her from behind. But the time came when neither of them could go a step further, and they lay on the ground exhausted. To make matters worse, they grew short of water and fuel. They cut down their rations to a ton of coal and a barrel of water a day, and even then they didn't have enough to take them back to either a forest or a lake. It seems likely that they would have to perish there on the hillside, and they quarreled with each other peevishly, each accusing the other of being at fault for suggesting this terrible journey. The old river Wob and the railway of the city or Lig had never seemed so pleasant before, but alas, it was many days' journey away. Just as they had begun to think that all hope was gone, one of them espied a dot in the sky. It grew slowly larger and larger. "It is a balloon!" they cried together, and they both began to blow their whistles with all the strength of their little steam that was left in their boilers. The balloon came nearer and nearer till it had got within hailing distance, and then they saw it was laughing almost hard enough to split its sides. It was a very fat, pink, round balloon, and as it shook with merriment its basket swung wildly above them. "Well, I declare!" it cried out. "This is the queerest thing I ever saw. What in the world are you doing away up in these mountains? I never saw a locomotive or a steamboat on top of a hill before." "For heaven's sake, please don't laugh like that!" cried the steamer. "But come and help us before we perish." The balloon finally consented to give them assistance over the mountains, and let down a rope, which the two tied around their waists. The balloon then rose, and the locomotive and steamboat were hoisted high in the air, and they all sailed away towards the east across the range of mountains. They had floated for half a day in this way, when the balloon gave a pull up a little harder than usual, and the rope suddenly broke. Down went the two, falling faster and faster through the air, and they both thought that their last moment had come. But by good luck they happened to fall in the middle of a large forest, and landed safely in an oak tree without breaking a piece of machinery. Yet they had after all escaped one danger only to fall into another. They were lost in an immense wilderness, and did not know in which direction to turn. The locomotive finally succeeded in climbing a tall tree, and made out smoke rising in the distance. To this they painfully made their way, and after a terrible struggle they drew near, rusty, scratched, and smoky, and came to an old sawmill by the side of a little stream. It was a hideous old mill, of a villainous aspect that alarmed them both. But here was their only hope, and though they were far from any assistance in case of danger, the two unfortunate machines found themselves obliged to apply to the mill for shelter and fuel. The mill welcomed them very hospitably, but there was something in his dusty, oily manner that the locomotive did not trust, and he resolved to stay awake and watch. The little delicate steamboat was by this time too exhausted to notice anything. After they had drunk many barrels of water each, they revived a little, and the mill offered them a few tons of sawdust, which, he said, was the only fuel he could give them. At the first trial the steamer whispered to the locomotive that it tasted queerly, but they decided it was only the oil in which it was soaked. At any rate they had to eat that or nothing, and they made a meal of it without more ado. Hardly had they burnt the last mouthful, however, before they both fell into a heavy sleep, and knew nothing for many hours. The locomotive was awakened by a sudden pain, and he was terrified to find the teeth of a buzzsaw cutting through his side. He sprang up with a roar, but it was too late. His left side wheel had been bitten off. He charged furiously at the sides of the mill, and tore open a great hole, then dragged out the steamboat and ran her into the forest as fast as his 5 wheels could carry him. The mill steamed and shrieked after them as they hurried away. As they stood trembling in the forest, and thanked their stars for such a narrow escape, a sudden glare of light attracted their attention. The mill was on fire, set no doubt from some sparks dropped by the locomotive in its terrible struggle for escape. By the light of the burning mill they made their way through the forest all night. With new fuel and water their strength had been partially renewed, and terror increased their efforts. In the morning, after a short sleep, they awoke to find themselves by the side of a wide river, to which they had hobbled during the night but had not seen in the dark. Alongside the bank of the stream ran a beautiful level railway line. They looked and looked, hardly able to believe their windows. It was too good to be true. It did not take them long to decide what to do. The little steamboat gave one leap into the river and whistled long and merrily. The locomotive crawled onto the line and rang its bell in a joyous peal, for they knew by the looks of the country that they had been traveling in a huge semicircle, and that the river and the railway led directly into the city of Leg. So they steamed along, side by side together, the lame locomotive and the sorrowful, shamefaced steamboat. That day one laid her head at last alongside the dock, and one puffed timidly into the station. Both decided never to complain of any work that they should have to do in the future. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Itelbus. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Train by C. H. Crandall. Hark! It comes, it hums. With ear to ground I catch the sound, the warning courier roar that runs along before. The pulsing, struggling, now is clearer, the hillsides echo, nearer, nearer, till like a drove of rushing, trampling cattle, with dust and wind and clang and shrink and rattle, passes the Cyclops of the train. I see a fair face at the pane, like a piano string, the rails unburned sing, the white smoke flies up to the skies, the sound is drowned. Hark! End of section 16.
Section number 17 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Crowell. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Booms by Stuart Edward White. At 9 o'clock one morning, Bobby Ord, following an agreement with his father, walked sedately to the proper place, where he kept his cap and coat and other belongings. The proper place was a small, dark closet under the angle of the stairs. He called it the proper place, just as he called his friend Clifford Fuller, or the sawmill town in which he lived, Monrovia, because he had always heard it so called. At the door, a beautiful black and white setter solemnly joined him. "Hello, Duke," greeted Bobby. The dog swept back and forth his magnificent feather tail and fell in behind his young master. Bobby knew the way perfectly. You went to the fire engine house, and then to the left after the courthouse was Mr. Proctor's, and then all at once the town. Father's office was in the nearest square brick block, where Bobby turned into the straight, broad stairway that led to the office above. The stairway and the hall to which it mounted were dark, and smelled of old cocoa matting and stale tobacco. Bobby liked this smell very much. He liked, too, the echo of his footsteps as he marched down the hall to the door of his father's offices. Within were several long, narrow desks, burdened with large ledgers and flanked by high stools. On each stool sat a clerk, 5 of them. An iron base-burner stove occupied the middle of the room. Its pipe ran in suspension here and there through the upper air until it plunged unexpectedly into the wall. A capacious wood box flanked it. Bobby was glad he did not have to fill that wood box at a cent a time. Against the walls at either end of the room, and next the windows were 2 roll-top desks, at which sat Mr. Ord and his partner. "Hello, Bobby," called Mr. Ord, who was talking earnestly to a man. "I'll be ready in a few minutes." Nothing pleased Bobby more than to wander about the place with its delicious office smell. At one end of the room, nailed against the wall, were rows and rows of beautifully polished models of the firm's different tugs, barges, and schooners. Bobby surveyed them with both pleasure and regret. It seemed a shame that such delightful boats should have been built only in half and nailed immovably to boards. Against another wall were maps and a real deer's head. Everywhere hung framed photographs of logging camps and lumbering operations. From any one of the 6 long windows he could see the street below, and those who passed along it. Time never hung heavy at the office. When Mr. Ord had finished his business, he put on his hat, and the big man, the 10-year-old boy, and the grave black and white setter dog walked down the long dark hall, down the steps and around the corner to the livery stable. Here they climbed into one of the light and graceful buggies, which were at that time a source of such pride to their owners, and flashed out into the street behind Mr. Ord's celebrated team. Duke's gravity at this juncture deserted him completely. Ears back, mouth wide, body extended, he flew away. Faster and faster he ran until he was almost out of sight, then turned with a whirl of shingle dust and came racing back. When he reached the horses he leaped vigorously from one side to the other, barking ecstatically, then set off on a long even lope along the sidewalks and across the street, investigating everything. Mr. Ord took the slender whalebone whip from its socket. "Come, Dick," said he. The team laid back their pointed, delicate ears, shook their heads from side to side, snorted, and settled into a swift stride. Bobby leaned over to watch the sunlight twinkle on the wheel spokes. The narrow tires sunk slightly in the yielding shingle fragments. "Brittle, brittle, brittle," the sound said to Bobby. At the edge of town they ran suddenly out from beneath the maple trees to find themselves at the bank of the river. A low bridge crossed it. The team clattered over the planks so fast that hardly could Bobby get time to look at the cattails along the bayous before blue water was beneath him. But here Mr. Ord had to pull up. The turn bridge was open, and Bobby, to his delight, was allowed to stand up in his seat and watch the wallowing, churning little tug and the 3 calm ships pass through. He could not see the tug at all until it had gone beyond the bridge. Only its smoke. But the masts of the ship passed stately in regular procession. "3-masted schooner," said he. Then, when the last mast had scarcely cleared the opening, the ponderous turn bridge began slowly to close. Bobby could now make out the 2 bridge tenders walking around and around, pushing on the long lever that operated the mechanism. In a moment more the bridge came into place with a clang. The team, tossing their heads impatiently, moved forward. On the other side of the bridge was no more town, but instead great lumber yards, and along the river a string of mills with many smokestacks. The roadbed at this point changed abruptly to sawdust, springy and odorous with the sweet smell of pine that now perfumed all the air. To the left Bobby could see the shipyards and the skeleton of a vessel well under way. From it came the irregular block, block, block of mallets, and it swarmed with little black ant-like figures of men. Mr. Ord drove rapidly and silently between the shipyards and the rows and rows of lumber piles, arranged in streets and alleys like an untenanted city. Overhead ran tramways on which dwelt cars and great black and bay horses. The wild, exultant shriek of the circular saw rang out. White plumes of steam shot up against the intense blue of the sky. Beyond the piles of lumber Bobby could make out the topmasts of more ships. At the end of the lumber piles the road turned sharp to the right. It passed in turn the small building which Bobby knew to be another delightful office, and the huge cavernous mill with its shrieks and clangs, its blazing winking eyes beneath, and its long incline up which the dripping sullen logs crept in unending procession to their final disposition. And then came the booms or pens in which the logs floated like a patterned brown carpet. Men with pike poles were working there, and even at a distance Bobby caught the dip and rise, and the flash of water as the rivermen ran here and there over the unstable footing. Next were more lumber yards and more mills, for 5 miles or so, until at last they emerged into an open, flat country divided by the old-fashioned snake fences, dotted with blackened stumps of the long-vanished forest, eaten by sloughs and bayous from the river. As far as the eye could reach were marshes grown with wild rice and cattails. Occasionally one of these bayous would send an arm in to cross the road. Then Bobby was delighted, for that meant a float bridge through the cracks of which the water spurted up in jets at each impact of the horse's hoofs. On either hand the bayou, filmed with green weeds and the bright scum of water, offered surprises to the watchful eye. One could see many mud turtles floating lazily, feet outstretched, and bullfrogs and little frogs, and in the clear places trim and self-sufficient mud hens. From the reeds at the edges flapped small green herons and thunder pumpers. And at last, "Oh, look, Papa!" cried Bobby, excited and awed. "There's a snapping turtle!" Indeed, there he was in plain sight, the boy's monster of the marshes, fully 2 feet in diameter, his rough shell streaming with long green grasses, his wicked black eyes staring, his hooked, powerful jaws set in a grim curve. If once those jaws clamped, so said the boys, nothing could loose them but the sound of thunder, not even cutting off the head. 10 of the 12 miles to the booms had already been passed. The horses continued to step out freely. Duke, the white of his coat soiled and muddied by frequent and grateful plunges, loped alongside, his pink tongue hanging from one corner of his mouth. Occasionally he rolled his eyes up at his masters in sheer enjoyment of the expedition. "Papa," asked Bobby suddenly, "what makes you have the booms so far away? Why don't you have them down by the bridge?" "It's this way, Bobby," explained Mr. Ord carefully. "The logs are cut way up the river, ever so far, and then they float down the river. Now, everybody has logs in the river, Mr. Proctor and Mr. Heinzman and Mr. Welton and lots of people, and they're all mixed up together. When they get down to the mills where they are to be sawed up into boards, the logs belonging to the different owners have to be sorted out. Papa's company is paid by all the others to do the floating down the stream and the sorting out. The sorting out is done in the booms, and we put the booms upstream from the mills because after the logs have been sorted, it is easier to float them down the stream than to haul them back up the stream." Bobby said nothing for some time. Then he demanded, "Papa, I don't see how you tell your logs from Mr. Proctor's or Mr. Heinzman's or any of the rest of them." "Why, you see, each log is stamped on the end with a mark," answered Mr. Ord. "Mr. Proctor's mark is one thing, and Mr. Heinzman's is another, and all the rest have different ones." "I see," said Bobby. The road now led them through a small grove of willows. Emerging thence, they found themselves in full sight of the booms. For 50 feet Bobby allowed his eyes to run over a scene already familiar, and always of the greatest attraction to him. Then came what he called, after his Mallory, the Stumps Perilous. Between them there was but just room to drive. Bobby loved to imagine them as the mighty guardians of the land beyond, and he always held his breath until they had been passed in safety. Shying gently toward each other, ears pricked toward the 2 obstacles, the horses shot through with pace undiminished and drew up proudly before the smallest of the group of buildings. Thence emerged a tall, spare, keen-eyed man in slouch hat, flannel shirt, shortened trousers, and spiked boots. "Hullo, Jim," said Mr. Ord. "Hullo, Jack," said the other. "Where's your chore boy to take the horses?" "I'll rustle him," replied the river boss. Bobby drew a deep breath of pleasure and looked about him. From the land's edge extended a wide surface of logs. Near at hand, little streaks of water lay between some of them, but at a short distance they appeared brown and uniform, until far away a narrow flash of blue marked the open river. Here and there ran the boundaries of the various booms included in the monster main boom. These boundaries consisted of long, heavy timbers floating on the water, and joined end to end by means of strong links. They were generally laid in pairs and hewn on top, so that they constituted a network of floating sidewalks, threading the expanse of saw logs. At intervals they were anchored to bunches of piles driven deep, and bound at the top. An unbroken palisade of piles constituted the outer boundaries of the main boom. At the upper end of them perched a little house whence was operated the mechanism of the heavy swing boom, capable of closing entirely the river channel. Thus the logs floating or driven down the river encountered this obstruction, were shunted into the main booms, where they were distributed into the various pocket booms, and later were released at the lower end, one lot at a time, to the river again. Thence they were taken up by the mill to which they belonged. Bobby did not as yet understand the mechanism of all this. He saw merely the brown logs and the distant blue water, and the hut wherein he knew dwelt machinery, and a good-natured, short, dark man with a short, dark pipe, and the criss-cross floating sidewalks, and the man with long pike poles, and shorter peaveys moving here and there about their work, and he liked it. But now the chore boy appeared to take charge of the horses. Mr. Ord immediately walked away with the river boss, leaving Bobby the parting command not to go out on the booms. Bobby, left to himself, climbed laboriously, one steep step at a time, to the elevation of the roofless porch before the mess house. The sun proving hot, he peeped within. There long tables, flanked each by 2 benches of equal extent, stretched down the dimness. They were covered with dark oilcloth, and at intervals on them arose irregular humps of cheesecloth. Beneath the cheesecloth, which Bobby had seen lifted, were dishes containing stewed fruit, sugar, salt, pepper, catsup, molasses, and the like. Innumerable tin plates and cups laid upside down were guarded by iron cutlery. It was very dark and still, and the flies buzzed. Beyond, Bobby could hear the cook and his helpers called cookies. He decided to visit them, but he knew better than to pass through the dining room until the bell rang that was sacred from the boss himself. Therefore he descended from the porch one step at a time and climbed around to the kitchen. Here he found preparations for dinner well under way. "'Lo, Bobby," greeted the cook, a tall, white-mustached, lean man with bushy eyebrows. The cookies grinned, and one of them offered him a cookie as big as a pie plate. Bobby accepted the offering and seated himself on a cracker box. Food was being prepared in quantities to stagger the imagination of one used only to private kitchens. Prunes stewed away in galvanized iron buckets, meat boiled in wash boilers. Coffee was made in 50-pound lard tins. Pies were baking in racks of tin. Mashed potatoes were handled by the shovelful. A barrel of flour was used every 2.5 days in this camp of hungry, hard-working men. It took a good man to plan and organize, and a good man Corrigan was. His meals were never late, never scant, and never wasteful. Consequently, in his own domain he was autocrat. The dining room was sacred, the kitchen was sacred, meal hours were sacred. Each man was fed at 5:30, at 12, and at 6. No man could get a bite, even of dry bread, between those hours, save occasionally a teamster in the line of duty. Bobby himself had once seen Corrigan chase a would-be forager out at the point of a carving knife. As for Bobby, he was an exception and a favorite. The place held one's interest spellbound, with its 2 stoves, each as big as the dining-room table at home, its shelves and barrels of supplies, its rows of pies and loaves of bread, and all the crackle and bustle and aroma of its preparations. Time passed on wings. At length Corrigan glanced up at the square wooden clock and uttered some command to his 2 subordinates. The latter immediately began to dish into large receptacles of tin the hot food from the stove. Boiled meat, mashed potatoes, pork and beans, boiled corn. These they placed at regular intervals down the long tables of the dining room. Bobby descended from his cracker box to watch them. Between the groups of hot dishes they distributed many plates of pie, of bread, and of cake. Finally, the 2-gallon pots of tea and coffee, one for each end of each table, were brought in. The window coverings were drawn back. Corrigan appeared for final inspection. "Want to ring the bell, Bobby?" he asked. They proceeded together to the front of the house where hung the bell cord. Bobby seized this and pulled as hard as he was able, but his weight could not bring the heavy bell over. Corrigan, smiling grimly under his mustache, gave him advice. "Pull on her, Bobby. Hang your feet offen the ground. Now let up entire. Now pull again. Now let up. That's the bye. You'll get her going yit without the help of any man." Sure enough, the weight of the bell did give slightly under Bobby's frantic efforts. Nevertheless, Corrigan took opportunity to reach out secretly above the boy's head to add a few pounds to the downward pull. At last the clapper reached the side. Cling! It broke the stillness. "There you got her going, Bobby," cried Corrigan. "Now all you got to do is keep at her." The bell, started swinging, was now easy enough to manage. Bobby was delighted at the noise he was producing, and still more delighted at its results. For from the maze of his toil he could see men coming, men from the logs near at hand, men from the booms far away, all coming to the bell. By now the bell was turning entirely over. Bobby was becoming enthusiastic. He tugged and tugged. Sometimes when he did not let go the rope in time, he was lifted slightly off his feet. The sun was hot, but he had no thought of quitting. His hat fell off backward. His tousled hair, wetted at the edges, clung to his forehead. His dull red cheeks grew redder behind his freckles. His eyes fairly closed in an ecstasy of enjoyment. He did not hear Corrigan laughing, nor the gleeful shouts of the men as they leaped ashore and with dripping boots advanced to the expected meal. All he knew was that wonderful clang, clang, clang over him. The only thought in his head was that he, Bobby Ord, was making all this noise himself. How long he would have continued before giving out entirely, it would be hard to say. But at this moment Mr. Ord and Jim Denning came around the corner with some haste. Both looked worried and a little angry until they caught sight of the small bell ringer. Then they too laughed with the men. "That'll do," advised Mr. Ord. "We're all here. Lord, Corrigan, I thought you were afire at least." "You got to show us up a regular Christmas dinner to match that noise," said one of the men to Corrigan. After the meal, which Bobby enjoyed thoroughly, because it was so different from what he had at home, he had a request to proffer. "Papa," he demanded, "I want to go out on the booms." "Haven't time today, Bobby," replied Mr. Ord. "You just play around." But Jim Denning would not have this. "Can't start 'em in too early, Jack," said he. "I bet you'd been fished out from running logs before you were half his age." Mr. Ord laughed. "Right you are, Jim, but we were raised different in those days." "Well," said Jim, "work's slack. I'll let one of the men take him." At that moment a youth not more than 15 years of age was passing from the cookhouse to the booms. He had the slenderness of his years, but was toughly knit, and already possessed in eye and mouth the steady, unwavering determination the river life develops. In all details of equipment he was a riverman complete. The narrow-brimmed black felt hat, pushed back from a tangle of curls, the flannel shirt crossed by the broad bands of the suspenders, the kersey trousers, the heavy knit socks, and the strong shoes armed with thin half-inch needle-sharp calks. "Jimmy Powers," called the river boss after this boy, "come here." The youth approached, grinning cheerfully. "I want you to take Bobby out on the booms," commanded Denning, "and be careful he don't fall in." The older men moved away. Bobby and Jimmy Powers looked a little bashfully at each other, and then turned to where the first hewn logs gave access to the booms. "Ever been out on 'em afore?" asked Jimmy Powers. "Yes," replied Bobby. "I been out to the swing with Papa." They walked out on the floating booms, which tipped and dipped ever so slightly under their weight. Bobby caught himself with a little stagger, although his footing was a good 3 feet in width. On either side of him nuzzled the great logs like patient beasts, and between them were narrow strips of water, the color of steel that has just cooled. "How deep is it here?" asked Bobby. "'Bout 6 feet," replied Jimmy Powers. They passed an intersection and came to an empty enclosure over which the water stretched like a blue sheet. Bobby looked back. Already the shore seemed far away. Through the cracks between the piles the wavelets went lap, lap, slap, lap. Beyond were men working the reluctant logs down toward the lower end of the booms. Some jabbed the pike poles in and then walked forward along the boom logs. Others ran quickly over the logs themselves until they had gained timbers large enough to sustain their weight, whence they were able to work with greater advantage. The supporting log rolled and dipped under the burden of the man pushing mightily against his implement. But always the riverman trotted, first one way, then the other, in entire unconsciousness of the fact that he was doing so. "Can you walk on the logs?" asked Bobby of his companion. "Sure," laughed Jimmy Powers. "Let's see you," insisted Bobby. Jimmy Powers leaped lightly from the boom to the nearest log. It was a small one, and at once dipped below the surface. If the boy had attempted to stand on it even a second, he would have fallen in. But all Jimmy Powers needed was a foothold from which to spring. Hardly had the little timber dipped before he had jumped to the next, and the next after. Behind him the logs, bobbing up and down, churned the water white. Jimmy moved rapidly across the enclosure on an irregular zigzag. The smaller logs he passed over as quickly as possible. On the larger he paused. Bobby was interested to see how he left behind him a wake of motion. The little logs bobbed furiously. The larger bowed in a more stately fashion and rolled slowly in dignified protest. In a moment Jimmy was back again, grinning. "Look here," he said. He took his station sideways on a log of about 20 inches diameter and began to roll it beneath him by walking rapidly forward. As the timber gained its momentum, the boy increased his pace, until finally his feet were fairly twinkling beneath him, and the side of the log rising from the river was a blur of white water. Then suddenly, with 2 quick, strong stamps of his caulked feet, the young riverman brought the whirling timber to a standstill. "That's burling a log," said he to Bobby. They walked out on the main boom still farther. "How deep is it here?" asked Bobby again. "About 30 feet," replied Jimmy Powers. Bobby for an instant felt a little dizzy, as though he were on a high building. As he looked back, the buildings of the river camp, lying low among the trees, had receded to a great distance. Apparently at another horizon was the dark row of piling that marked the outer confines of the booms. Up and down the stream, as far as he could see, were the logs. Bobby suddenly felt very much alone, with the blue sky above him and the deep black water beneath, and about him nothing but the quiet sullen monsters herded from the wilderness. He gripped very tightly Jimmy Powers' hand as they walked along. But shortly they turned to the left, and after a brief walk mounted the rickety steps to the floor of the hut, where dwelt Old Man North, and the winch for operating the swinging boom. Old Man North was short, dark, heavy, and bearded. He smoked perpetually a small black clay pipe, which he always held upside down in his mouth. But his black eyes twinkled at Bobby, so the boy was not afraid of him. When he saw the two approaching, he reached over in the corner and handed out a hickory fish pole peeled to a beautiful white. "The worms is yonder," said he. Bobby put a fat worm on his hook and sat down in the opposite doorway, where he could dangle his feet directly over the river. Where the shadow of the cabin fell, he could see far down in the water, which there became a transparent fair green. Close to the piles on the tops of which the hut was built were various fish. Jimmy leaned over. "Mostly suckers," he advised. "Yon's a perch. Try him." Bobby cautiously lowered his baited hook until it dangled before the perch's nose. The latter paid absolutely no attention to it. Bobby juggled it up and down. No results. At last he fairly plumped the worm on top of the fish's nose. The perch, with an air of annoyance, spread his gills, and with the least perceptible movement of his tail sank slowly until he faded from sight. "Better let down your hook and fish near bottom," suggested Jimmy Powers. Bobby did so. The peace of warm afternoon settled upon him. He dangled his chubby legs and watched the waving green current slip silently beneath his feet. Beside him sat Jimmy Powers. "I'd like to walk on logs," proffered Bobby at last. "It looks like lots of fun." "Oh, that's nothing," said Jimmy Powers. "You ought to be on drive." The boys fell into conversation. Jimmy told of the drive and the log running. Bobby listened with the envy of one whose imagination cannot conceive of himself permitted in such affairs. And then all at once the peace was shattered. "Yank him, Bobby, yank him!" yelled Jimmy. "Christmas, he's a whale," said Old North. For without wavering, the tip of the hickory pole had nearly ruthlessly jerked below the water's surface, and the butt nearly pulled from Bobby's hands. Bobby knew the proper thing to do. In such cases you heaved strongly. The fish flew from the water, described an arc over your head, and lit somewhere behind you. He tried to accomplish this, but his utmost strength could but just lift the wriggling, jerking end of the pole from the water. "Give her to me!" cried Jimmy Powers. "Let me alone!" grunted Bobby. He planted the butt of the pole in the pit of his stomach and lifted as hard as ever he could with both hands. His face grew red, his ears rang, but, after a first immovable resistance, to his great joy the tip of the bending, wriggling pole began to give. Slowly, little by little, he pulled up the fish until he could make out the flash of its body darting to and fro, far down in the depths. "Black bass!" murmured Jimmy Powers breathlessly. And then, just as his size and beauty were becoming clearly visible, the line came up with a sickening ease. The interested spectators caught a glimpse of white as the fish turned. "Oh, gee, that's hard luck!" cried Jimmy Powers. "Bet he weighed 4 pounds," proffered North curtly. But at this instant a fair, clear whistle sounded from about the wooded bend of the river above. "Boat coming," said North. "Clear out of the way, boys." He began at once to operate the winch which drew the long slanting swing boom out of the channel, for the river must not be obstructed. In a moment appeared the Lucy Belle, a flimsy-looking double-decker with two slim smokestacks side by side, connected by a band of fancy grill-work, two huge paddle boxes, and much white paint. She sheered sideways with the current and headed down upon them accompanied by a vast beating of paddle wheels. Almost immediately she was passing within 10 feet or so of the hut. The water boiled and eddied among the piles, rushing in and sucking back. A ruddy-faced man in official cap and citizen's clothes leaned over the rail. "Well, you made her today," shouted North. "Bet ye," called the man with a grin. "Only aground once." The Lucy Belle swept away with an air of pride. She made the trip to and from Reading, 40 miles up the river, twice a week. Sometimes she came through in a day. Oftener she ran aground. Now Bobby went back to his original idea. "I'd like to walk on the logs," said he. "Well, come on then," said Jimmy Powers. They retraced their step along the booms until near the shore. "You don't want to try her where she's deep," explained Jimmy Powers, "'cause if you should fall in, the logs would close right together over your head, and then where'd you be?" Bobby shuddered at this idea, which in the event continued to haunt him for some days. "There's a big one," said Jimmy Powers. "Try her." Bobby stepped out on a big, solid-looking log, which immediately proved to be not solid at all. It dipped one way. Bobby tried to tread the other. The log promptly followed his suggestion. Too promptly. Bobby soon found himself about 2 moves behind in this strange new game. He lost his balance, and the first thing he knew, he found himself waist deep in the water. Jimmy Powers laughed heartily, but to Bobby this was no laughing matter. The penalties attached both by nature and his mother were dire in the extreme. In any other surroundings or with any other company he would have wept bitterly. Even in the presence of Jimmy Powers his lower lip quivered, and his soul filled to the very throat with dismay. "You're all right, kid," announced Jimmy Powers at last. "Your collar's all right and your hair ain't wet. The rest'll dry out so nobody will know the diff. You rustle into the cook shanty and get Corrigan to let you sit by the stove." Bobby said farewell to his guide and presented himself to the cook. "I fell in," he announced. "Can I sit by the stove?" "Sure," said Corrigan hospitably. "Take a cracker box and go over by the wood box. Trying to ride a log?" "Yes," confessed Bobby. "Well, you want to look out for them," warned Corrigan a little vaguely. He produced the customary cookie. Bobby sat and steamed and munched and told about the fish he had almost caught. In a moment Duke thrust his muzzle in the door. Bobby looked hastily down. His clothes were quite dry. After a moment Mr. Ord appeared. "Bobby here?" he inquired. "Oh, yes. Come on, youngster." Bobby showed himself with considerable trepidation, but apparently Mr. Ord noticed nothing wrong, and the boy's spirits rose. The team was waiting, and they mounted the buggy at once. Duke fell in behind them soberly. Bobby talked busily all the way in. He told principally of the fish, although the Lucy Belle and Jimmy Powers came in for a share. From time to time Mr. Ord said, "That's good," or "Yes," which sufficed Bobby. Under the maples the sun slanted low and golden and mote-laden. Bobby suddenly felt a little tired, and more than a little hungry. He descended from the buggy with alacrity. The wedding was forgotten in the homecoming. Only when washing for dinner did he remember that even his mother had noticed nothing. For the first time it occurred to him that he possessed the ability to meet an emergency without the aid of his parents. That was the good of his experience. End of section 17. Recording by Brian Crowell.
Section 18 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Delic, Dallas, Texas. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Evening at the Farm by John Townsend Trowbridge. Into the yard the farmer goes, with grateful heart, at the close of day. Harness and chain are hung away. In the wagon shed stand yoke and plow. The straw's in the stack, the hay in the mow. The cooling dews are falling. The friendly sheep their welcome bleat. The pigs come grunting to his feet. And the whinnying mare her master knows when into the yard the farmer goes, his cattle calling. Co, boss, co, boss, co, co, co. While still the cowboy far away goes seeking those that have gone astray. Co, boss, co, boss, co, co. To supper at last the farmer goes. The apples are pared, the paper read, the stories are told, then all to bed. Without the crickets' ceaseless song makes shrill the silence all night long. The heavy dews are falling. The household sinks to deep repose, but still in sleep the farm boy goes, singing, calling, co, boss, co, boss, co, co, co. And off the milkmaid in her dreams drums in the pail with the flashing streams, murmuring, so, boss, so. End of section 18. Recording by Candace Delic, Dallas, Texas.
Section 19 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Sugar Camp by Charles Dudley Warner. I think there is no part of farming the boy enjoys more than the making of maple sugar. It is better than blackberrying, and nearly as good as fishing. And one reason he likes this work is that somebody else does the most of it. It is a sort of work in which he can appear to be very active, and yet not do much. In my day maple sugar making used to be something between picnicking and being shipwrecked on a fertile island, where one should save from the wreck tubs and augers and great kettles and pork and hens' eggs and rye and Indian bread, and begin at once to lead the sweetest life in the world. As I remember the New England boy, and I am very intimate with one, he used to be on the qui vive in the spring for the sap to begin running. I think he discovered it as soon as anybody. Perhaps he knew it by a feeling of something starting in his own veins, a sort of spring stir in his legs and arms, which tempted him to stand on his head or throw a handspring, if he could find a spot of ground from which the snow had melted. The sap stirs early in the legs of a country boy, and shows itself in uneasiness in the toes, which get tired of boots and want to come out and touch the soil just as soon as the sun has warmed it a little. The country boy goes barefoot just as naturally as the trees burst their buds, which were packed and varnished over in the fall to keep the water and the frost out. Perhaps the boy has been out digging into the maple trees with his jackknife. At any rate, he is pretty sure to announce the discovery as he comes running into the house in a great state of excitement, as if he had heard a hen cackle in the barn, with "Sap's running!" And then indeed the stir and excitement begin. The sap buckets, which have been stored in the garret over the woodhouse, and which the boy has occasionally climbed up to look at with another boy, for they are full of sweet suggestions of the annual spring frolic, the sap buckets are brought down and set out on the south side of the house and scalded. The snow is still a foot or 2 feet deep in the woods, and the ox sled is got out to make a road to the sugar camp, and the campaign begins. The boy is everywhere present, superintending everything, asking questions, and filled with a desire to help the excitement. It is a great day when the cart is loaded with the buckets and the procession starts into the woods. The sun shines almost unobstructedly into the forest, for there are only naked branches to bar it. The snow is soft and beginning to sink down, leaving the young bushes spindling up everywhere. The snowbirds are twittering about, and the noise of shouting and of the blows of the axe echoes far and wide. This is spring, and the boy can scarcely contain his delight that his outdoor life is about to begin again. In the first place, the men go about and tap the trees, drive in the spouts, and hang the buckets under. The boy watches all these operations with the greatest interest. He wishes that some time when a hole is bored in a tree the sap would spout out in a stream, as it does when a cider barrel is tapped. But it never does, it only drops, sometimes almost in a stream, but on the whole slowly, and the boy learns that the sweet things of the world have to be patiently waited for, and do not usually come otherwise than drop by drop. Then the camp is to be cleared of snow. The shanty is re-covered with boughs. In front of it 2 enormous logs are rolled nearly together, and a fire is built between them. Forked sticks are set at each end, and a long pole is laid on them, and on this are hung the great cauldron kettles. The huge hogsheads are turned right side up, and cleaned out to receive the sap that is gathered. And now, if there is a good sap run, the establishment is under full headway. The great fire that is kindled up is never let out, night or day, as long as the season lasts. Somebody is always cutting wood to feed it. Somebody is busy most of the time gathering in the sap. Somebody is required to watch the kettles that they do not boil over, and to fill them. It is not the boy, however. He is too busy with things in general to be of any use in details. He has his own little sap yoke and small pails, with which he gathers the sweet liquid. He has a little boiling place of his own, with small logs and a tiny kettle. In the great kettles the boiling goes on slowly, and the liquid, as it thickens, is dipped from one to another, until in the end kettle it is reduced to syrup, and is taken out to cool and settle until enough is made to "sugar off." To "sugar off" is to boil the syrup until it is thick enough to crystallize into sugar. This is the grand event, and is only done once in 2 or 3 days. But the boy's desire is to sugar off perpetually. He boils his kettle down as rapidly as possible. He is not particular about chips, scum, or ashes. He is apt to burn his sugar. But if he can get enough to make a little wax on the snow, or to scrape from the bottom of the kettle with his wooden paddle, he is happy. A good deal is wasted on his hands, and the outside of his face, and on his clothes, but he does not care. He is not stingy. To watch the operations of the big fire gives him constant pleasure. Sometimes he is left to watch the boiling kettles, with a piece of pork tied on the end of a stick, which he dips into the boiling mass when it threatens to go over. He is constantly tasting of it, however, to see if it is not almost syrup. He has a long round stick, whittled smooth at one end, which he uses for this purpose, at the constant risk of burning his tongue. The smoke blows in his face. He is grimy with ashes. He is altogether such a mass of dirt, stickiness, and sweetness, that his own mother wouldn't know him. He likes to boil eggs with the hired man in the hot sap. He likes to roast potatoes in the ashes, and he would live in the camp day and night if he were permitted. Some of the hired men sleep in the bough shanty and keep the fire blazing all night. To sleep there with them, and awake in the night and hear the wind in the trees, and see the sparks fly up to the sky, is a perfect realization of all the stories of adventures he has ever read. He tells the other boys afterwards that he heard something in the night that sounded very much like a bear. The hired man says that he was very much scared by the hooting of an owl. The great occasions for the boy, though, are the times of sugaring off. Sometimes this used to be done in the evening, and it was made the excuse for a frolic in the camp. The neighbours were invited. Sometimes even the pretty girls from the village, who filled all the woods with their sweet voices and merry laughter and little affectations of fright. The white snow still lies on all the ground except the warm spot about the camp. The tree branches all show distinctly in the light of the fire, which sends its ruddy glare far into the darkness, and lights up the bough shanty, the hogsheads, the buckets on the trees, and the group about the boiling kettles, until the scene is like something taken out of a fairy play. If Rembrandt could have seen a sugar party in a New England wood, he would have made out of its strong contrasts of light and shade one of the finest pictures in the world. At these sugar parties everyone was expected to eat as much sugar as possible, and those who are practised in it can eat a great deal. It is a peculiarity about eating warm maple sugar, that though you may eat so much of it one day as to loathe the thought of it, you will want it the next day more than ever. At the sugaring off they used to pour the hot sugar upon the snow, where it congealed, without crystallizing, into a sort of wax, which I do suppose is the most delicious substance that was ever invented. And it takes a great while to eat it. If one should close his teeth firmly on a ball of it, he would be unable to open his mouth until it dissolved. The sensation while it is melting is very pleasant, but one cannot converse. The boy used to make a big lump of it and give it to the dog, who seized it with great avidity, and closed his jaws upon it, as dogs will on anything. It was funny, the next moment, to see the expression of perfect surprise on the dog's face, when he found that he could not open his jaws. He shook his head, he sat down in despair, he ran round in a circle, he dashed into the woods and back again. He did everything except climb a tree and howl. It would have been such a relief to him if he could have howled. But that was the one thing he could not do. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Going a-Nutting by Edmund Clarence Stedman. No clouds are in the morning sky, the vapors hug the stream. Who says that life and love can die in all this northern gleam? At every turn the maples burn, the quail is whistling free, the partridge whirs, the frosted burrs are dropping for you and me. Ho, hilly ho, hi oh, hilly ho, in the clear October morning. Along our path the woods are bold, and glow with ripe desire. The yellow chestnut showers its gold, the shumacs spread their fire. The breezes feel as crisp as steel, the buckwheat tops are red. Then down the lane loves scurry again, and over the stubble tread. Ho, hilly ho, hi oh, hilly ho, in the clear October morning. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Becker. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Mock Turtle's Song by Lewis Carroll. Will you walk a little faster? Said a whiting to a snail. There's a porpoise close behind us, and he's treading on my tail. See how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance? They're waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you? Will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you? Won't you join the dance? You can really have no notion how delightful it will be when they take us up and throw us with the lobsters out to sea. But the snail replied, too far, and gave a look askance. Said he thanked the whiting kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not join the dance. Would not, could not, could not join the dance. "What matters it how far we go?" his scaly friend replied. "There is another shore, you know, upon the other side. The further off from England, the nearer is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, but come and join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you? Will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you? Won't you join the dance?" End of section 21. Recording by Joe Becker.
Section 22 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Memoirs of a White Elephant, by Judith Gautier. I was born in the forest of Laos, and regarding my youth I have retained only very confused memories. Occasional punishments inflicted by my mother, when I refused to take my bath, or to follow her in search of food. Some gay frolics with elephants of my own age, pillage of the enemy's fields, and long beatitudes on the border of streams, and in the silent glades of the forest. That is all. When I grew large, I perceived with surprise that the elders of the herd of which I was a member regarded me with disfavor. This pained me, and I would have been glad to think that I was mistaken. But it was evident that no matter what advances were made by me, I was avoided by all. I sought for some cause of this aversion, and soon discovered it by observing my reflection in a pool. I was not like the others. My skin, instead of being like theirs, grey and dingy, was white, and in spots of a pinkish colour. How did that happen? Mortification overwhelmed me, and I formed the habit of retiring from the herd which despised me, and of remaining by myself. One day, when I was thus alone, and sad, and humiliated, at a distance from the herd, I noticed a slight noise in the thicket, near me. I parted the branches with my trunk, and saw a singular being who walked on two legs, and yet was not a bird. He wore neither feathers nor fur, but on his skin there shone brilliant stones and bits of bright colours that made him look like a flower. I beheld for the first time a man. An extreme terror seized me, but a curiosity equally intense kept me motionless in the presence of this creature, so small that without the slightest effort I could have crushed him, and yet who in some way appeared to me more formidable and powerful than I. While I was gazing at him he saw me, and instantly threw himself on the ground, making extraordinary motions of which I did not comprehend the meaning, but which did not seem to me to be hostile. After a few moments he rose and retired, bowing at every step, till I lost sight of him. I returned next day to the same spot, in the hope of seeing him again. The man was there, but this time he was not alone. On seeing me, his companions, like himself, performed the same singular movements, throwing themselves on their faces upon the ground, and doubling their bodies backwards and forwards. My astonishment was great, and my fears diminished. I thought the men so pretty, so light and graceful in their motions, that I could not tire of watching them. After a while they went away, and I saw them no more. One day, soon after, when, alone as usual, I descended to the lake to drink, I saw upon the opposite shore an elephant who looked over at me and made friendly signals. It flattered me that he did not seem to feel repelled by my appearance, but on the contrary seemed to admire me, and was disposed to make my acquaintance. But he was a stranger to me, and certainly did not belong to our herd. He gathered some delicate roots, of a kind that we elephants greatly enjoy, and held them out to me, as though to offer them for my acceptance. I hesitated no longer, and began to swim across the lake. On reaching the other side, I gave the polite stranger to understand that I was attracted, not so much by the sight of the delicacies, as by the wish to enjoy his company. He insisted upon my accepting a portion of his hospitality, and began, very sociably, to eat up the rest. Then, after some gambols which seemed to me very graceful, he moved off, inviting me by his looks to follow. I did not need urging, and we plunged into the forest, running, frolicking, pulling fruits and flowers. I was so delighted with the companionship of my new friend that I took no notice of the direction in which he was leading me. But suddenly I stopped. I saw with uneasiness that I was quite lost. We had come out into a plain that was strange to me, and where in the distance singular objects showed against the sky, tall points the colour of snow, and brilliant red mounds, and smoke, things that seemed to me not natural. Seeing my hesitation, my companion gave me a friendly blow with his trunk, of sufficient force, however, to show more than ordinary strength. My suspicions were not allayed by this blow, under which my flank smarted. I refused to go further. The stranger then uttered a long call, which was answered by similar calls. Seriously frightened now, I turned abruptly toward the forest. A dozen elephants barred the way. He who had so duped me, for what reason I could not imagine, fearing the effects of my indignation, now promptly retired. He set off running, but I was so much larger than he that it seemed easy to overtake him. I rushed in pursuit, but just as I caught up with him I was obliged to stop short. He had entered the open door of a formidable stockade, made of the trunks of giant trees. It was inside that he wished to lead me, to make me a prisoner. I tried to draw back and escape, but I was surrounded by the accomplices of my false friend, who beat me cruelly with their trunks, and at last forced me into the enclosure, the door being at once shut behind me. Seeing myself caught, I uttered my war cry, and charged the palisades, throwing all my weight against them, in the hope of breaking through. I ran madly round the enclosure, thrusting my tusks into the walls, and seizing the timbers with my trunk, endeavouring to wrench them apart. It was against the door that I strove most furiously, but all was useless. My enemies had prudently disappeared. They did not return till I was exhausted, paralysed by my impotent rage, and until, motionless, and with drooping head, I owned myself vanquished. Then he who had lured me into this trap reappeared, and approached me, dragging enormous chains, which he wound round my feet. Groaning deeply, I reproached him with his perfidy, but he gave me to understand that I was in no danger, and that if I would be submissive I would have no cause to regret my lost liberty. The night came. I was left alone, chained in this manner. I strove with desperation to break my manacles, but without success. At last, worn out with grief and fatigue, I threw myself on the ground, and after a time fell asleep. When I opened my eyes the sun was up, and I saw, all standing around the stockade, the elephants of the day before, but out of my reach. They were fastened by the foot by means of a rope which they could have broken without the slightest effort. They were eating with great relish the fine roots and grasses piled up in front of them. I was too sad and mortified to feel hungry, and I looked gloomily at these prisoners, whose happiness and contentment I could not understand. After they had finished eating, some men arrived, and far from showing fear, they saluted them by flapping their ears, giving every sign of joy. Each man seemed to be welcomed by one special elephant, to whom he gave his sole attention. He loosened the rope from the foot, and rubbed the rough skin with an ointment, and then, upon a signal, the captive bent back one of his forelegs to enable the man to mount upon his colossal back. I looked at all this with such astonishment that I almost, for the moment, forgot my own sufferings. And now, each man being seated upon the neck of an elephant, they, one after another, fell into line and marched out of the enclosure, and the gate was shut behind them. I was alone, abandoned. The day was long and cruel. The sun scorched me, and hunger and thirst began to cause me suffering. I struggled no more. My legs were lacerated by the vain efforts I had made. I was prostrate, hopeless, and considered myself as one already dead. At sunset the elephants returned, each one bearing a ration of food, and again I saw them eat joyously, while hunger gnawed my stomach and no one noticed me. The night again descended. I could no longer suppress my screams, which were more of misery than of rage. Hunger and thirst prevented me from sleeping, even for a moment. In the morning a man came towards me. He stopped at some distance and began to speak to me. I could not of course understand what he said to me, but his voice was gentle, and he did not appear to threaten me. When he had finished speaking, he uncovered a bowl that he carried filled with some unfamiliar food, the appetizing odor of which made me fairly quiver. Then he came near, and kneeling, held out the bowl to me. I was so famished that I forgot all pride, and even all prudence. I never had tasted anything so delicious, and when the basin was empty, I carefully picked up the smallest crumbs that had fallen on the ground. The elephant who had captured me now drew near, bearing a man on his back. He made me understand, by little slaps of his trunk, that I should bend back one of my forelegs to allow the man who had fed me to get upon my neck. I obeyed, resigned to anything, and the man sprang up very lightly and placed himself near my head. Then he pricked me with an iron, but very gently, just to let me know that he was armed, and that he could hurt me terribly at this point, so sensitive with us, at the least sign of rebellion. Sufficiently warned, I allowed myself to show no impatience. Then they removed my manacles. The other elephant took up the march, and I followed quietly. We left the stockade, and they led me to a pool in which I was permitted to bathe and drink. After the privations I had suffered, the bath seemed so delightful that I could not make up my mind to leave it when the time came. But a prick on the ear told me plainly that I must obey, and I was so afraid of being deprived of food and drink that I rushed out of the water, determined to do all I was bid. We now went towards the strange objects that I had seen in the distance on the plain on the day I was made prisoner. I learned later that it was the city of Bangkok, the capital of Siam. I had never yet beheld a city, and my curiosity was so aroused that I was anxious to reach it. As we drew near, men appeared on the sides of the road, more and more numerously, so that the way was crowded. They stood on each side of the pathway, and to my great surprise I at last discovered that it was I whom they were expecting, and had come out to see. At my approach they uttered shouts of joy, and when I passed before them, they threw themselves face downward upon the earth with extended arms, then rose and followed me. At the gates of the city a procession appeared, and cloth of gold, and arms, and streamers of silk on long poles. All at once there was a noise, so wonderful that I stopped short. One would have said it was composed of shrieks and groans, and claps of thunder, and whistling winds mingled with the songs of birds. I was so terrified that I turned to escape, but found myself trunk to trunk with my companion, who was following me. His perfect tranquillity, and the roguish wink that he gave me, reassured me, and I felt mortified to have exhibited less courage than others before so many spectators, and I wheeled about so promptly that the man on my head did not have time to prick my ear. I was ordered to stop in front of the leader of the procession, who saluted me and made an address. The great and fearful noise had ceased, but began again as soon as this personage had finished his speech. The procession turned around now and preceded me, and we again moved on. I then saw that it was men who were making all the noise. They struck various objects, they tapped them, they whistled into them, and seemed to take the greatest trouble. That which they made was called music. I grew used to it in time, and even came to think it agreeable. I was no longer afraid, and all that I saw interested me, and delighted me greatly. In the city the crowds were even denser, and the rejoicings more noisy. They spread carpets on the route I was to traverse. The houses were wreathed with garlands of flowers, and from the windows they threw phials of perfume, which my rider caught flying, and sprinkled over me. Why were they so glad to see me? Why were all these honors showered upon me? I, who in my own herd had been repulsed and disdained. I could not reply at the time, but later on I learned it was the whiteness of my skin which alone was responsible for all this enthusiasm. That which seemed to elephants a defect seemed admirable to men, and made me more valuable than a treasure. They believed my presence was a sign of happiness, of victory, of prosperity to the kingdom, and they treated me accordingly. We had now reached a great square in front of a magnificent building which might well cause amazement to a wild elephant. Often since then I have seen this palace, and with better understanding, but always with the same astonishment and admiration. It was like a mountain of snow, carved into domes and great stairways, with painted statues, and columns encrusted with jewels, and tipped with globes of crystal that dazzled their eyes. The tall golden points rose higher than the domes, and in many places red standards floated, and on all of them there was a figure of a white elephant. All the court, in costume of ceremony, was assembled on the lower steps of the stairway. Above, on the platform, on either side of the doorway of red and gold, elephants covered with superb housings were ranged, 8 to the right, 8 to the left, all standing motionless. They summoned me to the foot of the stair, and there I was told to stop. A great silence fell upon all. One would have said that there was nobody there. The crowd which had been so noisy now was mute. The red and gold doorway was opened wide, and all the people prostrated themselves, resting their foreheads upon the earth. The King of Siam appeared. He was borne by 4 porters in a pavilion of gold, in which he sat with crossed legs. His robe was covered with jewels and scattered blinding rays. Before him walked young boys dressed in crimson, who waved great bunches of feathers attached to long sticks. Others carried silver basins out of which came clouds of perfumed smoke. I am able to describe all this now, with words which I have learned since then, but at that time I admired without understanding, and I felt as if I was looking upon all the stars of heaven, and the sun at noonday, and all the flowers of the loveliest spring, at one and the same time. The bearers of the king descended the steps in front of me. His Majesty approached. Then my conductor pricked my ear, and my companion struck my leg with his trunk, indicating that I was to kneel. I did so voluntarily, in the presence of such splendor, which seemed to me as if it might burn anyone who would touch it. The king inclined his head slightly. The King of Siam had saluted me. I learned afterwards that I was the only one who had ever been honored in such fashion, and I was soon able to return the king's salute, or rather to anticipate it. His Majesty addressed me with a few words which had an agreeable sound. He bestowed on me the name of King Magnanimous, with the rank of Mandarin of the first class. He placed upon my head a chaplet of pearls set with gold and precious stones, and then retired to his palace. The multitude, who until now had remained prostrated, now rose up, and with shouts and cries of joy accompanied me to my own palace, where I was to dwell. It was in a garden, in the midst of an immense lawn. The walls were of sandalwood, and the great roofs extended far out on all sides. They were lacquered in red, and glistened in the sunlight, with here and there globes of copper and carved likenesses of elephants' heads. I was taken into an immense hall, so high that the red rafters which interlaced overhead and supported the roof made me think of the branches of my native forest when the sunset reddens them. An old elephant was walking slowly about the hall. As soon as he saw me, he advanced towards me, flapping his ears in welcome. His tusks were ornamented with rings and golden bells, and he wore on his head a diadem like that which the king had just placed on mine. But all this did not improve his appearance. His skin was mottled with dingy patches, like dried earth, and cracked in spots. His eyes and ears were encircled with redness. His tusks were yellow and broken, and he walked with difficulty. But he seemed amiable, and I returned his courtesies. My conductor descended from my neck, while officers and servants prostrated themselves before me, as they had done before the king himself. Then they led me to a huge table of marble, where in great bowls and vessels of silver and gold were bananas, sugar canes, all sorts of delicious fruits and choice grasses, and cakes, and rice, and melted butter. What a feast! Ah, how I wished that those of my herd who had made a mock of me could see how I was treated by man! My heart swelled with pride. Here I was to dwell, and I no longer regretted my liberty and my native forest. Section 23
of The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Candace Delic, Dallas, Texas. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Adventures of General Tom Thumb. In November 1842, I, Phineas T. Barnum, heard of a remarkably small child, and at my request my brother brought him to my hotel. He was not 2 feet high, weighed less than 16 pounds, and was the smallest child I ever saw that could walk alone. He was a perfectly formed, bright-eyed little fellow, with light hair and ruddy cheeks, and he enjoyed the best of health. He was exceedingly bashful, but after some coaxing he was induced to talk with me, and he told me that he was the son of Sherwood E. Stratton, and that his own name was Charles E. Stratton. After seeing and talking with him, I at once determined to secure his services from his parents and to exhibit him in public. He and his mother came to New York Thanksgiving Day, 1842, and I announced him at once on my museum bills as General Tom Thumb. I took the greatest pains to educate and train my diminutive prodigy, devoting many hours to the task by day and night, and I was very successful, for he was an apt pupil, with a great deal of native talent and a keen sense of the ludicrous. He speedily became a public favorite. Accordingly, I entered into an agreement for his services for another year, with the privilege of exhibiting him in Europe. On January 18, 1844, I went on board the new and fine sailing ship Yorkshire, bound for Liverpool. Our party included General Tom Thumb, his parents, and his tutor. We were accompanied by several personal friends, and the city brass band kindly volunteered to escort us to Sandy Hook. On our arrival at Liverpool, quite a crowd had assembled at the dock to see Tom Thumb, for it had been previously announced that he would arrive on the Yorkshire, but his mother managed to smuggle him ashore unnoticed, for she carried him as if he was an infant in her arms. Immediately after our arrival in London, the General came out at the Princess's Theatre, and made so decided a hit that it was difficult to decide who was best pleased, the spectators, the manager, or myself. I took a furnished mansion in West End, in the very center of the most fashionable locality. From this magnificent mansion I sent letters of invitation to the editors and several of the nobility to visit the General. Most of them called and were highly gratified. The word of approval was indeed so passed around in high circles that uninvited parties drove to my door in crusted carriages and were not admitted. During our first week in London, the Honorable Edward Everett, the American minister, to whom I had letters of introduction, called and was highly pleased with his diminutive, though renowned countryman. We dined with him the next day, by invitation, and his family loaded the young American with presents. Mr. Everett kindly promised to use his influence at the palace, with the view of having Tom Thumb introduced to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. I breakfasted at his house one morning in company with Mr. Charles Murray, who held the office of Master of the Queen's household. Mr. Murray kindly offered his good offices in the case, and the next day one of the Queen's Life Guards, a tall, noble-looking fellow, bedecked as became his station, brought me a note conveying the Queen's invitation to General Tom Thumb and his guardian, Mr. Barnum, to appear at Buckingham Palace on an evening specified. Special instructions were the same day given me by Mr. Murray. by Her Majesty's command, to suffer the general to appear before her as he would appear anywhere else, without any training in the use of the titles of royalty, as the Queen desired to see him act naturally and without restraint. On arriving at the palace, the lord in waiting put me under drill as to the manner and form in which I should conduct myself in the presence of royalty. I was to answer all questions by Her Majesty through him, and in no event to speak directly to the Queen. In leaving the royal presence, I was to back out, keeping my face always towards Her Majesty. And the illustrious lord kindly gave me a specimen of that sort of backward locomotion. How far I profited by his instruction and example will presently appear. We were conducted through a long corridor to a broad flight of marble steps, which led to the Queen's magnificent picture gallery, where Her Majesty and Prince Albert, the Duchess of Kent, the Duke of Wellington, and others were awaiting our arrival. They were standing at the farther end of the room when the door was thrown open, and the general walked in, looking like a wax doll, gifted with the power of locomotion. Surprise and pleasure were depicted on the countenances of the royal circle at beholding this remarkable specimen of humanity, so much smaller than they had evidently expected to find him. The general advanced with a firm step, and, as he came within hailing distance, made a very graceful bow, and exclaimed, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." A burst of laughter followed this salutation. The Queen then took him by the hand, led him about the gallery, and asked him many questions, the answers to which kept the party in an uninterrupted strain of merriment. The general familiarity informed the Queen that her picture gallery was first rate, and told her he should like to see the Prince of Wales. The Queen replied that the Prince had retired to rest, but that he should see him on some future occasion. The general then gave his songs, dances, and imitations, and after a conversation with Prince Albert and all present, which continued for more than an hour, we were permitted to depart. Before describing the process and incidents of backing out, I must acknowledge how sadly I broke through the counsel of the lord in waiting. While Prince Albert and others were engaged with the general, the Queen was gathering information from me in regard to his history, etc. 2 or 3 questions were put and answered through the process indicated in my drill. It was a roundabout way of doing business, not at all to my liking, and I suppose the lord in waiting was seriously shocked, if not outraged, when I entered directly into conversation with Her Majesty. She, however, seemed not disposed to check my boldness, for she immediately spoke directly to me in obtaining the information which she sought. I felt entirely at ease in her presence, and could not avoid contrasting her sensible and amiable manners with the stiffness and formality of upstart gentility at home or abroad. The Queen was modestly attired in plain black and wore no ornaments. Indeed, surrounded as she was by ladies arrayed in the highest style of magnificence, their dresses sparkling with diamonds, she was the last person whom a stranger would have pointed out in that circle as the Queen of England. The lord in waiting was perhaps mollified towards me when he saw me following his illustrious example in backing out from the royal presence. He was accustomed to the process, and therefore was able to keep somewhat ahead, or rather aback, of me, but even I stepped rather fast for the general. We had a considerable distance to travel in that long gallery before reaching the door, and whenever the general found he was losing ground, he turned around and ran a few steps, then resumed the position of backing out, then turned around and ran, and so continued to alternate his methods of getting to the door, until the gallery fairly rang with the merriment of the royal spectators. It was really one of the richest scenes I ever saw. Running, under the circumstances, was an offense sufficiently heinous to excite the indignation of the Queen's favorite poodle dog, and he vented his displeasure by barking so sharply as to startle the general from his propriety. He, however, recovered immediately, and, with his little cane, commenced an attack on the poodle, and a funny fight ensued, which renewed and increased the merriment of the royal party. This was near the door of exit. We had scarcely passed into the anteroom when one of the Queen's attendants came to us with the expressed hope of Her Majesty that the General had sustained no damage, to which the Lord in Waiting playfully added, that in case of injury to so renowned a personage, he should fear a declaration of war by the United States. On our second visit to the Queen, we were received in what is called the Yellow Drawing Room, a magnificent apartment, surpassing in splendor and gorgeousness anything of the kind I had ever seen. It was hung with drapery of rich yellow satin damask, the couches, sofas, and chairs being covered with the same material. The vases, urns, and ornaments were all of modern patterns and the most exquisite workmanship. The room was panelled in gold, and the heavy cornices beautifully carved and gilt. The tables, pianos, etc., were mounted with gold inlaid with pearl of various hues and of the most elegant designs. We were ushered into this gorgeous drawing room before the Queen and royal circle had left the dining room, and, as they approached, the General bowed respectfully. The Queen smilingly took him by the hand and said she hoped he was very well. "General," continued the Queen, "this is the Prince of Wales." "How are you, Prince?" said the General, shaking him by the hand. And then standing beside the Prince, he remarked, "The Prince is taller than I am, but I feel as big as anybody." Upon which he strutted up and down the room as proud as a peacock, amid shouts of laughter from all present. The Queen then introduced the Princess Royal, and the General immediately led her to his elegant little sofa, which we took with us, and with much politeness sat himself down beside her. Then rising from his seat, he went through his various performances, and the Queen handed him an elegant and costly souvenir, which had been expressly made for him by her order, for which he told her he was very much obliged, and he would keep it as long as he lived. On our third visit to Buckingham Palace, Leopold, King of the Belgians, was also present. He was highly pleased, and asked a multitude of questions. Queen Victoria desired the General to sing a song, and asked him what song he preferred to sing. "Yankee Doodle," was the prompt reply. This answer was as unexpected to me as it was to the royal party. When the merriment it occasioned had somewhat subsided, the Queen good humouredly remarked, "That is a very pretty song, General. Sing it if you please." The General complied, and soon afterward we retired. The British public was now fairly excited. Not to have seen General Tom Thumb was decidedly unfashionable, and from March 20th to July 20th, the levees of the little General at Egyptian Hall were continually crowded. At the fashionable hour, 60 carriages of the nobility have been counted at one time standing in front of our exhibition rooms in Piccadilly. Pictures of the little General were published in all the pictorial papers of the time. Polkas and quadrilles were named after him, and songs were sung in his praise. The Queen Dowager Adelaide requested the General's attendance at Marlborough House one afternoon. He went in his court dress, consisting of a richly embroidered brown silk velvet coat and short breeches, white satin vest with fancy colored embroidery, white silk stockings and pumps, wig, bagwig, cocked hat, and a dress sword. "Why, General," said the Queen Dowager, "I think you look very smart today." "I guess I do," said the General. A large party of the nobility was present. The old Duke of Cambridge offered the little General a pinch of snuff, which he declined. The General sang his songs, performed his dances, and cracked his jokes, to the great amusement and delight of the distinguished circle of visitors. "Dear little General," said the kind-hearted Queen, taking him upon her lap, "I see you have no watch. Will you permit me to present you with a watch and chain?" "I would like them very much," replied the General, his eyes glistening. "I will have them made expressly for you," responded the Queen Dowager, and at the same moment she called a friend and desired him to see that the proper order was executed. A few weeks thereafter we were called again to Marlborough House. A number of the children of the nobility were present as well as some of their parents. After passing a few compliments with the General, Queen Adelaide presented him with a beautiful little gold watch, placing the chain around his neck with her own hands. This elegant little watch was not only duly heralded, but was also placed upon a pedestal in the Hall of Exhibition, together with the presents from Queen Victoria, and covered with a glass vase. To these were soon added an elegant gold snuff box mounted with turquoise, presented by his Grace the Duke of Devonshire, and many other costly gifts of the nobility and gentry. The Duke of Wellington called frequently to see the little general at his levees, that same Duke of Wellington who defeated the Emperor Napoleon in the Battle of Waterloo. The first time he called, the general was personating Napoleon, marching up and down the platform, and apparently taking snuff in deep meditation. He was dressed in the well-known uniform of the Emperor. I introduced him to the Iron Duke, who inquired the subject of his meditations. "I was thinking of the loss of the Battle of Waterloo," was the little general's immediate reply. This display of wit was chronicled throughout the country. Scarcely a nobleman in England failed to see General Tom Thumb at his own house, at the house of a friend, or at the public levees in Egyptian Hall. Our visit in London and tour through the provinces were enormously successful, and after a brilliant season in Great Britain, I made preparations to take the General to Paris. On the very day after my arrival, I received a special command to appear before King Louis Philippe at the Tuileries on the following Sunday evening. At the appointed hour, the General and I, arrayed in the conventional court costume, were ushered into a grand saloon of the palace, where we were introduced to the King, the Queen, Princess Adelaide, the Duchess d'Orleans, her son, the Count de Paris, and a dozen or more distinguished persons. General Tom Thumb went through his various performances to the manifest pleasure of all who were present, and at the close the King presented to him a large emerald brooch set with diamonds. King Louis Philippe was so condescending and courteous that I felt quite at home in the royal presence, and ventured upon a bit of diplomacy. The Longchamp celebration was coming, a day now conspicuous for the display of court and fashionable equipages in the Champs Elysees and the Bois de Boulogne, and as the King was familiarly conversing with me, I ventured to say that I had hurried over to Paris to take part in the Longchamps display, and I asked him if the General's carriage could not be permitted to appear in the avenue reserved for the court and the diplomatic corps, representing that the General's small but elegant establishment, with its tiny ponies and little coachmen and footmen, would be in danger of damage in the general throng unless the privilege I asked was accorded. The King smilingly turned to one of the officers of his household, and, after conversing with him for a few moments, he said to me, "Call on the prefect of police tomorrow afternoon, and you will find a permit ready for you." Longchamp's day arrived, and among the many splendid equipages on the grand avenue, none attracted more attention than the superb little carriage with 4 ponies, and liveried and powdered coachmen and footmen belonging to the General. It stood out conspicuous in the line of carriages containing the ambassadors to the court of France. Thousands upon thousands rent the air with cheers for General Tom Pouce. Thus before I opened the exhibition all Paris knew that General Tom Thumb was in the city. The elite of the city came to the exhibitions. The season was more than a success. It was a triumph. It seemed too as if the whole city was advertising me. The papers were profuse in their praises of the General and his performances. Figaro, the Punch of Paris, gave a picture of an immense mastiff running away with the General's carriage and horses in his mouth. Statuettes of General Tom Pouce appeared in all the windows, in plaster, marble, sugar, and chocolate. A fine cafe on one of the boulevards took the name of Tom Pouce, and displayed over the door a life-size statue of the General. We were commanded to appear twice more at the Tuileries, and we were also invited to the palace on the King's birthday, to witness the display of fireworks in honor of the anniversary. Our 4th and last visit to the royal family was by special invitation at St. Cloud. We remained an hour, and at parting, each of the royal party gave the General a splendid present and almost smothered him with kisses. After bidding them adieu, we retired to another portion of the palace to make a change of the General's costume, and to partake of some refreshments which had been prepared for us. Half an hour afterwards, as we were about leaving the palace, we went through a hall leading to the front door, and in doing so passed the sitting room, in which the royal family was spending the evening. The door was open, and some of them, happening to espy the General, called out for him to come in and shake hands with them once more. We entered the apartment and there found the ladies sitting around a square table, each provided with 2 candles, and every one of them, including the queen, was engaged in working at embroidery. A sight which I am sorry to say I believe is seldom seen in families of the aristocracy on either side of the water. From France we crossed the border into Belgium. Brussels is Paris in miniature and one of the most charming cities I ever visited. We found elegant quarters, and the day after our arrival by command we visited King Leopold and the Queen at their palace. The King and Queen had already seen the General in London, but they wished to present him to their children and the distinguished persons whom we found assembled. After a most agreeable hour we came away, the General as usual receiving many fine presents. The following day I opened the exhibition in a beautiful hall, which on that day and on every other day while we remained there was crowded. On the 2nd or 3rd day, in the midst of the exhibition, I suddenly missed the case containing the valuable presents which the General had received from kings, queens, noblemen, and gentlemen, and instantly gave the alarm. Some thief had intruded for the express purpose of stealing these jewels, and in the crowd had been entirely successful in his object. The police were notified, and I offered 2,000 francs reward for the recovery of the property. A day or 2 afterward, a man went into a jeweler's shop and offered for sale, among other things, a gold snuff box, mounted with turquoises, and presented by the Duke of Devonshire to the General. The jeweler, seeing the General's initials on the box, sharply questioned the man, who became alarmed and ran out of the shop. An alarm was raised and the man was caught. He made a clean breast of it, and in the course of a few hours the entire property was returned, to the great delight of the General and myself. Wherever we exhibited afterwards, the case of presents was always carefully watched. From Belgium we returned for a provincial tour through Great Britain. We traveled by post most of the time. That is, I had a suitable carriage made for our party, and a van which conveyed the General's carriage, ponies, and such other property as we needed. We also used the railway lines freely, leaving our carriages at any station and taking them up again when we returned. I remember once making an extraordinary effort to reach a branch line station where I meant to leave my teams and take the rail for Rugby. I had a timetable and knew at what time exactly I could hit the train, but unfortunately the axle to my carriage broke and I was an hour late in reaching the station. The train had been long gone, but I must be in Rugby where we had advertised a performance. I found the superintendent and told him I must instantly have an extra train to Rugby. "Extra train?" said he, with surprise and a half sneer. "Why, you can't have an extra train for less than £60." "Is that all?" I asked. "Well, get up your train immediately. Here are your £60. What are £60 to me, when I must be in Rugby in a hurry?" The astonished superintendent bustled about and the train was soon ready. He was greatly puzzled to know what distinguished person, he thought he must be dealing with some prince, or at least a duke, was willing to give so much money to save a few hours' time, and he hesitatingly asked whom he had the honor of serving. "General Tom Thumb." When we were in Oxford, a dozen or more of the university students decided to play a joke on us. As the General was a little fellow, they concluded the admission fee to his entertainments should be paid in the smallest kind of money. They accordingly provided themselves with farthings, and as each man entered, instead of handing in a shilling for his ticket, he laid down 48 farthings. The counting of which tiny coins, with a crowd of ladies and gentlemen about, waiting clamorously to buy their tickets, was no small joke to Mr. Stratton, the General's father, who was acting as ticket seller. I had now spent 3 years with General Tom Thumb in Great Britain and on the Continent. The entire period had been a season of unbroken pleasure and profit. Thus closing a truly triumphant tour, we set sail for New York, arriving in February, 1847. The General immediately appeared in the American Museum, drawing such crowds as had never been seen before. It was then determined that the General and his parents should travel through the United States. We proceeded to Washington, visiting President Polk and Lady at the White House, thence toward the east, the southern states, and made a journey to Havana, where we were introduced to the Captain General and the Spanish nobility. On our return it was agreed that I should go home and travel no more with the little general. I had competent agents who could exhibit him, and I preferred to relinquish a portion of the profits rather than remain longer from home. In 1849 I had projected a great traveling museum and menagerie, and as I had neither time nor inclination to manage such a concern, I induced Mr. Seth B. Howes to take the charge. Mr. Sherwood E. Stratton, father of General Tom Thumb, was also admitted to partnership. We chartered the ship Regatta and dispatched her to Ceylon to procure, either by capture or purchase, 12 or more living elephants, besides such other wild animals as they could secure. The ship left New York in May 1850 and was absent 1 year. They arrived in New York in 1851 with 10 elephants, and these, harnessed in pairs to a chariot, paraded up Broadway. We added a caravan of wild animals and many museum curiosities, and commenced operations under the patronage of General Tom Thumb, who traveled nearly 4 years as one of the attractions of Barnum's Great Asiatic Caravan, Museum, and Menagerie. In 1861 I was visited at the museum by a most remarkable dwarf, who was a sharp, intelligent little fellow, perfectly formed with a deal of drollery and wit. His name, he told me, was George Washington Morrison Nutt. As soon as I engaged him, placards proclaimed the presence of Commodore Nutt at the museum. I also procured for the Commodore a pair of Shetland ponies, miniature coachman and footman in livery, gold-mounted harnesses, and an elegant little carriage, which when closed represented a gigantic English walnut. Commodore Nutt and the giantess, Anna Swan, show how extremes occasionally met at my museum. He was the smallest of men, and she was the tallest of women. In 1862 I heard of an extraordinary dwarf girl named Lavinia Warren, a most intelligent and refined young lady, well educated, accomplished, and beautiful. I succeeded in making an engagement with her and purchased for her a very splendid wardrobe, costly jewels, and in fact everything that could add to the charms of her naturally charming little person. Commodore Nutt was on exhibition with her, and although he was several years her junior, he evidently took a great fancy to her. Tom Thumb had no business engagement at that time with me, but he one day called upon me quite unexpectedly while Lavinia was holding one of her levees. Here he now saw her for the first time. He had a short interview with her, after which he came directly to my private office and desired to see me alone. "Mr. Barnum," he said, "that is the most charming little lady I ever saw, and I believe she was created on purpose to be my wife." His visits to the museum were now very frequent, and it was noticeable that the Commodore, though not exactly jealous, yet strutted around like a bantam rooster whenever the General approached Lavinia. Tom Thumb finally returned to his home in Bridgeport and privately begged that on the following Saturday I would take Lavinia up to my home in the same town. I could do no less than accede to his proposal, but when the Commodore heard of the matter he immediately pricked up his ears and said, "Mr. Barnum, I should like to go to Bridgeport tomorrow." "What for?" I asked. "I want to see my little ponies. I have not seen them for several months," he replied. I whispered in his ear, "You little rogue, that is the pony you want to see," pointing to Lavinia. The General met us at the depot in Bridgeport on Saturday morning, and drove us to my house in his own carriage, his coachman being tidily dressed with a broad velvet ribbon and silver buckle placed upon his hat expressly for that purpose. After resting half an hour at my home, he took Lavinia out to ride. He stopped a few moments at his mother's house, where she met his mother and saw the apartments which his father had built expressly for him, and filled with the most gorgeous tiny furniture, all corresponding to his own diminutive style. Tom Thumb was with us for dinner, and as 9 o'clock approached, I remarked that it was about time to retire, but somebody would have to sit up until 11 in order to let in the Commodore, who was coming up on the late train. The General replied, "I will sit up with pleasure, if Miss Warren will remain also." Lavinia carelessly replied that she was used to late hours, and she would wait and see the Commodore, so the family retired. Soon after the little Commodore arrived, he came to my room. "Mr. Barnum, does Tom Thumb board here?" asked the little bantam in a petulant tone of voice. "No," said I, "Tom Thumb does not board here. I invited him to stop overnight, so don't be foolish, but go to bed." "Oh, it's no affair of mine. I don't care anything about it," replied the Commodore, and off he went, evidently in a bad humor. 10 minutes afterward Tom Thumb came rushing into my room. Closing the door, he caught hold of my hand in a high state of excitement and whispered, "We are engaged, Mr. Barnum. We are engaged. We are engaged." And he jumped up and down in the greatest glee. When the Commodore heard the news, he choked a little as if he was trying to swallow something. Then, turning on his heel, he said in a broken voice, "I hope you may be happy." "Never mind, Commodore," I said to him. "Minnie Warren is a better match for you. She is a charming little creature and 2 years younger than you, while Lavinia is several years older." A few weeks subsequently, when time had reconciled the Commodore, he told me that Tom Thumb had asked him to stand as groomsman with Minnie as bridesmaid at the wedding. The approaching wedding was announced. It created an immense excitement. Lavinia's levees at the museum were crowded. I had promised to give the couple a genteel and graceful wedding, and I kept my word. The day arrived, February 10th, 1863. The ceremony took place in Grace Church, New York. I know not what better I could have done had the wedding of a prince been in contemplation. The church was filled by a highly select audience of ladies and gentlemen. Among them were governors of several of the states, members of Congress were present, also generals of the army, and many other prominent public men. After this, Mr. and Mrs. Tom Thumb started on a wedding tour, taking Washington in on their way, where they visited President Lincoln at the White House. After a few months' retirement, they again resumed their public career, and have since traveled around the world, Commodore Nutt and Minnie Warren accompanying them. And the union of Mr. and Mrs. Tom Thumb has proved in an eminent degree a happy marriage. End of section 23. Recording by Candace Stellick, Dallas, Texas.
Section 24 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Plains Call by Arthur Chapman. I must ride out on the plains again, with horse 'twixt knee and knee, where the wolves howl and the winds growl, and the clouds drift fast o'er me. I must ride out on the plains once more, on the westland's broad and level floor. I must ride forth on the plains at morn, where the cactus flowers are, and the lark calls, and the white walls of the mountains loom afar. I must ride out when breaks the day, ride where the gods of outdoors play. I must ride out on the plains at night, and smell the dew-wet sage, when the moon glows and the late snows gleam like a book's white page. I must ride out on the plains again, and quit this haunt of pygmy men. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. A Night Ride in a Prairie Schooner by Hamlin Garland. One afternoon in the autumn of 1868, Duncan Stewart, leading his little fleet of prairie schooners, entered upon the big prairie of northern Iowa and pushed resolutely into the west. His 4-horse, canvas-covered wagon was followed by 2 other lighter vehicles, one of which was driven by his wife and the other by a hired freighter.
At the rear of all the wagons, and urging forward a dozen or 16 cattle, trotted a gaunt youth and a small boy. The boy had tears upon his face, and was limping with a stone bruise. He could hardly look over the wild oats, which tossed their gleaming bayonets in the wind, and when he dashed out into the blue joint and wild sunflowers, to bring the cattle into the road, he could be traced only by the ripple he made like a trout in a pool. He was a small edition of his father. He wore the same color and check in his hickory shirt, and his long pantaloons of blue denim had suspenders precisely like those of the men. Indeed, he considered himself a man, notwithstanding the tear stains on his brown cheeks. It seemed a long time since leaving his native Wisconsin coolly behind, with only a momentary sadness. But now, after nearly a week of travel, it seemed his father must be leading them all to the edge of the world, and Lincoln was very sad and weary. "Company, halt!" called the captain. One by one the teams stopped, and the cattle began to feed. They were always ready to eat, and Mr. Stewart, coming back where his wife sat, said cheerily, "Well, Kate, here's the big prairie I told you of, and beyond that blue line of timber you see is Sun Prairie and home." Mrs. Stewart did not smile. She was too weary, and the wailing of little Mary in her arms was dispiriting. "Come here, Lincoln," said Mr. Stewart. "Here we are, out of sight of the works of man. Not a horse in sight. Climb up here and see." Lincoln rustled along through the tall grass, and clambering up the wagon wheel, stood silently beside his mother. Tired as he was, the scene made an indelible impression on him. It was as though he had suddenly been transported into another world, a world where time did not exist, where snow never fell, and the grass waved forever under a cloudless sky. A great awe fell upon him as he looked, and he could not utter a word. At last Mr. Stewart cheerily called, "Attention, battalion! We must reach Sun Prairie tonight. Forward, march!" Again the little wagon train took up its slow way through the tall ranks of the wild oats and the drooping, flaming sunflowers. Slowly the sun sank. The crickets began to cry. The nighthawks whizzed and boomed, and long before the prairie was crossed the night had come. Being too tired to foot it any longer behind the cracking heels of the cows, Lincoln climbed into the wagon beside his little brother, who was already asleep, and resting his head against his mother's knee, lay for a long time, listening to the chuckle of the wheels, watching the light go out of the sky, and counting the stars as they appeared. At last they entered the wood, which seemed a very threatening place indeed, and his alert ears caught every sound, the hoot of owls, the quavering cry of coons, the twitter of night birds. But at last his weariness overcame him, and he dozed off, hearing the clank of the whipple trees, the creak of the horses' harness, the vibrant voice of his father, and the occasional cry of the hired hand urging the cattle forward through the dark. He was roused once by the ripple of a stream, wherein the horses thrust their hot nozzles. He heard the grind of wheels on the pebbly bottom, and the wild shouts of resolute men as they scrambled up the opposite bank, to thread once more the dark aisles of the forest. Here by the road was smoother, and to the soft rumble of the wheels the boy slept. At last, deep in the night, so it seemed to Lincoln, his father shouted, "Wake up, everybody! We're almost home." Then, facing the darkness, he cried, in Western fashion, "Hello, the house!" Dazed and stupid, Lincoln stepped down the wheel to the ground, his legs numb with sleep. Owen followed, querulous as a sick puppy, and together they stood in the darkness, waiting further command. From a small frame house near by, a man with a lantern appeared. "Hello!" he said, yawning with sleep. "Is that you, Stewart? I just about give you up." While the men unhitched the teams, Stewart helped his wife and children into the house, where Mrs. Hutcheson, a tall, thin woman, with a pleasant smile, made them welcome. She helped Mrs. Stewart remove her things, and then set out some bread and milk for the boys, which they ate in silence, their heavy eyelids drooping. When Mr. Stewart came in, he said, "Now, Lincoln, you and Will are to sleep in the other shack. Run along before you go to sleep. Owen will stay here." Without in the least knowing the why or wherefore, Lincoln set forth beside the hired man out into the unknown. They walked rapidly for a long time, and as his blood began to stir again, Lincoln awoke to the wonder and mystery of the hour. The strange grasses under his feet, the unknown stars over his head, the dim objects on the horizon, were all the fashioning of a mind in the world of dreams. At last they came to a small cabin on the banks of a deep ravine. Opening the door, the men lit a candle and spread their burden of blankets on the floor. Lincoln crept between them like a sleepy puppy, and in a few minutes this unknown actual world merged itself in the mystery of the dreams. When he awoke, the sun was shining, hot and red, through the open windows, and the men were smoking their pipes by the rough fence before the door. Lincoln hurried out to see what kind of world this was to which his night's journey had hurried him. It was, for the most part, a level land, covered with short grass intermixed with tall weeds, and with many purple and yellow flowers. A little way off, to the right, stood a small house, and about as far to the right was another, before which stood the wagons belonging to his father. Directly in front was a wide expanse of rolling prairie, cut by a deep ravine, while to the north, beyond the small farm, which was fenced, a still wider region rolled away into unexplored and marvelous distance. Altogether it was a land to exalt a boy who had lived all his life in a thickly settled Wisconsin coulee, where the horizon line was high and small of circuit. In less than 2 hours the wagons were unloaded, the stove was set up in the kitchen, the family clock was ticking on its shelf, and the bureau set against the wall. It was amazing to see how these familiar things and his mother's bustling presence changed the looks of the cabin. Little Mary was quite happy crawling about the floor, and Owen, who had explored the barn and found a lizard to play with, was entirely at home. Lincoln had climbed to the roof of the house, and was still trying to comprehend this mighty stretch of grasses. Sitting astride the roof board, he gazed away into the northwest, where no house broke the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the high ridge. While seated thus, he heard a distant roar and trample, and saw a cloud of dust rising along the fence, which bounded the farm to the west. It was like a rush of a whirlwind, and, before he could call to his father, out on the smooth sod to the south burst a platoon of wild horses, led by a beautiful roan mare. The boy's heart leaped with excitement as the shaggy colts swept around to the east, racing like wolves at play. Their long tails and abundant manes streamed in the wind like banners, and their imperious bugling voiced their contempt for man. Lincoln clapped his hands with joy, and all the family ran to the fence to enjoy the sight. A boy, splendidly mounted on a fleet roan, the mate of the leader, was riding at a slashing pace with intent to turn the troop to the south. He was a superb rider, and the little Morgan strove gallantly without need of whip or spur. He laid out like a hare. He seemed to float like a hawk, skimming on the weeds. His rider sat him like one born to the saddle, erect and supple, and of little hindrance to the beast. On swept the herd, circling to the left, heading for the wild lands to the east. Gallantly strove the roan with his resolute rider, disdaining to be beaten by his own mate, his breath roaring like a furnace, his nostrils blown like trumpets, his hoofs pounding the resounding sod, all in vain. Even with the inside track, he was no match for his wild, free mate. The herd drew ahead, and plunging through a short lane, vanished over a big swell to the east, and their drumming rush died rapidly away into silence. This was a glorious introduction to the life of the prairies, and Lincoln's heart filled with boundless joys, and longing to know it, all of it, east, west, north, and south. He had no further wish to return to his coulee home. The horseman had become his ideal, the prairie his domain. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the treasure chest of my Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse, edited by Beaupre Miller. Section 26. The Story of a Spider by J. Henry Fabry. For 3 weeks and more the Lycosa trails a bag of eggs hanging to her spinnerets. Whether she come up from her shaft to lean upon the curb and bask in the sun, whether she suddenly retire underground in the face of danger, or whether she is roaming the country before settling down, never does she let go her precious bag, that very cumbrous burden in walking, climbing, or leaping. If by some accident it become detached from the fastening to which it is hung, she flings herself madly on her treasure, and lovingly embraces it, ready to bite whosoever would take it from her. In the early days of September, the young ones who have been some time hatched are ready to come out. The pill rips open along the middle fold. The whole family emerges from the bag straight away. Then and there the youngsters climb to the mother's back. As for the empty bag, now a worthless shred, it is flung out of the burrow. The Lycosa does not give it a further thought. Huddled together, sometimes in 2 or 3 layers, according to their number, the little ones cover the whole back of the mother, who, for 7 or 8 months to come, will carry her family night and day. Nowhere can we hope to see a more edifying domestic picture than that of the Lycosa clothed in her young. From time to time I meet a little band of gypsies passing along the high road on their way to some neighboring fair. The newborn baby mewls on the mother's breast in a hammock formed out of a handkerchief. The last weaned is carried pick-a-back. A third toddles, clinging to its mother's skirts. Others follow closely, the biggest in the rear, ferreting in the blackberry-laden hedgerows. They go their way, penniless and rejoicing. The sun is hot and the earth is fertile. But how this picture pales before that of the Lycosa, that incomparable gypsy whose brats are numbered by the hundred, and one and all of them, from September to April, without a moment's respite, find room upon the patient creature's back, where they are content to lead a tranquil life and to be carted about. The little ones are very good. None moves, none seeks a quarrel with his neighbors. Clinging together, they form a continuous drapery, a shaggy ulster, under which the mother becomes unrecognizable. Is it an animal, a fluff of wool, a cluster of small seeds fastened to one another? This is impossible to tell at the first glance. The equilibrium of this living blanket is not so firm, but that falls often occur, especially when the mother climbs from indoors and comes to the threshold to let the little ones take the sun. The least brush against the gallery unseats a part of the family. The mishap is not serious. The hen, fidgeting about her chicks, looks for the strays, calls them, gathers them together. The Lycosa knows not these maternal alarms. Impassively she leaves those who drop off to manage their own difficulty, which they do with wonderful quickness. Commend me to those youngsters for getting up without whining, dusting themselves, and resuming their seat in the saddle. The unhorsed ones promptly find a leg of the mother, the usual climbing pole. They swarm up it as fast as they can, and recover their places on the bearer's back. The living bulk of animals is reconstructed in the twinkling of an eye. I take a hair pencil and sweep the living burden from one of my spiders, making it fall close to another covered with her little ones. The evicted youngsters scamper about, find a new mother's leg outspread, nimbly clamber up these, and mount on the back of the obliging creature, who quietly lets them have their way. They slip in among the others, or, when the layer is too thick, push to the front and pass from the abdomen to the thorax, and even to the head, though leaving the region of the eyes uncovered. It does not do to blind the bearer. The common safety demands that. They know this, and respect the lenses of the eyes, however populous the assembly be. The whole animal is now covered with a swarming carpet of young, all except the legs, which must preserve the freedom of action, and the under part of the body, where contact with the ground is to be feared. My pencil forces a third family upon the already overburdened spider, and this too is peacefully accepted. The youngsters huddle up closer, lie one on top of the other in layers, and room is found for all. The Lycosa has lost the last semblance of an animal, has become nameless bristling thing that walks about. Falls are frequent, and are followed by continual climbings. I perceive that I have reached the limits, not of the bearer's goodwill, but of equilibrium. The spider would adopt an indefinite number of fondlings, if the dimensions of her back afforded them a firm hold. Let us be content with this. Let us restore each family to its mother, drawing at random from the lot. There must necessarily be interchanges, but that is of no importance. Real children and adopted children are the same thing in the Lycosa's eyes. The month of March comes to an end, and the departure of the youngsters begins, in glorious weather, during the hottest hours of the morning. Laden with her swarming burden, the mother Lycosa is outside her burrow, squatting on the parapet at the entrance. She lets them do as they please, as though indifferent to what is happening. She exhibits neither encouragement nor regret. Whoso will goes, whoso will remain behind. First these, then those, according as they feel themselves duly soaked with sunshine. The little ones leave the mother in batches, run about for a moment on the ground, and then quickly reach the trellis work of the cage where they are kept, which they climb with surprising alacrity. They pass through the meshes, they clamber right to the top of the citadel. All, with not one exception, make for the heights, instead of roaming on the ground, as might reasonably be expected from the eminently earthly habits of the Lycosa. All ascend the dome, a strange procedure whereof I do not yet guess the object. I receive a hint from the upright ring that finishes the top of the cage. The youngsters hurry to it. It represents the porch of their gymnasium. They hang out threads across the opening. They stretch others from the ring to the nearest point of the trellis work. On these foot bridges they perform slack rope exercises amid endless comings and goings. The tiny legs open out from time to time and straddle as though to reach the most distant points. I begin to realize that they are acrobats aiming at loftier heights than those of the dome. I top the trellis with a branch that doubles the attainable height. The bustling crowd hastily scrambles up it, reaches the tip of the topmost twigs, and thence sends out threads that attach themselves to every surrounding object. These form so many suspension bridges, and to my beasties nimbly run along them, incessantly passing to and fro. One would say that they wish to climb higher still. I will endeavor to satisfy their desires. I take a 9-foot reed with tiny branches spreading right up to the top, and place it above the cage. The little Lycosa clamber to the very summit. Here longer threads are produced from the rope yard, and are now left to float, anon converted into bridges by the mere contact of the free end with the neighboring supports. The rope dancers embark upon them, and form garlands which the least breath of air swings daintily. The thread is invisible when it does not come between the eyes and the sun, and the whole suggests rows of gnats dancing an aerial ballet. Then suddenly, teased by the air currents, the delicate mooring breaks and flies through space. Behold the emigrants off and away, clinging to their thread. If the wind be favorable, they can land at great distances. Their departure is thus continued for a week or two, in bands more or less numerous, according to the temperature and the brightness of the day. If the sky be overcast, none dreams of leaving. The travelers need the kisses of the sun, which give energy and vigor. At last the whole family has disappeared, carried afar by its flying ropes. The mother remains alone. The loss of her offspring hardly seems to distress her. She retains her usual color and plumpness, which is a sign that the maternal exertions have not been too much for her. End of section 26. Recording by Tech Savvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 27 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lorraine Harton. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Gossamer Spider. The Gossamer Spider by Charlotte M. Young. Creature no bigger than a pin, most wonderful of all that spin, an acrobatic fairy. Nay, what rope dancer from himself can draw his lines like this small elf, marking his progress airy? Or breezy downs from bent to bent that slender viewless pathway went, traced in some moment's shimmer, but far too fine for common sight, until the sunset's sinking light makes the whole network glimmer. Now here, now there, a rainbow gleam floats o'er the turf in silvery stream of strange, mysterious lightness. Then early autumn's frost will strew each thread with glancing beads of dew, jewels of flashing brightness. End of section 27. Recording by Lorraine Harton.
Section 28 of the Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Ann R. The Treasure Chest of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Where love is, there God is also. In a certain city of Russia dwelt Martin Avdyeevich, the cobbler. He lived in a cellar, a wretched little hole with a single window. The window looked up towards the street, and through it Martin could just see the passers-by. It is true that he could see little more than their boots, but few indeed were the boots in that neighborhood which had not passed through his hands at some time or other. While Martin was still a journeyman, his wife had died, but she left him a little boy. No sooner had the little one begun to grow up and be a joy to his father's heart than he too died. Then Martin grew so despairing that he began to murmur against God. Lo, one day there came to him an aged peasant pilgrim. Martin fell a-talking with him, and began to complain of his great sorrow. As for living any longer, thou man of God, said he, I desire it not. But the old man said to him, Thy speech, Martin, is not good. It is because thou wouldst fain have lived for thy own delight that thou dost now despair. But what then is a man to live for? Asked Martin. The old man answered, For God, Martin. He gave thee life, and for him, therefore, must thou live. When thou dost begin to live for him, thou wilt grieve about nothing more, and all things will come easy to thee. Martin was silent for a moment, and then he said, And how must one live for God? Christ hath shown us the way. Buy the Gospels and read. There thou wilt find out how to live for God. There everything is explained. These words made the heart of Martin burn within him, and he went the same day and bought for himself a New Testament, printed in very large type, and began to read. He set out thinking to read it only on holidays. But as he read, it did his heart so much good that he took to reading it every day. The more he read, the more clearly he understood what God wanted of him, and how it was that he must live for God, and his heart grew lighter and lighter continually. Henceforth, the whole life of Martin was changed. Formerly, whenever he had a holiday, he would go to the tavern to drink tea, nor would he say no to a drop of brandy now and again. He had done with all that now. His life became quiet and joyful. With the morning light he sat down to his work, worked all day, then took down his lamp from the hook, placed it on the table, took down his book from the shelf, and sat him down to read. It happened once that Martin was up reading till very late. He was reading St. Luke's Gospel, and so he came to that place where the rich Pharisee invites our Lord to be his guest. He read all about how the woman who was a sinner anointed his feet and washed them with her tears. And Jesus said to Simon, "Seest thou this woman? I entered into thine house. Thou gavest me no water for my feet, but she has washed my feet with tears and wiped them with the hairs of her head. Thou gavest me no kiss, but this woman, since the time that I came in, hath not ceased to kiss my feet." Martin took off his glasses, laid them on the book, and fell a-thinking. Am I not always thinking of myself like Simon? Am I not always thinking of drinking tea and keeping myself as warm and cozy as possible, without thinking at all about the guest? Simon thought about himself, but did not give the slightest thought to his guest. But who was his guest? The Lord himself. Suppose he were to come to me, should I receive him as Simon did? Martin leaned both his elbows on the table, and, without perceiving it, fell a-dozing. Martin. It was as though the voice of someone spoke close to his ear. Martin started up from his nap. "Who's there?" He turned around. He looked at the door, but there was no one. Again he dozed off. Suddenly he heard quite plainly, "Martin, Martin, I say, look tomorrow into the street. I am coming." Martin awoke, rose from his chair, and began to rub his eyes. He did not know himself whether he had heard these words asleep or awake. At dawn next day he arose, prayed to God, lit his stove, got ready his gruel and cabbage soup, filled his samovar, put on his apron, and sat him down by his window to work. There he sat and thought of nothing but the things of yesternight. He thought at one time that he must have gone off dozing, and then again he thought he really must have heard that voice. He looked as much out his window as at his work, and whenever a strange pair of boots passed by, he bent forward and looked out of the window so as to see the face as well as the feet of the passer-by. There passed close to the window an old soldier, one of Nicholas's veterans, in tattered old boots, with a shovel in his hands. The old fellow was called Stepanuich, and lived with the neighboring shopkeeper, who gave him a home out of charity. Stepanuich stopped before Martin's window to sweep away the snow. "I'm not growing wiser as I grow older," thought Martin. "I make up my mind that Christ is coming to me, and lo, 'tis only Stepanuich clearing away the snow." He looked through the window again, and there he saw that Stepanuich had placed the shovel against the wall, and was warming himself and taking breath a bit. It is quite plain that the old fellow has scarcely strength enough to scrape away the snow, thought Martin to himself. Suppose I make him drink a little tea. The samovar is just on the boil. He put down his awl, got up, placed the samovar on the table, put some tea in it, and tapped on the window with his fingers. Stepanuich turned around and came to the window. Martin beckoned to him, and then went and opened the door. "Come in and warm yourself," cried he. "You're a bit chilled, eh?" "Christ reward you. Yes," said Stepanuich. He came in, shook off the snow, and began to wipe his feet so as not to soil the floor. "Come in and sit down," said Martin. "Here, take a cup of tea." He filled 2 cups and gave one to his guest, but as he drank, he could not help glancing at the window from time to time. "Dost thou expect anyone?" asked his guest. "Do I expect anyone? Well, honestly, I hardly know. I am expecting, and I am not expecting. Whether it was a vision or no, I know not. I was reading yesterday about our little Father, Christ, how he came down upon earth, how he went to Simon the Pharisee, and Simon did not receive him at all. But suppose, I thought, if he came to one like me, would I receive him? So thinking, I fell asleep. Then, little brother mine, I heard my name called. I started up. A voice was whispering at my very ear. "Look out tomorrow," it said. "I am coming." And so it befell twice. Now look, wouldst thou believe it? The idea stuck to me. I scold myself for my folly, and yet I look for him, our little Father, Christ. Stepanuich shook his head and said nothing, but he drank his cup dry and put it aside. Then Martin took up the cup and filled it again. "Drink some more," he said. "'Twill do thee good." Now it seems to me that when our little Father went about on earth, he despised no one, but sought unto the simple folk most of all. Those disciples of his, too, he chose most of them from amongst our brother laborers, sinners like unto us. He who would become the first among you, he says, let him be the servant of all. Stepanuich forgot his tea. He was an old man, soft-hearted and tearful. "I thank thee, Martin Avdiyeich," said he. "I fared well at thy hands, and thou hast refreshed me both in body and soul." "Thou wilt show me a kindness by coming again," said Martin. Stepanuich departed, and Martin sat down again by the window to work. He had some back-stitching to do, but he was looking for Christ, and could think of nothing but him and his work. 2 soldiers passed by, one in boots of Martin's own making. A baker with a basket also passed. Then there came alongside the window a woman in worsted stockings and roughly made shoes. Martin saw that she was a stranger, poorly clad, and that she had a little child with her. She was leaning up against the wall with her back to the wind, trying to wrap the child up. But she had nothing to wrap it in, for she wore thin summer clothes, and thin enough they were. From his corner, Martin heard the child crying, and the woman trying to comfort it. But she could not. Then he got up, went out of the door onto the steps, and cried, "My good woman! My good woman!" The woman heard him and turned around. Why dost thou stand out in the cold there with the child? Come inside. In the warm room thou wilt be better able to tend him. This way." The woman was amazed to see an old fellow in an apron, with glasses on his nose, calling to her. She came towards him. They went down the steps into the room together. "There," said Martin, "sit down, friend, nearer to the stove, and warm and feed thy little one." He spread the cloth on the table, got a dish, put some cabbage soup into the dish, and placed it on the table. "Seat thyself and have something to eat," said he, "and I will sit down a little with the youngster. I have had children of my own, and know how to manage them." The woman sat down at the table and began to eat, and Martin sat down on the bed with the child. He smacked his lips at him again and again, and all the time the child never left off shrieking. Then Martin hit upon the idea of shaking his fingers at him. So he snapped his fingers up and down, backwards and forwards, and the child stared at the fingers and was silent, and presently it began to laugh. Martin was delighted. The woman went on eating and told him who she was and whence she came. "I am a soldier's wife," she said. "My husband they drove away from me to the army, and nothing has been heard of him since. I took a cook's place, but they could not keep me and the child. It is now 3 months since I have been drifting about without any fixed resting place. I have eaten away my all. I am chilled to death, and he is quite tired out." "Have you no warm clothes?" asked Martin. "Ah, kind friend, this is indeed warm clothes time, but yesterday I sold my last shawl for a few cents." Martin went to the wall cupboard, rummaged about a bit, and then brought back with him an old jacket. "Look," said he, "'tis a shabby thing, 'tis true, but it will do to wrap up in." The woman looked at the old jacket, then she gazed at the old man, and taking the jacket, fell a-weeping. "Christ requite thee, dear little father," said she. "It is plain that it was He who sent me by thy window, and He who made thee look out of the window and have compassion on me." Martin smiled slightly and said, "Yes, He must have done it." Then he told his dream to the soldier's wife also, and how he had heard a voice promising that Christ should come to him that day. "All things are possible," said the woman. Then she rose up, put on the jacket, and wrapped it round her little one, and began to curtsy and thank Martin once more. "Take this and buy back your shawl," said Martin, giving her a 2 gravenka piece. So the woman thanked him again and went away. Martin sat down and worked on, but he did not forget the window, and whenever it was darkened, he immediately looked up to see who was passing. Soon he saw how an old woman, a huckster, had taken her stand there. She carried a basket of apples, and across one shoulder bore a sack full of shavings. She must have picked them up near some new building, and was taking them home with her. It was plain that the shavings were very heavy, so she placed the apple basket on a small post, and started to shift the sack from one shoulder to the other. As she did so, an urchin in a ragged cap suddenly turned up, goodness knows from whence, grabbed at one of the apples in the basket, and would have made off with it, but the wary old woman turned quickly around and gripped him by the sleeve. The lad fought and tried to tear himself loose, but the old woman seized him with both hands, knocked his hat off, and tugged hard at his hair. The lad howled, and the woman reviled him. Martin did not stop to put away his awl. He pitched it on the floor and rushed into the street. "I didn't take it," said the boy. "What are you whacking me for?" Martin tried to part the two. He seized the lad by the arm and said, "Let him go, little mother. Forgive him for Christ's sake." "I'll forgive him so that he shan't forget the taste of fresh birch rods. I mean to take the rascal to the police station." Martin began to entreat with the old woman. "Let him go, little mother. He will not do so any more." The old woman let him go. The lad would have bolted, but Martin held him fast. "Beg the little mother's pardon," said he, "and don't do such things any more. I saw thee take the apple." Then the lad began to cry and beg pardon. "Well, that's all right if thou art sorry. Now there's an apple for thee." Martin took one out of the basket and gave it to the boy. "I'll pay thee for it, little mother," he said to the old woman. "Thou wilt ruin boys that way, the blackguards," grumbled the woman. "If I had the rewarding of him, he should not be able to sit down for a week." "Oh, little mother," cried Martin. "That is one way of looking at things, but it is not God's way. God bade us forgive if we would be forgiven." The old woman shook her head and sighed. "Boys will be boys, I suppose. Well, God be with him," she said. But just as she was about to hoist the sack again onto her shoulder, the lad rushed forward and said, "Give it here, and I'll carry it for thee, Granny. It's all in my way." The old woman shook her head, but she did put the sack on the lad's shoulder, and so they trudged down the street together, side by side. Martin followed them with his eyes till they were out of sight. Then he went in and sat down to work again. Soon it grew dark. He was scarcely able to see the stitches, and the lamplighter came by to light the street lamps. So Martin put away his tools, swept up the cuttings, placed the lamp on the table, and took down the Gospels from the shelf. He wanted to find the passage where he had last evening placed a strip of morocco leather by way of a marker. But just as he opened the book, he recollected his dream of yesterday evening. No sooner did he call it to mind than it seemed to him as if some persons were moving about and shuffling with their feet behind him. He looked round and saw, yes, someone was really there, but who he could not exactly make out. Then a voice whispered in his ear, "Martin, Martin, dost thou not know me?" "Who art thou?" cried Martin. "'Tis I," cried the voice. "Lo, 'tis I." And forth from the dark corner stepped Stepanuich. He smiled. It was though a little cloud was breaking, and he was gone. "It is I," cried the voice again, and forth from the corner stepped a woman with a little child. The woman smiled, the child laughed, and they also disappeared. "And it is I," cried the voice. The old woman and the lad with the apple stepped forth. Both of them smiled, and they also disappeared. The heart of Martin was glad. He began to read the Gospels at the place where he had opened them, and at the top of the page he read these words: "I was an hungered and thirsty, and ye gave me to drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. At the bottom of the page he read further. Inasmuch as ye have done it to the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. And Martin understood that his dream had not deceived him, and that the Saviour had really come to him that day, and he had really received him. End of section 28.